Good evening, or good lunchtime, good midday, isn't it, Owen?
Yeah, right at
Yeah,
noon.
cool. Good noon, good midday, good midday. If you're in Eastern time on the East Coast or nearby in the US, good morning if you're in California or somewhere in the Pacific. If you're in Australia or New Zealand, you should be sleeping right now. What on earth are you doing watching a couple of tennis nerds like us delving through the archives of Roger Federer matches. But nevertheless, if you are in either of those two countries, welcome aboard. And if you're in Asia, good evening, and so on and so forth. Owen, let's get going. We're here first of all to talk about that Federer Nadal final. We've got 5 matches in total to go through today. I know I'm going to have the pleasure of your company, at least for the first one. What are your thoughts on the build-up to that match as it was, as it began, if you like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was one of the most anticipated matches ever, 2008 Wimbledon, because Federer and Nadal, their rivalry had been going for a few years at this point. Their first match was in 2004. They had played an epic at Rome in 2006. They were playing in every Roland Garros and Wimbledon final. And, Nadal had staked the claim to the clay courts, Federer to the grass courts. But Nadal was getting closer on the grass, and they had played a great 5-setter in the 2007 Wimbledon final. And so by the time it got to 2008, I think the anticipation was just at a fever pitch.
Yeah, the head-to-head, I think, going into that final was 9-6. Of course, there were a lot of clay matches, which Nadal had dominated, but there were a few hard court victories in there too, none of which on grass, as you highlighted there, Owen, but it was getting closer. And what we can see with the Nadal-Federer rivalry until that point was that Nadal was pulling away from him on the clay and was narrowing the gap on the grass. So, there was very much a feeling of in their backyard, i.e. clay being, and Philippe Chatrier in particular being Nadal's backyard, as it still is to this day. And obviously SW19 being very much Federer's domain. Obviously, he'd won 5 tournaments back-to-back, meaning he hadn't lost there in 6 years. An incredible run that hasn't been matched since. He had a similar run, of course, in New York, which Del Potro obviously would bring to an end a year later. But back to 2008, and I remember the 07 final quite clearly. I remember thinking that Nadal might win this. So by the time the 2008 final rolled along, and I was thinking that during the match, I hadn't thought necessarily that Nadal would win that 2007 final before that match. But I also remember thinking this is arguably the best tennis match of all time. That was the 2007 final.
Yeah, that one gets underrated now because of what came a year after.
Exactly. In fact, of course, when we talk about Nadal-Federer matches, that's one of the ones that rarely gets mentioned, and understandably, because it's in the shadow of the 2008. Because when we talk about Wimbledon, we talk about that match. We might talk about matches that weren't as exciting, like the beating that Federer took on clay. It will get more traction and more interest, if you like. The one he took on clay 3 weeks before this final. I'm pointing at my TV intentionally right now because it's just there, and we'll be coming to the 4th set tiebreak shortly. But before we get into the actual details of the first couple of sets, at least, I want to add as well a couple of anecdotes, which I know I've shared before, but I think it's the right time to share them again. Regarding the build-up, the really immediate build-up was Federer just lost badly in Paris 3 weeks before. Notice the time frame. I think it's 3 weeks, Owen. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I think they used to play 2 weeks in Paris, 1 week at Queen's or wherever you decide to have your build-up, and then 2 weeks in Wimbledon. I don't think there was any gap.
That sounds about right. I definitely know it was a close time frame, and that Paris final ended up being quite important because I think it did impact Federer psychologically, especially in the first half of the Wimbledon match.
Absolutely. Something Federer said himself.
Yep.
He said that he took that sort of cloud, if you like, and clouds are going to be important when we talk about the match itself as well, because there was a break in play, at least one that was
a couple.
There were a couple where there were. The second one in particular is the one that sticks in my mind just because of kind of how timely it was, if you like, certainly from Nadal's perspective. But anyway, he took a cloud into that final. He took a feeling of a lack of confidence, believe it or not, and a feeling of just feeling really down. Of course, that affected him in the first 2 sets, is what he said. Another thing, though, in terms of how close they were together, there's an anecdote regarding Nadal. He left Paris. He obviously did the job pretty quickly. He left Paris and he arrived at Queen's the same day. He was on. He got the Eurostar with his uncle from Paris. Right. 1 hour time difference probably helps him a bit. So much so that he's actually at Queen's by 6-7 p.m. Maybe a little bit after, but it's still daylight. At that time of year, you can get daylight in the UK till about 9 o'clock. However, it does start to rain, and Queen's, of course, like pretty much all tournaments at that stage, didn't have a roof and still doesn't to this day. But there's an anecdote of him being so desperate to get some minutes and hours on the grass. He told David Law, the media guy, I think it was at the time, or at least David Law has an anecdote about this, saying he just wanted to get on the grass, and he's like, yeah, but it's David Law's like, yeah, but it's raining, and he's like, I don't care, I've got to get going because there's only another week before Wimbledon, sort of thing. So that showed you a little bit about, and he went on to win Queen's, I think, that year, and it shows you a little bit about Nadal's, I think, desperation to just get over the line. And he also talks about how those 2006 and 2007 finals did hurt him a lot, as you would imagine. But
yeah, the 2007 one especially. I think 2006, he said he didn't expect to win, but after 2007, he was like crying in the locker room for a half hour. And I think that really drove him as well.
I think so too. Okay, the match. The sense of anticipation we've already spoken about. Sometimes, though, we do get let down in all sporting occasions. We have a huge sense of anticipation, and then so often we get let down. This final would not be letting us down. What are your thoughts on the first set?
The first set was interesting because, the very first point I think people know about. It's a great rally. Nadal ends it with a forehand winner down the line. But then after that, Federer because this happened on Federer's serve, Federer reels off like 4 straight points. It's a comfortable hold, and it's like, okay, yeah, this is Federer. But then at 1-1, he plays a really bad service game. I think he makes 3 backhand errors, makes like 1 of 6 first serves. And that ended up costing him the set because he couldn't break. He had a lot of break points, but he couldn't convert any of them. Mm-hmm. And there was a really tight, tense game when Nadal was serving for the set, couple break points in there, but that was really it. And so I think in some ways the set wasn't as close as the score suggests.
Sure. I remember as well, and I've seen it, of course, many times since, but yeah, Nadal does have problems getting over the line, and that's when it kind of appears, and especially what happens at the beginning of the second set, it just sort of appears as though, okay, Nadal may have won the first set, first time he'd done so. In the previous 2 finals, he hadn't won the first set. He was always basically chased. That was a quite important fact as well, I thought. He was always, in the previous 2 finals, he was always behind pretty much on the scoreboard in terms of he was always kind of chasing Federer, if you like. So 2006, of course, was 4 sets, 2007, 5 sets, but he was always behind, sort of, or never ahead, let's say. Where it came to this point, though, of course, he is eking ahead, but there was still probably a sense before the match that it's, despite us having a lot of anticipation and some people maybe even predicting a Nadal win, it was probably sort of 60-40 in Federer's favor in terms of the general feeling. And therefore, once he really has problems serving out the first set, you're thinking, oh. And then, of course, beginning of the second set, Federer gets a pretty early break. I think it's 3-1 at one point.
It was 4-1 at one point.
Yeah. 4-1. Okay, so it's 4-1 at the beginning or midway point now of the second set. So, he's quite close to the finish line regarding that particular set, but it doesn't work out for Roger.
Yeah, and kind of like you said with people being so evenly split on who was going to win the match, I think after the first set, but especially after Federer went up 4-1 in the second, you're thinking, okay, it's going to be 1 set all. This is building. And it was a really, really striking passage of play, I think, because Nadal wins 5 games in a row to win that second set. He breaks Federer twice in a row.
Yeah.
And when he breaks him the second time at 4-all, he breaks him at 15. And that, I think, was a very important moment because Federer stopped getting any free points. He had completely lost his momentum. And Nadal kind of looked unstoppable at that point. Like, again, serving out the set, had to save break point, but it was like he was breaking Federer with ease. And it's funny, like that Federer had a lot of break points, but that time Nadal loses his serve early in the second set is the only time he loses it in the match, which is pretty wild.
Yeah, true. Yeah, because of course he lost 2 tie breaks. And given that at that time, I mean, I think he made some progresses, and I remember 1 or 2 US Open runs where Nadal was serving quite well. But generally, throughout his career, but even more so at the beginning of their careers. Nadal's serve was just a case of just get the ball in play and let's get on with it. Even more so on clay, but even on grass, I felt at times. So yeah, it's quite impressive that he managed to hold serve as often as he did. There were wobbles on his serve and some particularly legendary ones, which we'll come to shortly.
Yeah.
And in fact, regarding that, I would like anybody who is watching to have the 4th set tiebreak ready to watch with us, because we're really going to do that shortly. We're going to go into a bit of a deeper dive on that, so we'll watch that together. Just before we get to that, though, yeah, Nadal does go on to take that 2nd set, and I don't know, but 2 sets to love. I'm just trying to think if Nadal had lost a 2 sets to love lead at that point in any major. I can't imagine so. I think did he lose one to Federer though in his career in Miami?
Yeah, 2005.
Okay.
And yeah, while
major,
I think that was important at the time, I think Nadal had kind of developed physically and mentally in a way that I don't think he was really thinking about that match. Like, I think it had been long enough ago that it wasn't really relevant in the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so 2 sets to love and going with serve in the 3rd set. By the way, I mean, of course, we could talk about a million different points that have already occurred that were just sensational. I really like the first point, as you mentioned. I think John McEnroe says in the US commentary, it's funny actually, because I've watched US commentary and British commentary, and it's quite similar in some ways, which I think actually in a way testifies of what's going on the court. It's so clear that was phenomenal and that happened and that didn't happen. I think it adds to the charm in a way. But yeah, both British and American commentators pick up on the fact that, wow, that sets the tone. You know, if the rest of the match is half as good as that point, we're in for a classic. And yeah, we certainly were. What are your thoughts on the 3rd set? Is it the forgotten set in some ways?
I think it is, because there were quite a few twists and turns. You know, Federer tries to make a push at the beginning. I think he has break points at 2-1 and 3-2, several of them, but he can't convert. You know, sometimes it's an error. Nadal hits a lot of great shots. But it's starting to feel at this point that the match is being defined by Federer not being able to take his chances. You know, I think he has 1 break point in the 5th set, and he doesn't have any in the 4th set. So early in the 3rd, he's 1 for 12 on break points, 1 for 13 the entire match. That's not great. Like, and you can see, like, it's not really his level that's the problem. Like, he's getting chances, but on the big points, Nadal is able to play them on his terms in a way that Federer isn't. And that's defining the match. And so then at 3-all, Nadal goes up low 40 on Federer's serve. And for a second, it really looks like this match might end 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. But Federer had some great serves to get out of jail. Nadal misses a second serve return.
What was the score at love 40? So it was love 40 and what game?
3-all. 3-all Federer serve. Yeah.
Super close to the finish line at that point in a way.
Yeah. And Nadal gets tight on a second serve return, which, you know, makes sense. Trying to win Wimbledon, like, he saw it. But Federer gets out of jail there. And then they kind of both hold easily to get to the tiebreak. And here, I think, is where Federer really takes it up a notch, because the way he serves in this tiebreak is unbelievable. I think he gets 4 aces, 2 forehand winners, forces an error. It's amazing. So yeah, thoroughly deserves to win that tiebreak.
Yeah. So 2 sets to 1, and now Federer's belief comes back. Again, this is him talking, if you like, rather than just me. He did start to gather momentum and belief, as you would imagine at that stage. In the 4th set, before the tiebreak, the 12 games that we had prior to the tiebreak, what any sort of thoughts you want to share on how that panned out?
It was just great tennis. I mean, neither guy faced a break point, but not because of bad returning, I don't think. They were just hitting amazing shots. You know, like, there are a couple crazy Federer forehands in there, a couple, like, video game Nadal passing shots. Yeah, it was just, I think both of them were at their best in this set.
Yeah, and I guess that's why neither faced any break points. In a way, and we're going to watch the tiebreak in a couple of minutes or maybe even less. In a way, the tiebreak at the end of the 4th set was them both at their absolute best, with the exception of a couple of wobbles, probably more so on the Nadal side.
Yeah.
But that just added to to the drama. And what I would say as well is that every point matters, but of course, I guess it kind of makes sense. But the nearer you get to the finish line, it matters even more. But one or 2 points either way, like you mentioned, some of those, the love 40 points that occurred at the end of the third set. We wouldn't be here today, Owen, 13 years later reviewing this match, I'm sure. And things would be very different. But also, 1 or 2 points either way. In other moments, perhaps even in the first set, if Nadal doesn't hold serve where he has that wobble, who knows how tennis history would look, but it is what it is. So, beginning of the fourth set tiebreak, I would like us all right now, well, when I say to press play, hopefully Owen and I won't have any adverts pop up on our screen and we can watch it in unison. Owen, if you do get a 5-second or 10-second advert, I'll just pause mine and wait till you're with me. But if we say 3, 2, 1, go. So it's obviously Nadal serving to the backhand as he goes for the pass. It's just insane. It's insane.
It's a great point to start.
It's great, yeah.
Nadal hits a stretch volley that lands on the baseline and then the backhand smash. And it doesn't matter because Federer passes him anyway. The funny thing is when Nadal talks about this point in his book, he says he came to net and instantly received a reminder of why he does it so rarely.
At that stage of his career. That's fun. That's a good line from Rafa. What's interesting and what makes the point even better, I think, is the lob isn't quite perfect, but it's also not bad enough to make it an easy, even a backhand smash as it was, I think. So that's what sets it up nicely. Federer obviously wins, getting a mini break. However, as we're now going through the second point here, Nadal actually does come to net, but it's because it's an easy forehand for him. Any thoughts on that point? 1-1.
Fantastic deep second serve return. Federer had to time that backhand right off the baseline and forced into hitting it short, and then easy winner. Yeah. All starts with the return.
Yeah, I've actually got an advert about to pop up on my screen, so it's going to delay me by 6 seconds. If you want to just press pause.
Yep, I know when it's back.
Cool. So I've got another advert for 5 seconds. Let's see how this pans out. I'll then talk us through the next point. So it's now 1-1, so it's back on serve, so to speak. And here we go. Boom. So Federer serving to the forehand of Rafa, although it's actually a long serve, so it's going to be a second serve for Federer here for Rafa to look at, and he goes on the forehand. It's a decent forehand, but really maybe could have gone a bit deeper as they exchange now from to the back and to the base of the court. Oh, Federer wide on the forehand.
Yeah, I think just went for a little too much. And this is one of the challenges of playing Nadal. Like, I think when you're in an even rally like that, there is a tendency, especially for an aggressive player like Federer, to want to kill it off as fast as possible. So I don't think he worked the point quite enough. Took a little too much risk.
Yeah. Rafa now serving, of course, with a mini break advantage, 2-1. As you said, I think he probably just went a bit too big, maybe a bit of a lack of patience there from Roger, but there's still some time to go to get it back. So it's 2-1 now, Rafa serving. Obviously, he served very well throughout the match, and he serves really well there with an unreturnable. Did Roger maybe... there's one point in this tiebreak at some point, I remember thinking, Roger, you've gone the wrong way there. I think he's assumed that Rafa... It might even be on set point, I'm not sure, but we'll come to that in a second anyway. But anyway, it's now Rafa leading. I'm just trying to think now. I'm probably lost track. Is it 3-1 to Rafa? Yeah, so he's obviously got the mini break advantage, and he's serving for 4-1, hopefully, from his point of view. Here we go. Let's see how this pans out. And goes to the forehand of Roger, but actually it's an unreturnable. That was a bit surprising there from Roger on that one.
Yeah, I think it was a tough serve because it clipped the service line, so it may have taken a funny bounce, and it was right at his body, so I don't think he could get out of the way quite enough. And at this point, like, it's looking pretty good for Nadal because that's 4 points in a row. He's serving great. 4-1. So like 3 points away, and yeah, so
it's going to get better. It's going to get better.
And Federer hits a beautiful forehand winner there inside in to get to 4-2. But on the changeover, you've got to think Nadal's still feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and he looks like he's feeling good. He's going through the changeover, but he doesn't look too anxious. I mean, there's going to be some anxious moments to come. but he doesn't actually appear from the body language there to be too anxious. Federer doesn't look too bad either, which is probably one of the reasons why they're so good, both of them, that they tend not to show too much emotion or even to be too nervous, certainly unless it gets super, super tight, but it's about to do so, of course, because, as you say, Rafa right now is 3 points from victory. And perhaps it's really now that, thank you, Hanya, there you go, nice little compliment for us both. Unless she's talking about Federer and Nadal, which are... Anyway, here we go. So it's on the... Oh, it's a good deep return there from Rafa.
Yeah.
Now onto the backhand, single backhand, of course, that Roger became famous for. Moves around the backhand there to get it on the forehand. This is turning into a pretty good rally, this one. Roger again running around the backhand to keep it on his forehand, which is probably telling you something. Rafa, though, doing quite well on the backhand, and there's a backhand error, probably explaining why he was probably running around it so often. 5-2 now, Owen.
Yeah. And... again, in the moment, I think this looks like curtains because it's 2 mini breaks. So Nadal's just hit 2 great serves. He could win this tiebreak 7-2, people are probably thinking.
Right, it's 5-2, and it's grass as well. Really important factor there. It's different to clay where it's quite easy to recover those sort of lost points. He's now, I think, a double mini break advantage. And he basically wins his 2 service points. Or even if he gets this one, it's the key. I've got another advert coming up, actually.
As do I.
Oh, okay. So go on.
Yeah, and I think just outlasting Federer in a long rally like that, I think would affect both players' confidence. Like, I think if you win a point like that, it's huge, and if you lose it, it can be frustrating. Like Federer, it was an interesting shot that he missed on the 4-2 point, because even if that had gone in, I don't think it would have been a winner. It was definitely another impatient miss, which makes the turnaround that's about to happen all the more amazing.
Yeah, right. I'm on 5-0-3, by the way. Rafa's about to serve. I'm going to press play in a couple of seconds, but just before I do so, just want to add to that, which is, as a Rafa fan, I'm thinking, get this point, and then, if you, in a way, I think, when I'm watching a match, I think get the first one and then have 4 match points. And if you lose your serve on the second one, so be it. Rather than the other way around, in a way, I think losing the first one takes some momentum into the second one. I'm not saying that to sound clever after the event, but anyway, let's get on with it. 5-0.
No, I agree with you. Like the most important thing really here is just to win one of the 2 points, and best to get the first one.
Best to get the first one. Then you've got 4 of the, and you can then almost not relax at championship point. But anyway, okay, 5-0-3, 3, 2, 1, boom. Rafa serving. Obviously, he'd be desperate to get a first serve in here. Doesn't do so. Goes pretty long. I would suggest. Also, at this point, by the way, I think that he says he starts to think about winning Wimbledon.
Yeah,
because he gets 5-2. This is obviously a long time before he gets his championship points, but he actually says he's bouncing the ball. His uncle says, "I knew he was going to double fault."
Yeah,
I knew
and I think Nadal says that too. Like
does he?
He kind of saw it coming, and yeah, you can see Federer kind of look down at the other end there.
I think he knew. I think Federer knows, like you would do as an opponent. Sometimes when you're the opponent, you forget about the other guy at the other end in terms of how he's feeling. But I think he was awoken to it at that point.
Yeah, I think sometimes like you need to see a sign of weakness, and like once you do that, it can change a lot. But I think just being able to see that is a huge confidence boost, because if your opponent isn't showing any visible signs of weakness, it's kind of hard to find a psychological foothold.
He's a bit unlucky, though, on the second serve. I mean, it only just goes out, having hit the net. But anyway, here we go. We've got the still 5-3. So we still got a good advantage, of course. Yeah. But, that is the only time in Rafa Nadal's career, by the way, I see him nearly throw a racket, if you like.
Yeah, and it's so funny because he stops himself immediately. Like, he doesn't get all that close to throwing it. And in his book, he says he was still nervous. And so he hit... a cautious second serve masquerading as a first serve is the phrase he uses. And you can kind of see it. He's on the back foot immediately. The pace is gone from his shots, kind of a tame backhand into the net.
Yeah, it was his footing seemed a bit wrong for the backhand as well. But anyway, now Federer's feeding off that with an excellent 1-2 to take it back to, is it 5-5 now, I think, isn't it? 3 points in a row.
And I mean, you see here just what a phenomenal spot server Federer is. Like, you had the 4 aces in the third set tiebreak that, like, Nadal does well just to get it back. And then just puts away the forehand. Then you can see again here at 5-all, like, great serve down the middle. No indication that that's where it was going. And set point from 5-2 down.
Yeah, right. 5-2 down and staring down the barrel of his first defeat in 5 years to now set point. I wonder if Rafa maybe can relax a bit now. Now it's 5-6 and set point. I don't know. He's probably feeling really down as well somehow. But of course, he's only got 60 seconds to gather himself. Obviously, those days there was no shot clock. Gwen Stefani there, who looked fairly disinterested throughout the match.
Gavin Rossdale, who she was with at the time, was extremely into this. I think he came back the next year. Gwen Stefani was quite bored throughout.
Yeah. I'm on an advert right now for 5 seconds. So
cool. Cool. And I agree with you actually that Nadal can sort of relax a bit here. He talks a lot in his book with this match about the fear of winning, like when he gets close to winning, he gets nervous, and so he talks about this 5-6 point as a less comfortable position, but one he was more accustomed to, which is fighting from behind rather than like being on the precipice of winning Wimbledon. And so he hits a better second serve here than first serve at 5-3 probably.
I'm about to press play at 750. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, 750. Boom. So his first serve goes into the net. Bearing in mind he's facing set point, it's obviously a little touch and go for Rafa at this point. But as you say, now it's backs against the wall, and this is when Rafa normally comes up trumps. So it's 5-6, of course. Not a bad serve for a second one anyway. Sticking, of course, to the Federer backhand, which will become a theme for the next decade or so.
He really commits to that tactic in this match. Absolutely pummels the backhand from the first point.
He just changes there, but there was quite a few chances to change, and he refused to do so, and he's back on the Federer backhand again.
And here Federer really has a chance because that Nadal backhand lands a bit short. I think Federer has a small opportunity for a winner there, and he hits it wide.
Yeah, but he could have refused to take that. I still think it was a tricky one. Probably Federer would expect to make it 60, 65% of the time, which is probably why he went for it, albeit he's having to do this calculation in a couple of seconds. But go on.
And such a huge moment. It's a bit of a coin flip as well.
Yeah, 6-all now. So he's, Federer's obviously feeling good winning all those points in a row. But now Nadal has broken that run. And if he can just hold serve, he's got another championship. He'll have his first championship point. But in a way, 5-2 felt like a championship point too, like I said before. And that's why he was so nervous. And that's why his uncle said, I knew he'd double fault. And obviously Rafa felt the same. But still, centimeters in it, maybe even less. I mean, it clips the top of the tape, and it does feel like an age before it lands. But anyway, that was then. This is now. It's so it's 6-all, obviously, with Rafa serving with his long shorts that seem to get shorter with every year that passed.
Those long shorts were hilarious. And at the French Open, he was playing with these 3/4 pants in the semifinals.
They were what felt even longer.
Yeah, such a funny outfit.
Yeah, I agree. So, oh wow! Somehow that point I'd forgotten about, because that was a really good shot from Federer. It really landed very close to the baseline, not quite on it.
I think it gets called out, actually. Yeah.
Oh, was it? It was called out.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
And Nadal passes him anyway. I think he mishits it a little bit because the path of the ball looked a bit weird.
Okay, yeah.
Federer shot, I mean.
But Federer smiles, funnily enough, which probably tells you a bit about his good state of mind, because only just lost the point. He's now facing championship point on Federer's serve. Oh, what a clutch serve!
Yeah, I mean that's right on both lines, really. Right on one and close to the other one. Nadal says in his book, this challenge is more out of hope than expectation.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, but it is bang on, pretty much as you say.
It's a beautiful serve.
Oh. Facing championship point, even more so. Of course, YouTube, and as is their wont, they're giving me another advert right now at 7-all. Yeah, that's okay then. So that's what ad will end. So, 7-all. And right now, I guess I'd be thinking 50-50. I can't remember what I've got a second advert to come. I'd be thinking 50-50. I'll go straight into this point when it bounces up again. Here we go. Serve into the net. Was going for the Rafa forehand, as it turned out, on that one. But I wonder which way he'll go this time. On the second serve, goes to the Rafa backhand. Now Rafa again on the backhand. Federer, though, has got it chunked. Oh, my goodness me. And I know some of these points are coming, but I still can't help it. Maybe it's because I'm on YouTube. Yeah, right. So it was an excellent forehand pass. Of course, I hope you and everyone else has just seen it as well. But Federer's on top at that point. But
Yep.
Rafa being Rafa.
I mean, hit that from miles behind the baseline.
Yeah.
And I think Federer was even covering the line there.
Look
hit
at
that
how
into a very small pipeline.
Yeah, look how anxious the Nadal. Tony gets out of his seat, which he doesn't do that often at some point, and I think he might have just done it actually, and they just can't. And of course, they're so tight. That now they've got separate boxes. Anyway,
I loved when they were on top of each other.
It's funny. It's so funny. Yeah. Anyway, Rafa's serving now for the first time for the championship.
Yep.
Good
Classic
first
serve.
Goes to the backhand and then through the eye of a needle almost.
Yeah. And I think this one is almost more remarkable because that's Federer's weaker side.
Absolutely.
Like that 9 times out of 10 is a winning play for Nadal. And he says that the first time in his career rushing the net there, he thought he had won before he had won. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the best shots Federer's ever hit. It's outrageous, really.
If Federer had gone on to win the title, I think that we'd be talking about that point even more. It's just because he didn't obviously go on to win it in the end, as we all know, that we aren't. But I think that's considered, as you say, the weaker side. Anyway, he saved his second championship point, I believe, and now it's Rafa still serving though, so still in a very good chance. I think is it 9 all at this stage or 8 all? I think. However, look at Gavin Rosdale there.
He's so excited.
Yeah. But I just think it's because of the contrast with Gwen Stefani that makes it even funnier.
It's great. And you can see in that point there, Nadal drops a backhand just a little short, and Federer immediately hits this inside-out forehand at a really sick angle. Nadal gets it back, but barely, and then Federer puts away the forehand. So he's like flowing with confidence right now.
Yeah, and now it's set point. But bearing in mind, there's been a few twists and turns. There's no way it's definitely over yet, especially as Rafa's got a second serve to look at. Obviously, it's 9-8 to Federer at this point. Second set point from Federer to the backhand of Rafa, but he goes long.
Yeah.
Goes long.
That's one of my all-time favorite Federer reactions there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. I mean, actually, it's almost, as you can imagine, I could stop this now because we'll go to the fifth set condensed, if you like, if you know that link I sent you earlier, I think Owen and various other people. But before we get to that fifth set condensed, if you like, Rafa, of course, is understandably feeling a bit dejected at this point. I think it's at 2-all, by the way, and I'm guessing the fifth set condensed pretty much jumps this, but I will just say it at this point because it's fresh in my mind. At 2-all in the deciding set, because we're now going into that, there's a rain delay, and as I mentioned earlier, there was
juice on Federer's serve.
It was juice on Federer's serve at 2-all. There, that's interesting too. Probably not ideal for Federer in that respect, but even less ideal because it's ideal for Nadal perhaps to have a breather from what's obviously been a pretty traumatic 20 minutes or so, I would say. Bearing in mind, obviously, he had a 2-sets-to-love lead. You know, as you mentioned, at 2-sets-to-love as well, he wasn't far away from winning it even then. In a way, being love 43-all feels almost as close, if not arguably closer to victory than having a championship point itself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, the tough thing for Nadal here is that he should have won in 3, and then he definitely should have won in 4, and he didn't do either of those things. And now all the momentum is against him. But I think probably the most remarkable thing about this match is that he's fine. Like, he's not psychologically impacted at all. And I would even push back a little bit against the idea that the second rain delay was good for him because he, even early in the fifth, he's putting more pressure on Federer's serve. He gets to deuce at 1-all, and then he gets to deuce again at 2-all. And I think throughout this, he's holding pretty easily himself. Like, you know, psychologically, no way of knowing what was going on inside his head, probably like a tempest. But in terms of his tennis, he was fine.
Yeah, perhaps if it had come, if it had come at the end of the fourth set tiebreak, then you might say, well, okay, that's good timing for Rafa, if you like. But the fact that, as you said, that he was threatening at the beginning of the fifth set, that actually it wasn't necessarily that good. But anyway, his uncle goes down to see him at 2-all. expecting to find a fairly dejected Rafa. Perhaps he had been picked up by the fact that he was making inroads on the Roger serve. Maybe that helped his mood, because Tony Nadal, sorry, said that he went down, then he found his nephew in anything but down spirits. And he comes up with a legendary quote, Rafa does, that's obviously done the rounds since, where he says, listen, he tells his uncle, he said, I'm not going to lose today. I might not win, but I'm not going to lose. Let's get to the fifth set condensed anyway. I'm going to press play now, but we'll probably have about 20 minutes of adverts first. So let's see what happens. I've clicked on the condensed version. Yes, I've got an advert with a nice dog. At least that's something. But anyway, yeah. So we're now going to head into this fifth set, but it's still favorite Federer. I mean, one set on grass, center court, Wimbledon, not lost there for 5 years. Most people by now, given the way the match has gone, it's Federer's.
I think so, yeah. I think if it were me, I might flip back the other way after the first few games of the fifth, but before it starts, definitely, yeah. Like, all that momentum, and like Nadal, even with his fighting qualities and spirit, which are clear even by 2008, like, yeah, Federer having won 5 in a row, I don't think you want to bet against him in one set like that.
So, not that I have any commentary on, so it doesn't matter at all. But now I'm going to click on the US coverage, which is a condensed version of the fifth set, which pretty much is just the points. So we could even just talk a little bit more. I mean, previously we wanted to get, but some of these points will feel more meaningful than others, so we can just chat. Anyway, I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. So now it's obviously 2 sets all, and we've got Federer serving first, which again you would think is an advantage, right, Owen?
I would say so, yeah. Like, not as much as maybe some people think, but yeah, I think it does.
Okay. Why do you sort of have cast a bit of doubt on that? I mean, it's probably it's one of these things like we have in so many other walks of life. It's like an old adage. It's just serving first is huge. Why do you give less credence to that?
Because I don't think the stats bear it out. Like, I think I saw something on Tennis Abstract a while ago that said, like, it's essentially a 50-50 split between, like, who wins the fifth set between the first server and the second server. So, like, if I got to choose, I would serve first, because then at 4-5, a break point is a match point.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, Nadal wins this one serving second. It's happened a bunch of other cases, so.
What, Nadal wins this match, Owen?
Yeah, sorry, that's a spoiler.
Yeah, you're right. And so if the stats bear it out that way, that is interesting. I've got another advert popping up, but it doesn't
already.
matter.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Maybe it differs from country to country. I don't know, but yeah, that's interesting how it's pretty much 50-50, because I wouldn't think it would be huge, but I would think it would be 51-49, 52-48, something like that.
Yeah, or even 60-40, because you don't want to serve at 4-5. No one wants to serve at 4-5.
No.
And an extended fifth set here. I mean, Nadal has to serve to stay in the match 3 times, I think. I think 4-5, 5-6, and 6-7.
Yeah.
And he doesn't face any match points. But like, no one wants to do that. You want to be able to break to win the match.
So Federer holds, but it isn't easy for Federer. I think it was to 30 in that first game.
Yeah.
And also there's a couple of unusual errors from him. But now it's obviously Rafa serving. He's love 15, but he's got back to 15-all. But I wonder there, love 15, he must have been, having lost, because he's on serve now, which is the one that you really need to make sure you don't lose. Is he at 15-30 there? Has he just gone long on that one? Because if he has, no, it's 30-15. He must have just bounced off the line. So... and he's now got 40-15. So he's actually holding reasonably comfortably, as you alluded to earlier, but he's gone wide on the forehand there. I really like this set as well, and we're going to see it at some point shortly. It's because it's what I think is incredible is how the quality of the match actually does start to get even better by the fourth set tiebreak, and even at points in this fifth set. My favorite point of the match, I'm going to touch on it now, although we're going to watch it again shortly.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you recently, or I highlighted it to you recently. It's just insane. And it comes out around about 5-all in this fifth set, which just adds to the insanity of the point. Anyway, Federer here serving 30-15, but as Owen says, it's not all plain sailing, and that's a bad volley there from Federer, sort of a drive volley that goes long.
Yeah, Nadal will even say in his book that he thinks the serve is the main part of Federer's game that's holding together here, and that everything else is starting to crumble a little bit, even the forehand, double fault at 40-30. And so he is having all these chances, but Federer is serving so well on the big points that he can't break, and he won't break until the very end of the set.
Has Federer talked in detail like Nadal has about this match?
No, not the same level of detail anyway. There's some stuff in Strokes of Genius, but not like point-by-point stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the thoughts I got from Strokes of Genius were just about how he did carry the French Open cloud, if you like, into this final. And I'm going to repeat the pun I used earlier, but clouds are about to intervene again at 2-all. But that's a lovely little touch at the net there from Rafa, I think, to win that point. Federer does seem at times in this match to show some signs of frustration, maybe more than he'd ever shown at Wimbledon before. We knew about his temperament early on in his career. I've got another advert coming here, by the way.
Same here. I think we're in sync a little bit.
Yeah. Do they sync the adverts too? Do you think?
I'm not sure. Some of them I've gotten at the same time.
But yeah, that was just back to this Federer frustration anyway.
Yeah. I completely agree. I think he, by his standards, he shows a lot of frustration in this match because, he's losing for the first 2.5 hours. I think he misses a swing volley late in the second set. And I think he can shout "shut up" to the crowd after that. And that was a weird moment because that never happens, or almost never happens. Yeah, I think just by the way he was used to playing at Wimbledon, this match was so much more adversity than he was used to. And I mean, I think he handles it really well in his tennis, but I think you saw some of that discomfort in his reactions.
He holds serve for 2-1, and I think there's a bit of relief when he does so. Wow, that's an excellent forehand, I think, from Rafael. I think it just landed, 15-all. But yeah, regarding his frustration again, that's interesting how he said that, but the crowd didn't react. I guess they either didn't hear it or they're just so in love with him by this stage that they don't mind. What do you think about the Wimbledon love for Federer, comparing it to the relationship the Wimbledon crowd had with Sampras? It wasn't bad with Sampras, but there was no love. It was just, he's a good player. He'll probably win.
It's a great point. And I feel a bit weird saying this because it is really subjective. But I think that Federer is just a more exciting player. I mean, he was better for one thing. And I think by 2008, it was probably clear, even though he hadn't passed Sampras's 14 majors yet. But, he was less serve dominant. I think he was a better mover. I think people probably found his backhand prettier. I think his touch was similarly good. I think he defended much better. And I think he was just part of a lot of better matches. Like, Sampras didn't play a lot of epics at Wimbledon. And here you have Federer playing an all-time great final for the second year in a row.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Becker and Edberg played out quite a few epic matches in the 80s, not just at Wimbledon, but there were some pretty good ones. So that charmed both of them, particularly Becker, funny enough, was probably, he was my favorite player growing up. And as one just lands in there, interestingly enough. We're at 2-all, 30-all. So again, it's not super comfortable for Federer. Federer, of course, two of his favorite players growing up were Becker and Edberg. I think Edberg possibly even more so than Becker. Of course, he went on to coach Federer for a little while, didn't he?
He did, yeah. 2014, somewhere around there.
Yeah, both. So I say both. Nadal hasn't really dipped into Charlie Moyer, of course, is an excellent player in his own right. I think, was he world number one as well at one point, Carlos Moyer? Certainly won the French Open anyway, didn't he?
Yeah.
But neither Nadal didn't dip into the Becker, Edberg, Landl whirlpool that some of the other players have dipped into at one point.
No, I think that was a good choice for Rafa for a couple of reasons.
I think so. I think I think Becker maybe came along at an interesting point for Djokovic. Actually, I say interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, Becker was huge for Djokovic, no doubt about that.
Yeah. And what about the Edberg relationship? I mean, that was quite short-lived as well, right?
So that I don't think really helped Federer at all. There's a tennis writer I really like. His name is Juan Jose Vallejo. He wrote a great piece on this at the end of 2013, where he said he basically thought that Federer was hiring Edberg because of conventional ideas about aggression. and that
Okay.
Federer didn't need to become more aggressive. Like, if anything, he needed to be more patient and set up his forehand more instead of taking risks. I'll send you a link to this piece.
That would be great. Yeah,
But
I know who you mean with this one, Jose guy. Yeah.
yeah, it's a fantastic piece, and it basically outlines, like, I don't think this Federer-Edberg thing is a great idea. And I think if you look at Federer's results in their time together, it's hard to argue with.
We've now got another advert for me at 15 love 3 all, but as I say this advert arrives, it's just 30 love. As I say this just very quickly, there was almost a carbon copy of just of a point there of where Rafa actually won when he was facing set point, that left hand forehand down the line. Just as difficult in many respects, and on this occasion, Rafa didn't quite make it, which is probably what you would have expected during the tiebreak, but it didn't happen. Then he obviously did make it, but it's still nip and tuck. Obviously, 3 all, 30 love. Federer's, as you said, really, even I would say, looking at those first 6 games, it's Federer who's struggling to hold. I thought that was a really interesting point you made, that Rafa maybe sensed that the actual serve aside, the actual games, when he was playing the points, Federer was looking not brilliant in his service games.
Yeah, I think, and I think the physical strain was probably getting to Federer. Like, it's always harder to fight from behind than it is to be a front runner. And Federer's just made this massive push that took over 2 hours to tie the match. And he did it, but I think it probably drained a lot of energy from him. Nadal historically has been the slightly fitter player in these 5-hour epics. And so I think that was probably the impacts. But the part of the fifth set we're at now is the best phase of the fifth set for Federer, because he's just held at love at 3-all. And in this game, he's going to have his only break point of the fifth set and of the last 2 sets.
Okay. So I've got it at 15 all. He's just gone along on the backhand. I mean, it doesn't matter if we're a few seconds apart. But here's Rafa, by the way, he's got a first serve in. And so I didn't know this. So, that's another sort of thing that will only add to the confidence of Rafa in terms of the Federer backhand. So it's now 30-15, Rafa.
Yeah, here's the push here. This is, so let's see.
Go on.
Yeah, so Federer's hitting some good backhands here. This is a great angle there, forces the error. And so now huge point at 30-all. And you can see here, Federer gets the return to the backhand, goes down the line to Nadal's backhand, and then it's a gorgeous forehand winner.
Oh my goodness. It's a mini match point, Owen, now. It's a mini match point, right?
Right, because Nadal has not broken Federer since the second set. And he hasn't been down break point in a long time, but it's a phenomenally clutch point to save. He hits a serve, awkward body serve that Federer has to hit short, then goes hard inside out, and then gets an easy smash. And then
it's all about the forehand that sets up the smash, really. I mean, I think he even lets it bounce there, but boy, and you could see he celebrates there as though he's just broken serve rather than obviously just, he knows he's saved a mini match point, so to speak. And that's a clever one. That was a nice one behind Rafa. I took behind Roger there to get to 4-all.
Yeah. And so now Nadal can breathe a little bit. And that's as close as he's going to get, really, to losing, I think. 4-5, he's going to have to play a 30-all point. But he handles that pretty well.
Yeah, so basically in the match, that's as close as he gets to losing it, as it turns out. I mean, you might feel as though he lost it in some respects at the end of the fourth, of course, but in terms of the scoreboard, at the very least, that is as close as he gets. And of course, that's where with 3-4, 30-40, that's again where people, look at that, it's an interesting stat, 178 points all at that point.
It's amazing.
Yeah, 178 points all. I mean, that's where the serving first thing comes into sort of tennis traditionalists, if you like, thinking, where we're thinking, boy, if not, it becomes more of a mini match point in that you're going to then just serve for the match rather than if you broke. It feels like, sometimes if you break, let's say I don't know what I'm talking about here, but you know what I mean. Mini match point, huge save. I was probably going down a very blind alleyway there. Who knows where I was going? Ghost here coming up with a surprise. They didn't know that Becker was my he was my favorite player growing up, and I remember him playing Sampras in a Wimbledon final towards the end of Becker's career. I'm gonna say 95 against Sampras, and it was fairly one-way traffic. I think it might have been 4 sets. Sorry. I
Yeah, I
remember
think
the end
Becker
of
won
that
the first
match.
in the tiebreak, and then
Did he?
Sampras. Yeah.
Okay. I remember the end of that match, him holding the plate and jogging around the crowd with the plate in his. It was just another little memory of Becker. We often remember Becker diving around on the court. I think that charmed him to the crowd. And yeah, he was the first person to win Wimbledon that I remember. So I remember it's probably an exaggeration, but I was aware, probably just watching on TV, that Becker wins Wimbledon, if you like. And I was 5 years old at the time. Anyways, you say 30 all was another touch and go moment for Rafa, but go on.
I think it's worth pausing and taking a moment to talk about that because
Cool.
Nadal, who has led the entire match, probably should have won in 3, probably should have won in 4, and is now 2 points away from losing the match. And just first serve in, good forehands to the backhand, forces the error. You'd never know that he was under.
I'm going to go back and watch that 30 all point again. So I think maybe 11:26, 11:26. I'm just going to pause it one more second before I press play at 11:28. Yeah, of course. At 30 all, I hadn't done the maths. At 30 all, it's probably as big as 30-40 a game before.
Yeah, probably right.
Because you're 2 points away from defeat. And the fear of, well, we talked about the fear of winning, if you like, and now we've got obviously the fear of losing, which he seems to be able to deal with so much better. So I'm going to press play now. It's at 11:28. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, so we're talking about a real clutch moment here, 2 points from defeat, so to speak. Good first serve, as you highlighted, on the backhand side. Nice, decent forehand that he could have easily put in the tram lines if he was feeling anxious, and it's enough for him to win the point because Roger can get a racket on it, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
And another good first serve there out wide. And
then easy winner on top of the net.
Nice.
Yeah,
and now we can relax again.
And now here I think is where this fifth set starts to get really crazy because all of Federer's service games are tight from here on out. And he's going to fend off all kinds of tough situations with his serve. Can see here, love 15, although I haven't had.
I've got an ad, yeah. Good. It's good. Go on.
But yeah, just the atmosphere is crazy because, and also around here, it's starting to get dark as well. So there's that concern of, are they going to be able to finish tonight?
Good point. Yeah, of course. In fact, the images at the end when they're holding the trophies and stuff are pretty much they are in the dark. The flash bulbs are going. Yeah, I know. And pretty much will be the only time because obviously now with the roof and the lights that provides changes the dynamic. Yeah. So of course you're right. This is. I think this is the game where we have the epic point that I highlighted a couple of months ago. It's 15 all, 5 all, and it's some point in the next minute or so we're gonna see this amazing point that I'm very much looking forward to watching again. And now it's 15-30. As you highlighted, Federer is from this moment onwards is struggling a bit.
Yeah, and here 15-30, Nadal hits the baseline with a return forehand winner down the line, 2 break points, and it looks like he's gonna break again, and then Federer just hits an ace, like it's nothing. It's outstanding under pressure.
Yeah, it's just like it's a park in Basel. 30-40 now, still under pressure, of course. He's on the backhand. That's a great backhand, especially considering we all know. Although it's interesting. Yeah,
he went right at him there. That could have gotten a little tricky.
Could have done, but it's also the cautious choice of the two. Going right at him, you've got a target to hit. I think that's huge. That's obviously more clutch play there from Federer. Yeah. I think when you're playing the match, you've got a target to hit, so to speak, and I think that helps. I'm just wondering if this is going to be the epic point. It might or might not be. No, I don't think it is.
I think the epic one is in the 6-7 game.
Is it in the next game? Is it? Oh, it's in the 6-7 game.
Yeah.
It's in the 6-7 game. Is it? Okay, that's even more interesting in a way. So yeah, I forget what I was highlighting there. Yeah, so when you've got that shot as you approach from the net and you're a hot favorite for the point, it is easier. I think it's because you've got a target, a person, if you like. I mean that in the nicest possible way, in terms of just go for him. You don't have to go for the line. You can go for a meter short, and you're 90% sure you're going to win the point. You go for the other one. It's harder in a way. Although if you get it right, you've definitely won the point. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think it's the nervier shot is to go away from the player. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean. Like going at the player, they've got to get out of the way and worry about hitting a good shot as well.
Yeah,
and you can see here, like Nadal it's becoming clear that Federer is going to have to win this with his serve because Nadal is winning almost all of the rallies.
Right.
Like I think physically feeling better at this point, but Federer is serving so well in the pressured moments that he's staying even with Rafa.
Yeah, right. Yeah, just one final thing as well. I just think it's the, it's changing. Also, a bit like during a rally, it's the changing of direction is the most nervy moment. Even at 15 all, at 2 all, just changing direction in the rally, even if it's the right thing to do, it's also the one that's, who's blinking first kind of thing. But anyway, that's for another day. Thanks for joining us as well, Jane. Even if it is whilst working out, hopefully we can paint the pictures for you quite nicely. So yeah, 6 all here, 30 all. Federer again in a spot of bother on his serve. In fact, he was in a bigger spot of bother.
Unreturnable. Yeah.
15-30. He gets from 15-30 to 40-30. Unreturnable, as you say. Now we've got Federer on the backhand. Nadal might fancy his chances in this rally. This time it's Federer peppering the backhand of Rafa. Rafa on the...
Yeah, that could have been a heartbreaker because he had open court there. And here Nadal blinks a bit because that was the second serve, hits the return long. Okay, and I've got an advert coming up. Yeah, I think you're right. It does blink if that is the second serve. And it did seem a bit tame, and he just went a few centimeters too long. But yeah, back to that one that Roger missed at 40-30. I mean, you say that he could have obviously been a heartbreak because if he'd lost this game, then I'm certain it would have been because he gets that in 90%, 95% of the time. He's just got to get it back in the court. I'd say like 98, yeah.
Yeah, he's just got to get it back in the court, and he doesn't even make it over the net, doesn't even clip the net. 6 all, 5. It's now 6 all advantage Federer. Oh, has he gone wide on that one?
Yeah, barely missed.
Yeah, he has.
Okay. Still a great looking shot, even if it missed. The arc was pretty crazy.
Yeah. He's now got an advantage again. Yeah. As you say, though, I love the crowd and how they're just going nuts. And you at various points, you do sometimes see arms aloft and stuff from the crowd as though it's coming close to a sort of football type atmosphere, which actually I do love in tennis in a way when it gets like that. Disappointing error on the backhand side there from Rafa. I think he's better on the backhand nowadays, but go on.
By far.
Yeah.
And start of this game, really good return from Federer and then puts away a winner. So 3 points away. He's getting a little bit close again.
Yeah, cool. So now we're on the forehand of Rafa to the forehand, and he's gone long there, Federer. So it's 15-all. A pretty important point, of course. Yeah. Love 15, serving 6-7 down. We are obviously getting into the latter stages, as we all know, of this match at this point. But 30-15, good serve there, Rafa. As you said, he's just kind of unusually not really facing too much pressure on his serve. Not just in this set, but as you said, pretty much the match throughout. Only got broken once.
Yeah, I mean, that's the stat for Federer in this match, that he only breaks once. And he comes remarkably close to winning anyway, but I think he could have made it a lot easier for himself if he had converted a couple more break points. Yeah,
40-15 now, Rafa. And a little net cord there. Nice one for Federer.
Yeah, still a pretty tough pass that he made there. And here's the point you like right here.
Okay, great. Good. I'm glad you told me. So this is 40-30. I just love this point. It's not necessarily technically the best point, but it's because of this moment of the match. And there are some excellent shots, by the way. Good defense there from Roger, to be fair. There's a better defensive shot from him in a second, though. That one. You just think,
how the hell does he get that smash back? Yeah.
It's Rafa's reaction that makes you realize, hang on a second. And then his composure to finish it like that.
It's insane.
I'm bearing in mind, by the way, just quickly, I saw bearing in mind he just lost the previous point with a net cord. And of course, bearing in mind what ends up happening in this game just makes it even more incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, the forehand there.
Yeah, breaking the ankles.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so here, Nadal, I think, is going to another gear, and I've got an ad, perfect timing. But yeah, like, Federer's continuing to have a couple, like, tired misses. I think Nadal, if anything, is gaining energy at this point. And so again, it just puts a ton of pressure on Federer's serve to be perfect in those tight moments. Love 30 coming up.
Yeah, I think you might be a few seconds ahead of me because I've just had an advert. But yeah, I've got love 30 now. Sorry, got love 30 now. I'll pause it at the end of this point and then just press play again because I'll probably have something to say. So I'll pause it now. It's at 15:30. It's 18:37 on my screen. I've got it on pause. Yeah, just quickly back to the previous game. That incredible point, the incredible forehand, the fist pump from Rafa that would become his his trademark, if you like, having won that point was understandable. It was just insane. As I say, it was Nadal scampering that made you think, because when it comes off his racket on TV, at least, maybe in the crowd it's a bit more obvious, but on TV at least it looks like it's definitely going to just land somewhere, a meter or so out. But actually, it's Nadal's reaction that makes you realize, hello, hang on a second, this could be troublesome. But you still probably think it's going to be troublesome, but land just out. But it lands plumb in the corner of the court, and it makes it obviously pretty tricky for Rafa to get back in the rally. And the way he gets his composure back to end up winning it is incredible. The previous point, the one that just clipped the net cord, by the way, I think I saw some bad language from Tony Nadal.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's skip back. I want to see this.
Yeah, I think he uses a word beginning with P in Spanish.
Right, I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're familiar, and I'm sure many of our viewers are. I'm now at 17.
Yeah, that's a great catch.
Yeah, yeah. Who's the guy next to Rafa? That's another coach, is it? No, it's not another coach.
Next to Tony?
No, it's next to Tony. I see him there all the time. He's one of his. Even to this day, he's still there, but I'm not sure what his position is. It's not his PR guy. I know who that is. I know his now 3 coaches. Of course, back then it would have been 1 or 2. It's somebody else that I see in his team all the time, and it's probably the only one I can't pick out. I know his sister.
I'm in the same boat as you are.
Yeah. But anyway, 1747, I'm going to press play again. I know you've probably just seen this, but actually, I'm going to go back a bit further because if I'm going to get the P in, then so it's 40-15 Rafa. That's the net cord. That's obviously the one that ultimately affects the point. Yeah. So I've just repeated the.
It's a very good catch.
Yeah, exactly. So it's now 43. I'm going to watch this epic point one more time. Apologies for those that are tired of this, but here we go again.
The lob from Federer is crazy because he just sticks his racket out at this smash.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
It's almost nonchalant the way he swings
it's
at it. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's
Federer deals. Rafa deals with it well, though, doesn't he? I think.
Yeah. I mean, he gets back fast, hits the baseline smash, and then immediately attacks the slice. It's couldn't ask for anything better.
I don't get this reference, Ghost, but I know it's a joke. Maybe you get this one. I don't know what pool jolls are. Owen, if you can see this on the screen.
He's a baseball player.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Ghost, when it comes to baseball, you're going to lose me. But fortunately, Owen is on board with that one. But Ghost is always quick with a little joke, which is nice. Yeah. So anyway, here we go. We're in obviously arguably the most important game of the match, as it turns out. It's now 7-all love 30 on my screen, at least. And we've got a forehand for Federer to the backhand. Obviously, Federer's going to end up winning this point, as we saw a couple of minutes ago. It's a nice sort of volley from him.
Yeah, Nadal with a bit of a short slice that I think lets Federer attack the net. I think he comments on that shot in his book. But I mean, comes back strong here, really deep return, and then pushed wide to the backhand and just ropes that cross court. That's a fantastic shot. And
of course, Federer aces at 15-40.
Yeah, as he does.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And the next serve is equally almost just as good, really, in many respects, and it sets up deuce.
Yep.
I wonder if there's going to be sort of a regret moment. I'm sure there is Rafa as an unforced error. Really, I know it's not. It's not the worst unforced error, but it is an unforced error there from Roger to go long.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those this set.
But clutch again, ace on the serve.
Yeah, that's
under pressure.
That
must annoy Rafa though as well. It must annoy him. Great return.
I think it did because he was outplaying Federer in pretty much every other respect. But yeah, he stays patient, forehand into the net there.
Yeah.
And here I think is Federer's regret moment because another great serve.
Yeah.
This is a really short forehand. I think probably should put it away for a winner. And he goes down the middle and misses, which is not great. No. Here, so should we pause it for a second to talk
sure.
about Nadal serving
15. I'll pause it. It's 20-04. It's love 15. Rafa's just had an unforced error, but go on, Owen.
Yeah, so he's serving for the title here after this 3-year quest to win Wimbledon, or 2 years, I guess, from 2006. How do you think he's feeling? Because he's had chances in the third set, he's had chances in the fourth set. This is another chance. I think Pascal Maria has said if it got to 8-all, they would have stopped because of the light.
One second, though. Sorry, just to stop you there, Owen. Pascal Maria is, of course, the umpire.
Yes.
Although it's not his decision, to stop it. It's the referee.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But he's if he either said it in black and white or he just basically said it had to. I mean, maybe he can put a word through, maybe he can carry an opinion, but I think the referee was very legendary at Wimbledon. You would see him make the calls on the weather when it was raining. Okay. It was Alan Mills was his name. Now, I don't know if it was still him by 2008 because he must have retired around this point. I've got a feeling it still was, but it's his call. And I think it's a really important point because it's the most significant. To be honest with you, I think if Federer had held serve in the previous game, they may well have stopped it then. But as you say, if Federer does break back for 8-all, it's currently 8-7 at this point. If Federer does break back, they've got to. I mean, there's got to, because even this game it's only because Nadal has a break and he's serving for the match that they do continue, I think. But then they would have had this bizarre scenario if it got to 8-all. Of coming back the next day to potentially.
It could have been over in 10 minutes. File everyone in there, thousands of people to their seats, and then it could be over in 10 minutes.
Could be, but we also could have gone on for 2 hours because, of course, we also know. I think Nadal's serve and the way they both play in a way suggests it wouldn't have gone on that long, but it certainly could have gone on for another hour with them continuously holding serve potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth noting that break of serve from Nadal at 7-all was the first for either player since the second set.
It's the second set, yeah.
So it's a big deal. It's a very big deal. Mm-hmm. And at love 15, I'm ready to start it again if you are.
Cool. Go on. Keep talking and then we'll start.
Cool. Nadal will serve and volley for the first time in the match, I think, which is pretty remarkable.
Okay. All right, let's press play. I've got love 15. Have you got love 15 as well? Yeah. Okay, great. I'm at 20.04. If we're there or thereabouts, that's fine. I'm going to press play now. So is it now he's about to serve and volley for the first time?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
And it works because it's a great serve.
Just quickly though, there is a hesitation from Nadal. If you don't need to watch it again, trust me. There's just a half a second hesitation that it is a serve and volley, but it wasn't one that he necessarily
you're right.
a lot of conviction.
Delayed serve and volley, waited to see what kind of return he was going to get.
Yeah, right. And it's the return that provokes it, if you like.
Yeah.
Anyway, 30-15. I mean, we both probably know how this game pans out, so it's still a long way from being done. And I remember that one as well, that Rafa's getting his racket on it, but 30-all.
I think it might have gone long if he had let it go.
Really? Yeah, that might have done. But your instinct is never gonna let that one go.
Of course.
Yeah. And so 30-all, tense
and,
moments.
Attacking the backhand again, bit of a funny bounce, bit of late maybe, gets the error.
Gets his third match point.
Yeah, and this is just an insane shot.
Oh my God.
It's ridiculous.
And you can that's one of those moments you see the crowd. I mean, it's just a sensational backhand return from Roger.
Off of first serve, again, it's his weaker side.
Yeah.
And then Nadal, he even says that in his book, he had the brilliant idea of serving to the forehand, which is so funny. And I mean, it was genius because Federer didn't see it coming.
Yeah, can we just go back to that serve again? Because I think it might be this serve, and I'll pause it at say 20. No, you're not a bit. That's the backhand. Okay, so I've now got deuce. By the way, it's 21.05. Yeah. The serve that ends up obviously largely winning the point and therefore the match. I think it's this point, and I'm going to have to watch it again to be sure. I think Federer does sort of thinking he's definitely going to my backhand.
Oh yeah, and I think anyone would have, because that was Nadal's pattern the entire match. There's no indication that he was going to switch it up.
Yeah. So it's 21.05 on my screen. I'm going to press play now. And obviously Nadal's going to go on and win this next point, as we just saw. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing that just slight movement. I don't think he takes a step, Roger.
Bit of a hop, maybe.
It may even be that one as well. I mean, let's have a look. Here we go. Does he just to the... Or no, not quite. But it was maybe the previous point that I was thinking did that. But still, you still think Federer should get that forehand, though, no? Into the net?
On match point, yeah. That's an unforced error.
Yeah.
It's a tricky bounce. It jumps to his right a little bit. But, yeah, it's not a great way to end the match if you're Federer on forehand unforced error. I love the reaction and the commentary here in the handshake. I think Nadal falling to the ground that way and being illuminated by all the flash bulbs is an amazing moment.
I agree. I agree. The images and, as you say, the fact that it was dark and the flash bulbs, I think, adds to the luster. And I know I mentioned this a few days ago. We were talking about Federer at Wimbledon. And ultimately this is a Federer week, and this is even a Federer evening, if you like, or Federer lunchtime for you, Owen. And I know we've got a defeat. I'm sure that everyone else will be pleased to know we're going to have 4 victories for Federer to come. But you just can't listen. If Rafa had lost this and we did a Rafa night, I still think we'd have to do it.
I think so too. Yeah.
Hi Sam, nice to have you on board there. Agree, it's an iconic moment. I think she says, no worries, Ghost. Thanks for stopping by. Understand. And he's saying thanks to us both. Yeah, just quickly before we move on to the next match, Federer, unbelievable class as probably we've come to expect since then, and even up until that point. He's door stopped, if that's the right, door stopped. I don't know what the media expression is. Basically, he stopped in the hallways of Wimbledon. Shortly after the match, I think it's after the trophy presentation, but still the feeling of defeat must be super raw for Roger. Yeah. And John McEnroe says, let me just tell you, Roger, I have just seen the best match I've ever seen in my life. It's been a privilege to be here. I hope it makes you feel a bit better. Does it make any difference at all? And Roger says 5 words, the last 2 of which I think are even more meaningful. He says, a little bit, thanks, John.
Yeah.
And I just love the tone as well. You can just hear the absolute sadness, but you can also hear the genuine, and probably he would say, I think he would say a bit more now. I think he'd go, it's a bit better. It probably doesn't feel quite as bad. It probably doesn't feel anywhere near, and in fact, I've spoken to Federer fans about this, doesn't feel anywhere near as bad as 2019. No. So yeah, and to be honest with you, there's some classic matches I'm sure that the Djokovic fans have witnessed for Djokovic, and he's got finished on the losing side, and same with Rafa. And in a way, because it's such a long time ago, and because it was classic, and there's so much success to come, doesn't matter. But the 2019 one, there was no more success to come. I think that adds to the pain. But of course, 2 championship points on your racket as well. Yeah,
that one's tougher. And yeah, Federer has said about this one, it didn't totally sink in how remarkable the match was until a little bit later. And kind of once the instant emotions of it had faded, he was able to kind of
I wonder if he's ever watched the match, and it's either in its entirety or even just done what we've just done by looking at certain highlights. I wonder. I don't know.
I don't think he has. I don't know if anyone would want to do that with a loss.
Maybe not, but I think, given his relationship with Rafa, and maybe it's something he can do in his retirement. I think he'll never ever watch that. Just again to emphasize the point, I think he'll never ever want to watch the match against Djokovic, for not just because he had 2, but he was just so much the better player that day.
Yeah. This one he was. I think it'd make it easier to swallow that he was playing from behind the whole time. I mean, 2019 he kind of was too, but not to the same extent. That one's a tough loss.
Yeah, definitely. But better ones to follow from his point of view. I'm now dipping into Tommy Haas. Got Tommy Haas.
And I am going to have to take off now.
Owen, it's been great to have
Thank you for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Absolutely brilliant. I'm going to do Tommy Haas alone. Owen, make sure you check out Owen on Popcorn Tennis, and your Twitter handle is @TennisNation.
It is. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Owen, thanks for stopping by, and I'm sure we'll cross paths again soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, John.
Cheers, Owen. Bye-bye. Bye. So I'm here for the next 20 minutes, half an hour, I think, by myself. I'm going to take us through this Tommy Haas match, which was the second of our 5. As I say, from Federer's point of view, I'm sure, and his fans' point of view, are very. This is a nice little promo as well from Ghost there, saying, make sure you check out Owen's story about tennis origins from December 2021. Good writing, he says. Thanks for that, Ghost. I'm sure if Owen doesn't get that message, I'll pass it on. I just quickly hear some reflections also on the match prior to that. We've got Sam here. Like Rafa said, at the moment he has 5, and I have. What did he say? That did he? What's that in reference to there, Sam? I think you've lost me. But anyway, yeah, Ghosty's back. It is a nice little chat there. Keep going in the live chat. Keep getting your thoughts on either on the Rafa match, but maybe even give me some thoughts on the Tommy Haas match, which we're about to look at. Obviously, this is the French Open. Nick there, nice comment there and a nice compliment for Owen. We've got Vanch who'll be joining us shortly, I believe. Vanch, if you are already watching, feel free to join at any point you wish. Just jump on and I'll see you pop up at the bottom of the screen and I'll introduce you immediately. But I'm not expecting Vanch for another 20 minutes or so, but we'll see. Yeah, I know you mean when he won Wimbledon, Sam. The only thing is I don't quite get the 5-1 reference. Is that because they played in 6 Slam finals? No, because Federer had won 2. So anyway, Marcello, nice to have you on board, my friend. Thanks for stopping by. I know, Marcello, you're a huge tennis fan coming from Italy. Matteo Berrettini, Yannick Sinner. It's a good time to be an Italian tennis fan, if you like. And yeah, thanks for having you on board. Make sure you hit that like button, Marcello. By the way, Marcello lives in Bonn. I even know him. Yeah, so here we are again now. We've got Tommy Haas. Why have I chosen this match? Well, for those of you that are unsure, it's all because of the 2009. Okay, so Federer's won. Yes, he does. I know what you mean now. Yeah, in his speech at the end, it's like, yeah, but you've still got 5 and I've got 1. He's very magnanimous, as you would probably expect. Gotcha, Sam. Thanks for clearing that one up. So why have I chosen this Tommy Haas match? You might think, Tommy Haas, Roger Federer? Is that a classic match? We all remember the Djokovic-Federer matches, the Nadal-Federer matches, even Nadal-Federer, you know what I'm saying. Even Federer Murray and Federer Roddick, of course, we've got that one to come. So why Tommy Haas? Well, a few narratives, if you like. I'm actually going to bring it up on my screen right now. So make sure you get your fingers at the ready to press play. The link is in the, that's right, Michael, Roland Garros 2009. It's in the link below. I think it's a 20-minute, 29-second clip from the Roland Garros website, if you like. Well, it's on YouTube. I'm going to press play now, okay? But then I'll talk you through why this match is of particular significance. So if we go 3, 2, 1, play. Click that link in the description below. And you go to the beginning of the match. For some reason, mine's halfway through. So we'll go back to 0, and I'm pressing play now. Yeah, why this match? I'm sure, yeah, Michael, that's a really good good point. See you, Sam. Thanks for stopping by, the way. Make sure you hit that like button. It was a classic too, Michael, you're absolutely right, but we'll come to that shortly. Right now, I've got Tommy Haas, Federer about to get underway. They're in the tunnel, getting ready to go out there. I saw Tommy Haas, Roger Federer at in Melbourne in 2006. Another classic 5-set match. By the way, returning to Roland Garros after a 3-year absence, Haas was making his 9th appearance at the tournament, and he was 31 years old. That's obviously just popped up on my screen. Though the 27-year-old Federer had 13 Grand Slam titles to his name, he had yet to win on the clay courts of Paris. And of course, this was a thing. Pete Sampras never won Roland Garros. Boris Becker never won Roland Garros. This was the one that had evaded so many legends of the sport. It was the clay courts that seemed to be a specific domain, particularly for some of the European players. It seemed to be a tricky one, less so Andre Agassi, I would suggest, but that was certainly a nerve in the first game. So it's really become a big thing. But the best match I've ever attended, Michael, Nadal against Medvedev, 2019 US Open final. I'm sure you're going to let me know what's the best match you've ever attended, Michael. Let me know in the chat. Anyone in the chat, let me know the best match you've ever attended. And if you've been to a Federer match, let me know which one it was in the live chat in particular. So we're now at 3-2, and Federer's obviously holding serve fairly comfortably, but he's obviously trying to threaten the Tommy Haas serve at 15-all. That's a nice little smash there from Federer to bring up 15-all. But you wouldn't think Federer goes into this match a fairly hot favorite, really. I mean, obviously world number 2, etc., etc. It's 30-all now, by the way. Tommy Haas approach on the net. What a pass there. And the match is going to, as you would expect, makes a fast start, earns the first break point of the match. Federer hot favorite. Huge context moment. The day before, Rafa Nadal had lost for the first time in his career at Roland Garros. Changes a lot because this is the moment now. Federer now has got to take advantage. His great nemesis, his great rival, the person who denied him in the final 3 times before, and also in the semi-final the year before that, 4 years in a row, Federer had run into Rafa. Every time Rafa won, he was winning easier and easier with each match that passed. Now he's gone. He's out. The draw opens up massively. The pressure on Roger on this day was immense. Let me just show you a couple of things as well that I made some notes on before we came on board today. Yes, I do make notes, believe it or not. In round 3 against Mathieu, oh no, that's a previous note. I just want to come to the one before that. Before playing Tommy Haas at the French Open in 2009, as we head into a tiebreak, which I'm just going to press pause on. It's 40-15 Tommy Haas. We've got Tommy Haas on the forehand. We've got Roger Federer there going cross court. We've got Tommy Haas there putting the pressure on, but Federer defending really well. Excellent backhand winner there from Tommy Haas. So I've got it at 3:38, ladies and gentlemen, and I've pressed pause on my screen because there's a couple of things I want to point out. Yeah, before playing Tommy Haas in round 4 at the French Open in 2009, it wasn't all plain sailing for Federer either. And he mentioned this at the end of the tournament. He said he came so close to going out on so many occasions. None more so than in this particular match against Tommy Haas, which we'll come to shortly. The French news agency AFP said that Jose Acusado in the second round made Federer sweat, and also saying that the Argentinian had thrown away a golden opportunity to cause a sensational upset. Of course, it would be the second one in a matter of 24 hours, given what happened to Nadal the previous day. And in fact, Acusado had 4 set points in the first set. He actually won the second set arguably he would be in charge of the match and with a 2 sets to love lead, but he didn't manage to do so. The third set was super tight as well, which is 7-6. Ultimately, Federer prevails in 4. So far from plain sailing in round 2. Round 3, quite similar. He lost the first set. Early jitters, I've written here. And then he comes across Tommy Haas. The day after Nadal lost at Roland Garros for the first time. Did I say that before? Yes. And the day that Federer met Haas, Conan O'Brien became the Tonight Show host and would continue to do so for about another 10 years. I remember actually a funny tweet from Conan O'Brien last week saying, "Good luck in your retirement, Roger Federer. Time to join the podcast world." Well, Roger, if you're watching, come and join me on Talking Tennis and let's have a chat. I should have some time for you, particularly sometime next week, I would have thought. This week, we're kind of busy doing Federer stuff, so maybe come and join us next week, Roger. Anyway, Conan O'Brien takes over the Tonight Show, and Boom Boom Pow by the Black Eyed Peas was number 1 in the US. I do not remember this song at all. Black Eyed Peas, yeah. Plenty of classics on the Black Eyed Peas. Boom Boom Pow, don't know it. Let me know if you know it in the live chat, and let me know your thoughts on that song, as well as oh, hang on, I've got some comments here from Michael. Let's see what he's got. He's got Murray Nadal semi-finals at 002 in Australia. Nice one, yeah. 0-2. Oh, 0-2 Australian Open final. Murray played? No, he didn't play Nadal in the semi-finals at 0-2. Oh, at the 0-2. Gotcha. Oh, in London. Australia Open final 2012. Sam, you mean Australia Open? You were at the Australian Open 2012 final between Djokovic and Nadal. If so, that's insane. And it looks like you're also at those semi-finals with Djokovic and Federer, where you had all those match points, as well as Sampras and Agassi 2002. That was a quarterfinal, wasn't it? At Sampras Agassi 2002, that legendary match, if memory serves me correctly. Black Eyed Peas, ha ha ha, Sam. Yeah, nice to see that you're still here with fries and all. So I think I've delved into why this match was of particular note. And now, having had a couple of break points in this set, Roger wasn't quite able to take advantage. But going into the tiebreak, I'm sure him and his fans still felt pretty confident. I'm going to press play. It's going into the tiebreak. It's 3 minutes and 38 seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom. 6-all. Federer, of course, would still go into this as the favorite, but Tommy Haas gets a mini break to go 1-love up. So good luck for the German. Of course, he's now the tournament director of Indian Wells. Federer goes long there on the forehand. His anxiety, of course, will go up several decibels in the next few minutes because it's 2-love right now to Tommy Haas. Tommy Haas on the forehand, that's pretty decent. By the way, let me know what you think about Federer on clay. Is he as bad as suggest the stats? Not bad, that's the completely wrong word, but is he as far away as the stats suggest? Or, as I think Nick and Jack were telling me earlier this week, he was phenomenal. Him and Djokovic, phenomenal on clay. Unfortunately, they just kept running into Rafael Nadal, as so many others did as well. Nevertheless, Tommy Haas maintains what a bad forehand. A bad backhand there from Federer there. I mean, he'll be disappointed with that one. And now Haas has 2 set points at 6-4, and he wins it with an unreturnable. Federer looking glum. I've heard as well, I think it's from the commentators at some point, that the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Now, that may be just a feeling given what had happened the day before, but I do think it would be fascinating to hear Federer's thoughts about this match, maybe even more than that 2008 final we just reviewed. By the way, when you say top 5 and you put Rafa there, I assume this is 1-5 and not 5-1, 12 travel 21. So I'm just kidding. I know you mean Rafa first. I think even the biggest fans of other players couldn't argue with that. But yeah, I do think it felt like amongst the crowd, amongst the players, amongst everyone watching home and in the stadium itself, that there was a strange atmosphere, and it may well have been provided. This was on a Monday, of course. Rafa lost on the Sunday to Söderling. It was just the loss to Söderling is maybe more explicable now. Explicable or explainable? Those two words seem the same to me. But at the time, it was arguably the biggest shock ever in tennis, and maybe even since. And I can see that Vanch is about to join us as well. I'm going to bring Vanch in fairly immediately and just get his thoughts, his broad thoughts on the first couple of sets from this Tommy Haas, Roger Federer match as we sort of enter the business end of the second set. Hi, Vanch. How are you?
Hey, John, how are you doing? Yeah, good to be here.
Good. I don't know if you managed to catch any of Owen and I having a chat about Federer and Nadal.
I wasn't able to catch any of it.
No worries at all. So basically, obviously, here I am. I'm at 3-4 in the second set. I don't know where you are, but it doesn't really matter. We can soon get in sync in a few minutes. Federer's just gone wide on the forehand to make it 4-all. What are your thoughts on this match broadly, without giving too much away as to how it turns out?
My thoughts were that this was the day after Rafael Nadal lost to Robin Söderling in the 4th round, and Federer knew, and everyone knew at that point, that this was going to be Roger's best chance to win a French Open.
Yeah.
And he did not want to let this opportunity elude him, especially given... Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I mentioned how he had a jittery few games before this, or a few matches, before this. But none, even the semi-final against Del Potro, which I know Michael picked up on a little while ago, there was not any moment as jittery as this one, and in particular one that we're going to come across quite shortly. I've got advantage Haas. He's got a second set point. It's on the Federer serve, so still going with serve, but none were quite as nervy as today. And Federer goes into the net with a forehand. Tommy Haas gives a little punch. I'm going to press pause at love all, basically 7-5. So it's 7:38 if you've got the link, Vanch, up on your screen. I'm at 7 minutes and 38 seconds. If you can get there or thereabouts, it doesn't matter if you're ahead or behind too much, but just so we can follow it together. Just before we head into this third set, as you say, it was just a strange feeling, a strange thought. And I would love to hear Federer expand on a few of... I think Nadal, with having that book coming out and giving a lot of detail about how he felt. And we had Strokes of Genius to review the 2008 Wimbledon final as well. So that gave us some thoughts from the two players, if you like. Whereas there's a lot of Federer matches we don't quite know. Or even, how was it for the 4.5 years when he didn't win a major? How did it feel when he was breakpoint down, that we're going to come to in a minute? How did he feel going into this match in general? Did he feel, as we all suspect, that things had opened up for him going into this match? And I'd love to hear his thoughts on that.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things probably swirling in his mind, especially going into a match like this. Obviously, he's very cool, calm, and collected on the court, but that doesn't mean that he's definitely he has a really human side to him as well. So you can definitely imagine, he knows just as well as anyone that this is kind of my moment. And Tommy Haas, generally speaking, he got the better of during that entire 2004 to 2009
Yep.
period, and but he would have been wary of the mental challenge more, less so than the physical or the tactical one.
Absolutely. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, play. I actually saw, as I was just touching on before, I saw Tommy Haas live in Melbourne play Federer, in 2006, sorry, January
Yeah.
2006. And it was a 5-setter. And Federer won the first 2 sets, as is his wont. But then he, like I, must have had a little snooze, because when I woke up from my snooze, having had a few red wines, it was suddenly 2 sets all in Melbourne. I remember the crowd really being on Tommy Haas's side as the underdog, and I think there was a few Germans as well in the crowd. That's an excellent backhand winner there from Haas. Interestingly, bearing how this match turned out, by the way, and by the way, Federer, of course, went on to win that 2006 match I was talking about in 5. Bearing in mind how this match does go, the Tommy Haas we see in this third set is still there. It's not like, because it's not like he suddenly dropped in the third set. He's still there. We just saw an excellent backhand from him. It's 1-1. It's 40-15 on the Tommy Haas serve. And he holds comfortably, 2-1. He's not going anywhere. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, he's definitely not, not feeling the pressure of closing out this match yet. He looks the freer of the two. He's hitting his backhand really well, opening up the court. Just playing really good tennis overall.
Absolutely, yeah. As Federer has 15 love on his serve, 2-1. Some decent forehands there. Should win the point and does. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's not. Sometimes we see 2 love and then we see turnarounds. We see it with Djokovic so often, but Djokovic comes out the blocks in that third set in whichever match you want to talk about, whether that be Musetti, whether that be Sinner, to some extent Tsitsipas in the French Open final of 2021, and some of them, I'm sure there's many more I'm missing off, but he comes out the blocks firing. But that isn't the case here in terms of this Federer Haas match. It doesn't look like Haas is going to go anywhere anytime soon. And I do mention that in particular because of how other certain things occur, and we'll address that in a minute. But we're looking at a tight moment here. It's now 30-all on the Federer serve.
Yeah, this is a big point.
It's a big point, yeah. And of course, he goes wide on it, Federer. Meaning, I'm just going to pause it right now.
Yeah.
So it's 9:52 on my screen.
Same.
So just repeat or tell us what we just saw with the forehand there, Vanch.
Well, firstly, it was definitely a return that caught Federer off guard for sure, because it had a lot more side spin than he was originally anticipating, and definitely he moves so well, especially when he has the mid-court forehand. But he just, I don't know, maybe he just caught it a little late, or he felt like he felt the pressure of the moment there, and he just pulled it wide. And whenever a professional tennis player misses wide, that's always a key sign that they're feeling nerves. Because you never really want to miss wide. I think it's better if you miss long and stuff, because at least that means you can pull back a little bit. But just knowing that he missed that wide, he knows this is do or die right now.
Vanch, who's the player you played once and you took 4 games off? Who was at the second round? I think it was in New York.
Oh yeah, that was in. I played Emilio Nava.
Emilio Nava, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you played anyone else from the tour?
No one like that. And when I played Emilio, it was in 2015. It was a juniors event here in San Diego. But I haven't played anyone. Yeah, I haven't played anyone at that level right now who's currently.
As we joked at the time, or as I joked at the time, Vanch, we need him to win a major, because then your stock goes through the roof.
Absolutely. You'll never hear. I'll never shut up about it if he wins the title, or let alone any ATP title, and let alone
absolutely, yeah, true. So before I press play once again at 9:52 on the video, just to repeat the context of the moment, it's 3-4. Federer's lost the first 2 sets. Nadal has gone, and Federer's chances of winning his only French Open, really. I mean, he never. Yes, he gets to the final, I think, in 2011, I think it is. And he also gets to a semi-final in 2019. But trust me, he's never going to have a better chance to win this tournament. And he's now staring down the barrel with his chances hanging by a thread. If he loses the next point, you can win points, you can lose points. But if he loses this next point, Haas is serving for the match. So, and with the 2 sets to love lead. So, it's just, staring down the barrel moment. So it's 9:52. I'm going to press... arguably, I'm going to press play on some of the most important, maybe the most important point of Federer's career. Even to date, you could argue. Well, there's a lot of arguments about other points, but I think if I was a Federer fan, I would probably put this as the most important, because I would be, when you're a fan of one of the big three, you want them to win the one they haven't won, or if they've only won one. I remember that was why the Nadal win became one of the reasons it became extra special winning in Australia this year. And same with Djokovic last year. Djokovic has been learning French, and I'm sure it's just so he can charm the French crowd at Roland Garros to just give him an extra 1%. Anyway, listen, it's 9:52.
I agree with you, by the way, John. This is the biggest point of Federer's career, the most defining point right here.
Cool.
That we're about to see.
Okay, we're about to watch it. 9:52, 3, 2, 1, play. Oh, I've got it wrong. Sorry. Press pause again. 9:52, 3, 2, 1. Why is it not playing? Sorry, people. That's what happens when you got live TV. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So it's 9:54, 9:55. Doesn't matter if you're a couple of seconds either side, people. Okay. In the 8th game, Federer finds himself facing, and he's now got a second serve. He's got a second serve, which just adds to it. 30-40, facing a mini match point, so to speak, on the backhand. Yes, decent return, but what a forehand. Vanch, for the most important point of his career.
That is precision. That is like, that takes guts, because if this was any other point in the match, you would say, okay, that's that's a great shot. But look at this point right here. It's 30-40, 3-4. Haas is going to serve for the match if this goes a little bit wide, and Federer finds just enough topspin on that to just get it. It was essentially a line-licking forehand that he just hit inside out, running around.
He could have easily mishit it slightly and mistimed it, even, especially given the pressure of the moment. But he didn't miss a single beat. It's an interesting little moment after having got it back to 4-all, as he's about to return the first serve of Tommy Haas in the 9th game. He just sort of gives a little bounce up and down. As it's just, I'm sure his heart had relaxed a little bit given how it had gone before. Of course, now though, in the next game, Federer doesn't hang around and he brings up a break point. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of what a bizarre point this is, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know where you are in your video, but it's a bizarre point in some. It's an excellent point from Roger. I mean, he's out of it, but I mean, he's also in it. I mean, I'm just watching this again and again. There's that backhand that just creeps over the net as well. But Tommy Haas, do you see the volley?
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
Don't worry. I mean, Tommy Haas there on the... I mean, there's this... First of all, I'm just watching the replay. First of all, it loops over his head. You're thinking, still Haas is kind of in. Now Haas is on the back foot. Now Federer's a big advantage. Doesn't put the smash away. He's easily back in the point. Arguably, he's on top of the point now, Tommy Haas. There's a couple of good shots from both players, but it's not that difficult to react. And look at Federer's reaction there. It's almost as if he sensed the match had turned. Go on, give me your thoughts, Vanch.
Yeah, this point went back and forth a bunch of times, and once Federer hits that smash, and then I believe Haas just gets a forehand down the line, and then he has a chip approach, and Federer has kind of has all day on this forehand, but he chooses to go safe with margin cross court, and then Haas just misses the volley wide. So
with Federer serving for the set, by the way, there is a juicy lob from Tommy Haas that I really like. However, Federer does end up serving it out. We can see some of his fans there super excited to know he's back in the match. Bearing in mind how this next set goes, or even the next two sets, actually, I think we can still sort of have a few moments on. I mean, Haas, by the way, falls apart. I mean, I don't. Yeah. I mean, there's a shot he's just put in the tram line there. His head's down. I'm trying to think of another time when somebody comes back from 2-0 down and so close to victory. And I can't think of many collapses like the one we see from Tommy Haas. I don't know if he was feeling anything, but the way he's that's an excellent shot there from Federer to bring up 3-love in the 4th set. It is a collapse from Tommy Haas. I'd love to get his thoughts on it. And Tommy, if you're watching and it's not a collapse from you, do put your complaints in an email. I will read it and I will respond and we'll get you on the show. But go on. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah, at this point, Federer is just sort of toying with Haas. He knows he's got this match in the bag, and he knows that Haas is vulnerable mentally, having not closed out the match in the third set, and Federer just, really just sensing the moment and just like, did you see that drop shot return that he just hit off the second serve to get it to 3-love? It's just like,
Yeah.
it's like Tommy Haas is kind of helpless right now. He knows he essentially just has to to go back to what he was doing in the first couple of sets. He needs a significant drop from Federer, and also he just needs to just have a total reset. And right now this is all happening way too fast for him to even have any kind of a
He does try. He does try. He goes off court at the end of the fourth set, and you will just see that in your images. He goes off court at the end of the fourth set, and he does come back and win to love. So then you think, okay,
maybe if I'm wrong, this is a bagel, right?
The fourth set is a bagel. Yeah.
Right. So it really can't get any worse.
I'm just gonna press pause right now, just so we're at more or less the same point. I'm at 14:53. So whenever you get to 14:53, just press pause. Yeah, it's a bagel. It's bruising. I agree with you that there's some classic shots that we're seeing, obviously, in this highlights package. There are some classic shots from Federer, but there are also some horrible ones from Tommy Haas, who's clearly got a hangover from how the previous set has panned out. Bearing in mind it was 6. Well, in fact, he's got a hangover from how the end of the third set panned out. I mean, he obviously had a break point. It was close, by the way, even when Federer was trying to serve it out. I told you about not close, but at 30-15, maybe Tommy Haas thought he might have a chance of breaking back. And breaks of serve do, of course, occur more commonly on clay. Just got a question here from Jared. I don't know if that's for us or not, but I think it's about basically some of the best clay quarters. Just before I press play once again, I know Jared was talking about his top 5 on clay was Rafa, Borg, Vilas, Djokovic, and Lendl. Interesting how he's got Djokovic in the top 5. Borg, of course, in terms of stats, I think he's won 5 French Opens and 6 Wimbledon. So he's got a real nice, that's 6 and 5. I don't know. I wonder if anyone's got 11 between the two. Djokovic, of course, is on 7 Wimbledons and 2. So him and Federer both have 9. Oh, well, of course, Nadal with his 14 plus 2. But it's a nice balance that Borg has between the two contrasting surfaces, I would say. That's really a doff in the cap for him. That makes sense to have those first 2. The interesting one, I think, is obviously Djokovic being in the top 5. What do you think about that, Vanch?
Yeah, I think he probably deserves to be in the top 5 just because of his just because of the number of wins that he's had against Rafa. He's beaten him twice at Roland Garros and also the other Masters 1000s. You can't discount 10 Masters 1000s on clay, plus his overall win percentage. So I definitely give him a slight nod over Roger. So like for me, it definitely goes. But I can't put him ahead of Borg. There's no way I can put him ahead of Borg because Borg has 6 Roland Garros. Novak has 2. I think if Novak were to get to 4, then you could really actually have a proper debate. And then
Borg,
between him and Borg, but I don't think he's up there with Borg right now.
Of course, a lot of these players, Vanch and I haven't seen. I just remember before I press play again is because I'm very much in a Wimbledon world as a kid growing up. I just remember the fact that the contrast, because I'm post Borg, if you like. I started watching tennis. I mean, you're a child, so you barely know what's going on. But I do remember the men's finals and even some of the women's finals in the mid to late 80s. I remember Sabatini, Graf. I remember 94. Okay, so I'm skipping a bit there, but I remember very, very clearly Graf, Novotna. And then on the men's side, my memories, but we always don't, are 85, 86 Becker, 87 Pat Cash. I'm watching the final. Certainly the 86 Lendl. I remember thinking for many years as a kid that the first 2 were against Lendl. Although I know it wasn't. It was Kevin Cohen in 85. But I for some reason, maybe they played in a semi-final or 2 as well. I remember before Edberg sort of started to come along, sort of 88, 89. I just remember thinking the Lendl Becker sort of rivalry was quite an interesting one. And just because Lendl did so well at Roland Garros, but I'm watching the grass courts at Wimbledon. It's always Becker on top. So it's almost like you can't you can't quite understand what's going on at these other tournaments for the other 50 weeks of the year. How come this guy's not? How come Leighton Hewitt isn't, tearing it up everywhere else, and yet he's just done so on grass from the back of the court, if you like, as he did in 2002? How come Becker can't win at Roland Garros? How come Edberg and Becker are just so amazing? Because that's what I see year in, year out. But they've not just won the previous tournament. And who's this Lendl guy who everyone keeps going on about as being so amazing? But whenever I see him play and he plays anyone decent on grass, he ends up losing. So that's how it is for a kid in the UK, Vanch.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear you talk about all those 80s players, because I've heard from people that Lendl was sort of the one that was maybe the least popular in the 80s. Just like he had the least amount of appreciation, just because he sort of broke the duopoly or triopoly a bit of, the Edbergs and Beckers and
I think the UK likes a bit of, or the UK crowd, we like a bit of a character. It's why someone like Henri Leconte, it's why somebody like Becker to some extent, although Becker had a lot of success. But I mentioned Henri Leconte because he was almost tennis would sort of nationalities wasn't always the most important. You can't imagine a Frenchman and a German, bearing in mind that we're talking about the 80s here and 70s, I think, in Leconte's case. And Michael goes back quite far with tennis too, so he can probably correct me. We would forget nationalities, of course, when it's Henman, when it's Andy Murray to a large extent. But I mentioned Henman even more but Henman never played. Oh, he did play Federer, but we saw with Murray when they played Federer, it was 50-50, despite the fact we had a Brit. Whereas with Henman, because he was coming up against Sampras, or as you mentioned before, I remember a British guy called Jeremy Bates in the late 80s who would get to sort of the third and fourth round. And again, as soon as he played someone really good, he would sadly go out, sometimes dramatically in 4 or 5 sets. But I always just remember that manic Monday of being such a great day of tennis to watch on TV. And that was the day when, another year goes by. Not with Henman, because he would get to the semifinals. I'm talking about pre-Henman. There would often be a guy, whether it be Barry Cowan more recently or other players in the 80s and 90s, they would get to the third or the fourth round. And we hadn't had a men's winner, of course, since Fred Perry in 36. And that'd be like, oh, well, that's Wimbledon for another year. And I always remember the music on the BBC of playing, and it would always be quite sad as ex-British player waved to the crowd as they went out that particular day. And you just think it's another year, because it's another year until A, you watch tennis again, and B, until you got to see, because the British players did tend to perform better at Wimbledon. I know Greg Rusetsky, who was kind of an adopted Brit, if you like, did well on the hard course. We have hugely digressed, and I do apologize for that. But I tell you what, it's a really good question here from Nick, and it is Federer related. I've gone for these 5 matches, Vanch, and I know we spoke about it a couple of days ago. And the reason is, I mean, listen, best performances? No, not necessarily, particularly like Tommy Haas, this particular match. It's kind of, what I tried to do is fuse drama, unbelievable performances, and epic matches. I think I've gone for 1 4-setter and the other all 5-setters. Significance as well does play its role. And I think also when it comes to epic sporting moments, I often talk about in football, Diego Maradona's goal against England at Mexico 86 is the best goal of all time. But it's because of the moment. I'm sure there could be a great goal being on Wimbledon Common right now, or Wimbledon Common, by the way, is a football area, not tennis, in London. There could be an excellent goal occurring in the Premier League, in a couple of weeks' time, but it's not the quarterfinal of a World Cup. So I've gone for a fusion of those thoughts, Vanch, with my 5. Was there a match that I didn't choose that you were thinking, could have gone for that one?
Yeah, definitely there was one earlier in his career, right? The kind of the one where he announced himself to the larger audience, which was the 2001 match, 2001 round 4, and you could just see how, because Sampras obviously had won 7 Wimbledons in the 90s, and he never lost a final, and he was coming in not at his best. He was around 15 or so in the world, but no one expected Roger to pick him off the way he did that day, 7-5 in the 5th, and then it was kind of a changing of the guard moment. That's what it was portrayed as, definitely.
Yeah. I think that's number 6, really, and maybe could be. But then which one would you bump? Maybe the Djokovic one of 2011. But the problem was I wanted to get a Djokovic match in there. I wanted to get a match that Federer had won, which of course in the second half of the rivalry tended to be more so from Djokovic's perspective. It's tricky. Once you've chosen 6, you could also choose 7. I could have gone. I didn't go for a US Open match. I wanted to try and get some balance as well from the 5. But absolutely, one thing
I don't think
say,
I don't think I would bump any of the ones that we have right now.
Right, and I wanted the
significant.
French Open, and because I wanted this something from this run. I could have gone for the final. I mean, by the way, you could go Philippoussis 2003, epic moment, wins his first major and wins his first Wimbledon of 8, as it turned out. You could also go for even the final of the French Open. I know somebody mentioned the Delpo semi-final as well. All in their own. I mean, because it was straight sets against Philippoussis and it was straight sets against Söderling, but the moment is huge. Anyway, back to today. 14-50. And by the way, we did give that Sampras match a bit of coverage anyway when I was talking about Federer at Wimbledon the other day. So hopefully I gave that a good nod. 14:53. I'm going to press play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So Tommy Haas is obviously held serve pretty well in the first game. At last, he's broken the run. It's 1-love, and it's actually 30-all here. I'm not even sure what happens in this point. Oh, okay, so Federer wins it. But, 30-all there. Tommy Haas would have been thinking, hang on a second, I got a chance. Haas holds again. So, in fact, it's completely different. It's back to set 3, 2, and 1, if you like, because that was nip and tuck. And Haas is recovered from that mauling he took in the fourth set. And it's 2-1 now on the Federer serve. He'll be looking to get a little nibble on this one. I'm watching a rally, as it turns out, right now. I'll come to you in a second, Vanch. This is a good rally, good deep shot there from Haas. He attacks the net, but Federer, too good. Backhand down the line.
Yeah, this backhand was...
It's a good slice it's a tricky slice from Tommy Haas. But anyway, it's 30-all now on the Tommy Haas serve. Good return there from Federer. Haas is going to keep his nerve. No, he's not. And now it's 30-40. And yeah, the sense is not good, if you like. So, and he goes long there, which is now those 2 points are back to set 4, really, which is a real shame for him. I know we've obviously focused on this match and we've focused on it largely because of the forehand and largely what was to come. Tommy Haas, of course, is now the tournament director in Indian Wells. Have you been to Indian Wells, by the way, Vanch?
I have actually, quite a few times, about 4 or 5 times since 2011.
He's in good shape, Tommy Haas, by the way, I'd say, for someone who must be in his 40s now, I guess.
Oh, yeah, he can still play really well. He can warm up a lot of top players. He can probably play competitive sets against them. He's pretty fit.
Cool. He'd be a good guy to have. Owen and I were talking earlier this year about the Roland Garros semi-final between Zverev and Nadal this particular year. And he just said how ridiculous the conditions were. And he said he'd like a former player or two obviously, to go out and test the conditions to maybe make a decision on whether it's a wise decision to play or not, because he just said that the conditions that day were just too slow. By the way, Federer in this match, an excellent return of serve, breaks the serve again, and he celebrates almost as if he's won the match.
Yeah, he's got this one now. Yeah,
exactly. What I'm going to do, because this match does have a feeling of inevitability, not least... Oh, that's a lovely shot there from Roger, to be fair, as he just dinks it over. I'll wait till match point, actually, because I've got a few things to say on what obviously is to follow. It's just a feeling of inevitability, as it did really from the beginning of set 4. So it's after sort of the break, if you like. And as I say, I think Tommy Haas may have had a tiny sniff on the Roger serve to break back, and that would have been significant if he could have forced a tie break, perhaps. But it's all about the forehand, as we've already dwelt on. It's a good rally there, and it's nice to see Tommy sort of rally. But it's almost like Tommy's rallying here with some good shots and some good play. But he ends up with, as it said there, as a 12-point. He actually ends that with that point there from a 12-point losing streak, which just tells you a bit about how these last 2 sets went, really.
Yeah, and you're looking at the clock, and it says 3 hours 4 minutes in, and that break point that we analyzed as Federer's biggest point of the match, it was 2 hours into the match then. So
2 hours and 8 was it?
It was on the dot 2 hours, and
2 hours.
Now it's 3:04, and it's almost match point for Federer. So it just shows you how quickly things can change.
basically in an hour and 5 minutes, and that's an excellent shot there to save a break point. By the way, that's nice. For Tommy Haas to have, that's a good return as well. It's almost like Tommy Haas is feeling the freedom of as we sometimes hear about of staring down the barrel. Actually, you can just sort of relax a bit and just pull out a few shots, and if they work, great. If they don't, no worries. And he's obviously feeling that relaxation feeling. But that's a really good point. I like that one. That basically in the space of an hour and 5 minutes, a shade over an hour, we've gone from Federer staring down the barrel of defeat to winning in 5 sets. I mean, it could easily have finished in 2 hours and 5, 2 hours and 10. I think we said 2 hours, wasn't it? So it could easily have finished in 2 hours and 5 minutes. And that would have been it, a normal 3-set match, other than the fact it would have been the second seed out the day after the first seed went out. And now Federer's brought up match points. Some good play here from him there. Once this match obviously concludes, I want to just sort of talk about the rest of the tournament for Federer. He's got the match done there. And look at that celebration.
Yeah.
Just look at that. I mean, for us, there was probably a sense of inevitability once he won the third and particularly the fourth set, but he celebrates there.
By the way, that fist pump and jump in the air for a few seconds, that was reminiscent of, that was maybe a 0.5 version of what he did at Wimbledon when he broke the record.
Yeah, right. When he broke the record. We're going to come to that match shortly. I know Jared has asked about which matches we're looking at, and then he's found them in the comments below. Nice work, Jared. Oh yes, we were 12 travel 21. Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the best 5 of all time on clay, so that's the important point there. Just before we go to that Roddick match, though, I'm just going to go back to some of my tweets that I posted earlier to help me sort of get my thoughts. Is also that obviously had a few touch and go moments before this Tommy Haas match, but he did have a few touch and moments in the rest of the tournament because. Of course, he would have a very comfortable win over Monfils in the quarters. But
the second round was tricky, wasn't it? He was down, I think, double break in the third.
Exactly. I've already been through those 3 rounds or touched on them. Yeah, the second round was particularly dicey. I think he had faced set points in the first set. He then lost the second set, and then obviously a tiebreak in the third. So that was dicey. Fourth round was tricky as well because he lost the first set. But after this match that we've just watched, it wasn't going to get much easier. Okay, Monfils ends up being a fairly straightforward straight sets win, but the semi-final against Delpo, as was highlighted by Michael, was epic. A 5-setter as well, and Delpo really put himself on the map with that. And of course, they would meet each other again later in the year at the US Open.
Yeah, there was a nice evolution in that rivalry in 2009 because Del Potro got absolutely thrashed in Australian Open quarters, won just 3 games, and then was double bagelled after that. So for him to then go and then I think they played in Madrid and it was relatively comfortable for Federer too. But Del Potro really showed up, played one of his best matches I've seen him ever play on clay, and he went up 2-1. And
he did.
The 5th set was nip and tuck all the way, really, and. Yeah, Federer really had to play well in the last 2 sets.
I mean, it's a tough run. I mean, Tommy Haas was tough in terms of the way it panned out. And it was obviously tough in terms of how the matches panned out before. Monfils quarterfinals, but Delpo in the semifinals, that's not a gimme, far from it. I guess but even Söderling in the final, Söderling red lines and plays unbelievably like he does against Nadal. Well, that's certainly not easy. And I think Söderling may have played Federer again in the next year or 2 on clay and may well have beaten him.
He played him the next year in the quarters of Roland Garros, and that's when he ended Roger's 23 consecutive semifinal streak that everyone mentions.
Right, exactly.
So that was significant, Söderling, and that was the only time he ever beat Roger. Usually it was a fairly one-sided rivalry. They played 17 times, and it was 16-1 head-to-head. Yeah, for Roger. So the final wasn't really necessarily easy, but I did highlight it the other day that in the final, the commentator, I think it was in the US, the commentator said, the last 3 years he's played Rafa, and today though it's going to be a bit different. So in the past it was a case of deja vu, and today it's a case of Robin Who, is what the commentator said. Nice little rhyme there.
Yeah, exactly. Any final thoughts on Federer and the French Open this particular year before we move on to Roddick?
No, just it was he completed the career of Slam. Obviously that's huge. That's why it's so huge, because if he doesn't win that Roland Garros, I mean, he's completely out of any kind of conversation for greatest ever, because you have to win all 4. So that's yeah, I mean, just an immense relief off his shoulder, and obviously just yeah, it gave him a lot of confidence, to come back and get back to number one and reestablish himself really as the best player of the 2000s.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's just, you can't underestimate how important winning the French Open is to the Federer um, the Federer story. Listen, he would still be getting an unbelievable week this week. But my point is that I think to the tennis purists, the whole narrative would be different, because every show we've done, if he hadn't won the French Open, would be like, oh, he didn't quite do it in Paris. But he did. And the emotion that he felt when he did finally do it, even though it was a straight sets wins against Söderling, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. I feel sad for Söderling because, he got to the final again a year later in 2010, loses again. So he loses 2 finals. And, maybe his chance went in those 2 years. In fact, it did, because he never made a French Open final again. And I feel sad for him because I like to see the spread, if you like. But if you like Federer, you need him to win that French Open.
Yeah, for sure. I feel bad for Söderling just in general. He was playing some of the best tennis of his career, and then mono hits him in 2011, and he was like 4 in the world, or playing like a top 5 player consistently. Especially on clay, he was just a nightmare to play. And for him to not play anything at all after the age of 25, 26.
Did he say retired in 2011? Did you say?
He didn't retire immediately because obviously he wanted to try and open the door for comebacks, but I think by the time he retired, it was like 2015, but it was just so inevitable. Like it was, 2011 was his last match that he ever played in Sweden, in his hometown. And I remember him absolutely. I remember this was 2011 as the season that I followed really closely. And I remember him just dispatching Berdych and Ferrer like they were nothing in the semis and finals. And I did not think that was going to be his last match. I was predicting him to win at least one major in his career. I thought he was that good.
Yeah,
but
it is sad. I'm not even going to read out what I've just found online because it's pretty much word for word what you just said. But it is sad for him that he never won a major. And I had heard a bit about his injuries and illnesses problems, but didn't realize quite how long ago they were in terms of how soon they were after his success, if you know what I mean.
It was right in the smack of his prime, like just
25. Yeah. So Federer gets that monkey off his back. And of course, this is significant. It's his 14th major, which means he's level equal with
Pistol Pete.
So that's his 14th major at the French Open, meaning he's level with a certain Mr. Sampras.
Yeah, that's correct.
As he goes into Wimbledon with that, must have been great going into Wimbledon as the French Open champion. I mean, I know Nadal obviously did it he did it every year, but he ended up winning it, of course, in 2008 and 2010, that double that actually wasn't that common I think it was before Nadal did it in 2008, and then would do it again in 2010. And then obviously Federer does it in 2009. So we had 3 years in a row where Wimbledon and the French Open were won by the same player. And that was the first time since Borger did it in the 80s.
Yeah, that was really significant. Like the surface change, you can't underestimate the difficulty of going from clay to grass and just going from sliding and to then suddenly having to completely adjust, change directions. Like it's super complicated. It's actually a little easier now because the surfaces are a little more homogenized, I believe. But what Borg did was probably the most incredible, actually. 78 to 83 times in a row, he was able to win. He was able to win all 3, and the surface change was like you had to play a completely different game to win on clay versus on grass. And on grass, he was committed to serving and volleying and shortening points, and on clay, he was the ultimate backboard from the back of the court. So that's 2 very different styles you have to play. So that makes it even more impressive.
It's also a little easier now, as you say. I've got, by the way, I've got Roddick and Federer up on my screen. I've not pressed play yet. It's on 0-0-0. I can just see them. Federer now is a real statesman of Wimbledon, wearing a white suit to come onto court, basically. But just before I press play on this, as you said, it was probably became a little bit easier for various different reasons, conditions, balls, grass surface. I think had got a bit slower at Wimbledon. But there is also an additional point to make, which is in the last 10 years is now there is an extra week gap between the French Open and Wimbledon. I think it used to start 1 or 2 weeks after Wimbledon, but now it's like 2 or 3 weeks after, I think. So it's certainly an extra week anyway that they've added in the which is just, I actually think they could add another week even. Listen, Wimbledon is important. It's the most important in terms of the temperatures, if you like. I mean, we saw with play being played in October at the French Open a couple of years ago during the pandemic that can pretty much, be possible at most times of the year. We know that the grass courts of Wimbledon, you can only play for about during an 8 to 12 week period. But I do think we could just add another week between the two tournaments and then perhaps propel a grass court to a Masters 1000 level, maybe. But that's for another day. Let's get to Federer Roddick. I'm going to press play 3, 2, 1 now. But we've got a few seconds while they walk onto court to just talk about the build-up to this final, Andy Roddick in this moment, the Roddick-Federer rivalry. Of course, they played at the Wimbledon final a few years before with Federer winning. Had they played twice before at the Wimbledon final? Or was it just
Yeah,
once?
they played in
Twice.
03, 04. Oh, yeah, you mean just in finals? Yeah, in 04
In
and
final at
06.
Wimbledon.
04 and 06, and actually the 04 final was a lot closer
Yeah.
because that was 04, 05. I'm sorry, yeah, 05.
04,
05
yeah.
was much more one-sided, but 04 was definitely tight, and Federer had to come back from a set down. He was down a break in the third as well. They had a rain delay, and then that kind of shifted the momentum of the match, and Federer eventually takes it. But Roddick was playing some seriously good ball right now at Wimbledon. He had just beaten Andy Murray in the semis, which was a really big win for him on grass to beat Andy Murray. I remember they played in 2006 when Murray was a teenager in the third round, and Murray was able to get the better of him in straight sets. It was the best win of his career at a major until that point.
Right.
So that was that was huge for him to beat Andy, and I think he was coming into the Roger match like really confident.
Okay.
Federer, of course, had beaten Haas in the round before. I remember this time.
Federer beat Haas in the Wimbledon semi-finals.
Yeah, and this was in straight sets, but it was 3 tight sets.
Okay.
Haas was actually playing really well. He put the
Must have been,
disappointment of RJ behind him.
Yeah,
And he
right.
went on to win Halle, and then he went on to beat Djokovic twice because he beat
Wow.
Djokovic in the Halle final and he beat Djokovic in the quarters at Wimbledon. So
Okay.
this is some of the best tennis Haas was actually playing on grass. But yeah, I digressed. But like just in the build-up, you still felt like Federer was the favorite, but I think at least at the time when I was watching, I felt like it was going to be a close match, and they were both going to be so tough to break as it proved out. And of course the moment with you had Sampras coming there, and Sampras really once he's retired, he doesn't really show up and
That's right.
come to tennis matches, but he knew this was a significant one, and you had Bjorn Borg there as well watching, so it was extra pressure on Roger to.
Absolutely, because as I said before, Federer had made it to 14. He equaled Sampras on 14, and in this particular match, he's going for 15. We're in the tiebreak here. That's the selection of highlights I've got. And Roddick is just serving as only Roddick can in many respects. Even Federer, there was one serve they just brought up a minute ago. It's 143 miles an hour, which is pretty much as fast as they come. I'm not sure what Isner averages or Riley Opelka, but 143 don't come much faster than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was consistently the fastest server.
And just excellent spots as well. And he's brought up a 4-1 lead now in this tie break. And I don't know, Federer looks a bit like, what the hell can I do? Even the great Roger Federer on the grass courts of Wimbledon. He's actually appealing this one. Maybe that's another reason why he looks so miserable. Federer didn't like Hawkeye, did he?
No, he wasn't a fan of it, especially when it first came out. He didn't believe it was the most accurate.
Yeah. He wasn't a fan. I've seen him a few times. I think there might have been a point in the 08 final when he's pretty upset. But here we are. He's 1-4 down in this first set. Okay, this is Michael here saying about they had an extra week. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, so he's 1-4 down here, second serve. But really, with Roddick serving the way he is, there's little chance really for Federer to get back in this first set. I mean, just a bit more on the Roddick Federer narrative. You're almost certainly right in terms of the fact it felt like, although the previous final had been a bit one-sided, it was 4 years before. But with the way Roddick was playing, this, and he just won a major, hadn't he? Did he win the US Open in 2008? No, when did he win the US Open? 2010?
Who?
Roddick, no, Roddick maybe before that. It was before.
Roddick, 2003. 2003, he went on that amazing summer, right, where he won he started out with Queens, and then he won all those tournaments in the hard courts in Canada and Cincinnati, and
so
he was on a roll.
He won in in 03 one. So it's been 6 years obviously since he'd won a major. But he'd been in a few finals, obviously playing Federer, as we mentioned, at Wimbledon. But it did still feel as though Federer had his number. But as you say, maybe playing the best Wimbledon tennis of his career at least. And then obviously being on the verge of the first set, he's got 5-2 here, which you just don't expect him to lose both points on serve, if you like. So, and he doesn't. It looks like he's going to win it. He does, yeah. So he wins that first set. We're 6-2 up now, sorry, in the first set, so he's not won it yet. But he's just gone for an advert now.
Wait, sorry, where are you at right now?
I'm at 6-2 in the tie break, but I can press pause.
Okay, I'm there as well. Yeah, this is the most significant part of the whole match right here.
Okay,
four set points.
He's got 4 set points in the first set, yeah.
For some reason these highlights they didn't show the first set.
No, they didn't. But I knew that. But I just also wanted to. That's how some highlights are. Some highlights show you just one thing. But some of the BBC ones, which I think we're watching now, I watched the condensed version, which was great for the Rafa match. But they just skipped the first set and went straight to the tiebreak. Some of these BBC ones, they just show little chunks.
But from what I remember, it was pretty. They were pretty even on serve, and it was just one game at. I think it was either 5-5 or 5-6, where Roddick just caught a hold of a few returns, and Federer missed too many first serves. And
so he had a break point, did he, at that point?
No, it was pretty even, I think, until 5-5. They were just cruising on serve, and then it just that's what I seem to remember, but I might be off on that. But I know that
normally with the highlights bench, when they do skip to a tiebreak, for example, particularly with Roddick, I'm thinking that probably means that both were pretty comfortable on serve, and that's why they just skipped to the tiebreak. If there was a few break points in a particular game, I would have thought that they would have shown it. But anyway, Federer's sort of bringing himself back into this. He's making sure that Roddick stays honest, as we would say in the UK. Keep him honest, keep him on tenterhooks. We've got no Gwen Stefani, it looks like, this particular year. I know she was there the year before, but maybe she found the occasion so boring she decided not to come back, even though she was witnessing the greatest tennis match of all time. This time it's just Michael Roth, I think his name is, the lead singer of Bush.
Right.
You look like Gwen Stefani right now, how she looked like the year before, in terms of the fact that she wasn't really following that final. It was all Michael Roth getting super, super excited. But here, Roddick on serve with a set point at 6-5, but he's got a second point here, Federer. Second serve, so I'd look at here, Roddick. So he's not managed to put away any of the previous points. I wonder how he felt having sort of missed out on that. And he approaches the net. Oh, that's a horrible backhand volley there from Roddick. I think he has an even more horrible point to come much later on in the match, but we'll leave that for later. But I do remember Federer talking about the Roddick rivalry and saying that Federer had noticed a few, probably not the most difficult things to know, but a few chinks in the Roddick armor. It might well be the backhand volley, I think, had been something that Federer made a joke about years to come. I think something gets said and Federer said, "Oh, I never noticed you had this weak spot." And whatever that weak spot was, and I'm pretty sure it was the backhand volley, as he just showed there as he went wide. And it's now 6-all. So, of course, I think he had 4 set points that he's lost.
Obviously, you saw the half volley backhand that Federer hit.
Yeah, unbelievable. But
I still don't know how he pulled off that shot. That was
no. Oh, dearie me. It's falling apart for Roddick here. In the tiebreak, it's now 6-7, from 6-2 to 6-7, and also 2 or 3 horrible shots. If I hope Andy doesn't mind me saying, there's Pete. Yeah, because Pete stays away from tennis. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think he was just a really private person in his life, just kind of very businesslike. Once he left tennis, he really had sort of just didn't want to show his face in media, and he was sort of just I think Borg did that for a while too. I think it was just more sort of the norm back then, but that's definitely changing now with Roger. When he said he's retiring, he's definitely not going to.
I heard that.
Leave the game. He's going to come back, visit, go to places. I think he might even try to commentate at Wimbledon, which I thought was very interesting. I didn't envision that he'd ever be a commentator.
No, but then now when from the second he said it, and Federer's just won that 8-6, and bearing in mind how this match turned out, I'm sure Roddick must have some sleepless nights about this tiebreak too, because
that backhand volley at 6-5, that
it's
that
horrible.
probably gives him nightmares because
It's horrible. Yeah,
Yeah,
and he's got that set in the back. Bearing in mind how good he is on serve as well, generally, and how he had been so good on serve until that moment. To be 6-2 up in the tiebreak. I mean, it's not like all due respect, Diego Schwartzman is 6-2 up in the tiebreak on grass. It does feel like Andy Roddick 6-2 up in a tiebreak. How can he lose that? And as you said, it's particularly that backhand volley, but there was a couple of other unforced errors as well. In fact, Federer, as you did mention, that half volley obviously been excellent, but there was generally he was waiting as well on occasion for the unforced error, and they just kept coming. And Federer wins 6 points in a row.
right. He gets the 2 free points on serve, then he misses the backhand volley, and I'm actually trying to see what happens at 6-6. I believe there's another horrible shot here from Roddick at some point.
I'm just gonna press pause. I'm at the beginning of the I'm at the next juncture. And once you've finished watching it, we'll be in unison.
Right. Oh yeah, there was that forehand approach, and Federer hits a good cross court backhand, but Roddick really mistimed his.
Have you finished that set now?
Yeah, I have. I'm at 7-6.
Oh, okay. You almost finished it then.
And,
but it's another point that Roddick. I mean, it's not as horrible as some of the previous ones, but it's another unforced error, and Roger now obviously very much back in the match, 1-set-all. And really, can you imagine Roddick with a 2-sets-to-love lead playing that way as well?
Yeah, for sure. That was.
Of course, Roger was close to going 2-sets-to-love down for 2 Wimbledon finals in a row, but he doesn't. It's 1-set-all. I'm at 8:55, by the way, in terms of minutes and seconds on my screen. So if you want to get to 8:55, and then we'll be in unison, because they've skipped to the third set tiebreak at 8:55. So if you find 8:55,
we don't have to talk too much about it now. But I remember,
go on.
I did actually look back up on Tennis Abstract. I saw that Federer had 4 break points at 5-all, but he didn't take any of them.
Oh,
and
okay.
Roddick ended up holding, and then he broke Federer at 30-40 in the next game. So, and there were no break points before 5-all. So
got it.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
But,
okay, so I'm at 8:55. I'm going to press. This is the third set tiebreak we're now going to go into. So, obviously, whoever wins this tiebreak is going to be looking pretty good for the match with a 2-sets-to-1 lead. So it's 1-set-all, third set tiebreak, 8 minutes and 55 seconds. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. Federer to serve first. I don't really know if that's much of an advantage in a tiebreak. To be honest with you, it's a second serve for Roddick to look at, and it's, as I said, super tight. And Roddick obviously did well to compose himself to a large extent, having lost that previous tiebreak. And as they go into this, I see we've got another Hawkeye moment here for Federer, and he won't be pleased with the result because his first serve, according to Hawkeye, is out. Hides his emotions pretty well on this occasion, though. It's a nice serve, though, from him to the Roddick backhand. Roddick goes long on the forehand. What do you remember about Roddick's game as a whole? Not obviously, we all know about the serve being pretty legendary. What do we think about the rest of his game?
Yeah, I thought he was such a good maximizer. Like generally that term is used pretty loosely for like grinders or players who have like 1 or 2 deficiencies in their game, but they really just sort of maximize their whole overall. It's very much applied to like Federer and stuff. Because the rest of the players who are more attacking and have great hands, they sort of are labeled as talented, in quotes. But I think Roddick was kind of somewhere in between, and he just got every ounce of his potential. He was obviously he was a great server, but I felt like he was, he could manage his backhand. At points in his career, he obviously had a really good, a good kind of awkward shuffle backhand that he could use on grass to kind of hide it a little bit. And he had a good. He tried to just come forward on every instance that he could after the serve. And then he moved all right. He had, he sort of like, apart from the serve, he sort of did everything all right. And the serve was really the biggest weapon that just bailed him out of so many situations. And every time he faced Roger, the problem was that Roger could just neutralize that serve super easily. And Roddick was forced to come in, and Roger would use his short slice. He'd bait Andy to come in on the approach, and then he'd pass him on the next shot. And that would just sort of happen over and over again. And Roddick couldn't find a way into Federer service games, and it was just a nightmare for Roddick. But in most of the other matches, I think he fared pretty well to get to 4 major finals, and and he had the 1 win. But Yeah, I mean, he'd definitely be 2 or 3 slams or more if he didn't
Yeah,
have to run into Roger every single time.
Federer,
So
yeah.
there's that.
And we could say that about anyone from the big three in terms of if they have to run in, kept running. I mean, maybe Andy Murray would be on 6 or 7 slams if he didn't have to keep running into those guys.
He definitely improved his fitness also throughout his whole career, and he
Okay.
adjusted his forehand swing so it was a lot more. He would play it safer in some moments, especially just on some slower hard courts. He would find his way back into the rally and just before he sort of just went make or break on a lot of forehands, especially in 2003. I remember, but he started to change his swing a bit, and yeah, he
I
made some adjustments, and he was a top 10 player solid for 8 years. So
That was an excellent cross-court pass there from Roger, by the way, during this tiebreak. Just
yeah,
seeing the crowd as well celebrate that point as well. Even though Federer has won 5 of the last 6 Wimbledons, of course, he won 5 in a row and then lost to Rafa. I think the crowd are 60-70% behind him, even though the other guy on the other side of the net has never won a Wimbledon before. And normally the Wimbledon crowd would often go for the underdog, and they certainly did whenever Sampras played. That's nothing against Sampras, but they just never quite had the love for Pete that they then had for Roger. And there's a million reasons behind that. We can see a few Swiss flags there, not necessarily Swiss people, but I imagine most of them are. I watched this match. I was in Zurich, so I was quite close to the heart of Swiss tennis. I know obviously Roger's from near Basel originally, but he's equally heavily supported in Zurich. And I just remember the reactions from my neighbors because I could hear them that they were clearly watching this match. And bearing in mind, Zurich is probably a polite round of applause is a big emotional outburst for the Swiss. It's quite rare to hear people screaming and shouting as I did that particular day. On many of these crucial points and crucial moments of this match. And obviously leading now 5-1 in this tiebreak, I'm sure there was quite a few delirious shouts of delight from my neighbours in Zurich on this particular day. It's a nice forehand, though, there from Roddick. Yeah, I think getting every ounce of his potential is a fair point. But this day must... if we were doing a Roddick review, you couldn't avoid this match. You couldn't avoid it. It'll be the one that got away for Roddick in so many ways.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
We've got 5-2 now, obviously, Federer. That's a good, nice little forehand against. 2 really good forehands in a row from Roddick. He's obviously still behind in this tiebreak. It's 5 or 3-5 because he's serving. So actually he's facing serve, my apologies. So it's 5-3 to Roger. But that's nice of him to sort of give himself back in this tiebreak, so to speak. But bearing in mind how the previous tiebreak went, he must be feeling a bit bad right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He made it actually closer than people thought it would be because it was 5-1, and then I think it ends up being 7-5.
Yeah.
So he was able to get one of the mini breaks back, but Roger just had too big of a lead.
Yeah.
And he was able to stretch it.
Absolutely. It's a good cross-court pass there from Roger to bring up 6-3, but it wasn't also the most difficult one, to be fair.
That's what he could always do, by the way. He could just cut your rhythm and just go for that that cross-court short slice and, make Roddick hit a really good approach shot. And oftentimes he was just so good at anticipating the next shot.
Yeah.
But forehand cross is just bread and butter at this point.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anyone in the live chat, if you're an Andy Roddick fan around this time, let us know your thoughts on Roddick as a player or even this final or just Roddick as a gentleman. By the way, he's always good fun to follow on Twitter to see what he's got to say. I think he even joked last week about with Roger retiring now, maybe I should get ready for Wimbledon.
Yeah, I love that tweet. He's just, his Twitter game is just amazing. Like he'll never be better than Federer at tennis, but he's definitely better at Twitter.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Federer's all right. By the way, just one thing with Federer on Twitter, I like the way his profile picture is him as a kid. Not very many people do that. And I think there is a childish element to Roger in some ways that even he would
I loved when he, like, for instance, in the pandemic, in the pandemic pause, he was just replying to all of his fans with these really cool GIFs and just quote tweeting fans.
Another video I remember that he did during the pandemic, I think it may have been, and I think Rod Laver responded to it. It was of him hitting a tennis ball against a wall in a very snowy part of Switzerland.
Trying to see how many times you can bounce it off your
Yeah, exactly. It's really cool.
A lot of people partake in that. I actually did a video challenge of that too.
Did you?
I was just bored, so I was just
something to
There's
do.
not
It was
much
in
to
the
do.
early days of the pandemic, I remember.
Yeah.
But he also said "see you on the grass," which unfortunately never happened.
Yeah.
As he closes out this set to win it 7-5, as you say, good rally there from Roddick, who was obviously quite far behind in that set, in that tiebreak at one point, but it wasn't enough. The gap was too big. So it's 2-1 now, but bearing in mind that's 2 tiebreaks in a row. Be interesting to know how Roddick was in tiebreaks, and particularly against Roger. I don't know if he lost a lot of tiebreaks with Roger, but with that big serve, we mentioned it before, by the way, when we looked at Nadal and Rafa. Sorry, Nadal and Federer. The box with the 2 teams so close to each other is kind of funny.
Yeah, that used to be something they did back in the day. Like, I still remember Roger and the 08 final. They were just
on top of each other.
Yeah.
Now they got their own separate boxes. We've now skipped, by the way, on the highlights reel. We've got it back on 2 sets all. I'm just going to go back a few seconds. Yeah. We've got it at I think it's 6-6. Let me just get back on this because I've lost it for a second. So everyone can pause their videos.
Yeah, I would say the key moment here is at 8-all when Roddick has 2 break points.
Yeah, just a second. Just pause your video a second, Vanch, and I'll catch you up because I think I've lost the ream for a second. What second are you at, by the way, so I can find you?
I'm at 1758.
1758. Let me get to 1758 then. Okay.
I think I could skip over this.
Yeah, okay. Let me get to 1758 and I'll okay, I'm at 1759. That's enough. Yeah, so it's at 8-all now. So just to let people know where we are, if they're not watching along with the link I sent earlier, it's 2 sets all. Roddick, just quickly before I press play, Roddick gets it back. So he's obviously down in the dumps, having lost two tie breaks in a row. The first one in particular would have been pretty painful, but he's managed to win that 4th set.
Yeah, that was impressive for him to shrug off those 2 tie breaks in the second and third, and then break. And I believe it was the 4th game of the 4th. Federer serving at 1-2, and he was able to break at 30 and just stay in baseline rallies and then force errors. Looks like, and Federer did have a serve to bail him out on one of the break points, but he couldn't save the other one.
So I'm at 1759, but before I press play, I just want to bring up this tweet that I posted earlier. The 2009 final, Andy Roddick, Roger Federer, was a classic. It was a thriller. It was beyond tennis, but it was also a little bit cruel, and we'll come to that in a second. Black Eyed Peas, again, were top of the US charts, but this time with the song I do know, I Got a Feeling. Anyway, I won't continue singing it, or we'll lose viewers, we'll hemorrhage viewers pretty quickly. But I don't know if, and I did tweet Andy, by the way, earlier. I don't think I've got a response, but I did say, I don't know if you had that feeling that day, taking a little pun out of the Vanch book of puns there. But anyway, back to the match. I'm going to press play now. And you said that we were a really, obviously, crucial moment. And that's why I guess they put this highlights package together. 2 sets all, 8 games all. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. And it's obviously these 2 break points that you just, 2 break points for Roddick, at 15-40, but it's clutch serving there from Roger to get it to 30-40.
Yeah.
Let's see how he is on the second break point.
That's kind of the theme of this match, by the way.
Just
the clutch serving from Roger, that just really from both, but Roger, I think in total had 50 aces in this match, the most he's ever hit in his career.
Yeah. Oh, really? 50 aces?
Yeah, 50. Half a
century.
Yeah.
Is that also a little bit down to Roddick? Like, it's not Djokovic, he's on the other side.
Actually, Roddick probably had more breakpoint chances, but Roger just had those erasers on the big moments.
Yeah. Of course, these are break points and not match points because Roger got to serve first in this 5th set, as he did a year before. Didn't work out for him that year, but it's where I am is, by the way, 8-all juice. There's a couple of adverts just popped up on my screen, so I don't know if adverts have popped up or commercials have popped up on your screen or not. Anyways, back to the match now with Roger serving it at his advantage. Goes slightly long with the first serve. So Roddick here have a second serve to look at. 8-all advantage Federer, but given it was 15-40 before, it's a decent second serve. Roddick is in the rally though. He's approaching the net, but he's gone long with the backhand slice. And the chance goes a begging 2 break points, 2 mini match points. It's not the first time today that Roddick has sort of missed an opportunity, so to speak. And Maybe that's the theme of the match. By the way, they've now skipped to 14-15, understandably. I'm going to press pause. I'm guessing, therefore, the next half a dozen games were pretty sort of serve dominated, which is probably why the highlights package went from 8-all to quickly to 14-15.
Yeah, that's correct.
But those two break points go a begging. But it's not the most cruel moment of the match as let's go into this 14-15 match game. It's 19-21 on my screen. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. Huge pressure moments, but there's been many, of course. Andy Roddick is constantly serving, really, for the last hour or so, serving to save the match every time as the shadow comes across Wimbledon. Almost Madrid-esque, actually, in terms of annoyance, I would suggest, from a viewer's point of view. But it's 14-15. Roddick serving to the forehand of Roger. That's a decent return. Maybe Roddick could have gone a bit harder on that first serve, but in mind he's capable of doing 143 an hour. But anyway, he loses that first point due to an unforced error into the net, so it's love 15.
Yeah. And that's the other thing, too, in these big matches, when you serve first in the fifth set, I believe that it really gives you this psychological advantage, especially if you serve as big as these guys, because just like that difference between a 6-3 and a 6-4 set, right? Like if you go up 3-2 and you break for 4-2, then the match feels like it's in your hands.
Absolutely, and he's
just was always, because Federer was always holding, and Roddick just had to keep on making that pressure. And if he loses the first couple of points in the service game, like he does here,
as he does here, he's shanked to one there, so it's love 30. Good serve there, though. 15-30. So as you said, pressure constantly for an hour. It's not like you go to a tiebreak as you would do now. This is back in the day where you just kept going and going and going. In fact, that didn't change until about 2 or 3 years ago at Wimbledon, or a bit more, 3 or 4 years ago, I think it was. But that's 2 good serves there from Roddick, bringing it back to 30 also. But nevertheless, Roger's still just 2 points from the win, which, of course, he was 2 points from the win 2 points ago. It's just that Roddick at least has got himself back in the game at 30-all. Let's see how he gets on with this serve. Good first serve again, and it's brought it to 40-30. Now, if you're a Roddick fan, you can relax. This is fine. 40-30, but we're going to be back on serve in a second. Anyway, I'm playing the game a bit there. We've just got an advert popping up on my YouTube feed, so you'll have to wait 5 seconds before that finishes. I'm sure you're getting adverts popping up on yours from time to time. So I'm going to skip this ad, so it'll take us to 40-30. Roddick is going to sort this out, surely. 40-30, he's fine now. Oh, no problem. Second serve. Still, he'll be fine. He was love 30 down. He should be feeling good about his chances. Nevertheless, we're in a rally now. What's going to happen here? Oh, no.
I remember this is when Larry Stefanki was his coach.
Say again, Fanch?
Larry Stefanki.
Merits to thank you?
Oh, Larry Stefanki was his coach during this time.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not actually familiar with him. I don't really know much about him. But anyway, we'll come to that in a second, and we'll probably evaluate on his coach in a second. But currently, I've got deuce with Roddick serving, having just hit a horrible backhand. But good serve, game point again. So that's the first deuce we've got out of the way from Roddick's point of view, at least. And he's got a game point advantage. Again, you're a Roddick fan. You're thinking, okay, you got this. You've been serving to stay in the match for the last hour or so. Roger, as is his wont, spinning the racket in his hand. So not to show what kind of shot he's ready for. Has Roddick gone long there with that forehand? Yeah, I think he has deuce. 2 points again from the victory. There is a particular point I'm waiting for. I'm not sure exactly when it happens, Vanch, but these are nervy times, of course, for Roddick, and my goodness, I wonder if Roddick has ever watched this again. Probably not.
Probably doesn't ever want to.
No, I mean, I also mentioned it earlier with Federer and the 2 match points he had against. I wonder if I also speculated earlier if Federer's ever watched the 08 final. I would imagine not, but now he's got some time. Did you just see that point at the same time as I saw it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Basically, what we've just seen is another mishit forehand from Andy Roddick, bringing up. Pretty sure this is the first championship point as we go to little look at Pete Sampras in the crowd, looking very calm in his shades. So we've got championship point. Roddick goes into the net on the first serve. How is he going to do on the second? Gets it in. to his relief. Forehand, not bad. Shank again. And that's it. Game, set, match, championship, 15th major, overtaking Sampras. What a 5 weeks or so, or maybe a bit less, 3 weeks in the career of Roger Federer. He finally gets over the line with the French Open. Because going past Sampras without a French Open, I know Sampras never won the French, of course, as well. But going past Sampras without a French Open would feel a bit different to going past him with one.
Yeah, that was the big thing right there, that he won the French and Wimbledon. Span of 5 weeks. His wife was pregnant also with his twins at the time.
Oh, okay. We just
so
saw a little image. We just saw an image of Roddick there, just bowed down.
And just before that, he got married. So it was a really big year for Federer, and after the Australian Open, because his season didn't start out like in the most winning fashion, right? He lost the epic 5-setter to Rafa, and then he didn't do so well until he finally won in Madrid, and then he won Roland Garros, and then he won Wimbledon. It was just, and then got back to number one. So it was, and then he broke this record, and he has the career slam on top of it. So, and poor Sampras, right? He only had the record for 6 years, because essentially, I guess, he essentially only held on to it for 6 years since Roger was in the picture, because Roger wins his first Wimbledon in 2003, and then 2009 Wimbledon he already has 15. So it's
Federer would hold the slam lead to himself for 11 years until Rafa equaled it in 2020.
Or 12 and a half.
If you want to talk about when
2009 Wimbledon to 2022 AO.
That's right, yeah. But he had it by himself for 11 years and then 12 and a half until he was finally overtaken by.
And then, of course, Djokovic would overtake him at Wimbledon this year. But
it's
still a reign twice as long as Sampras, which is crazy.
Yeah. I think, though, in terms of, I'm just going to press pause before we look at our fourth match. I think in terms of listen, one day someone's going to break your record. Whether you are the 100-meter world record holder, such as maybe Carl Lewis, for example, in the past, Donovan Bailey, I remember having that record, and so on and so forth, until we get to obviously today with Usain Bolt. Same with other records, in whether it be top goal scorers and World Cups and all that stuff. One day someone is going to break your record in theory. Until now, records have always been broken. There are arguments that say that there is probably a peak. Even with running, they do say that there is a limit to what humans can do. But whatever that is, I'm sure we're still not quite there, despite Usain Bolt's meteoric times. And even with tennis, let's just say Djokovic gets to 25 and retires, Grand Slam race winner, blah, blah, blah. Unbelievable. One day, probably someone will break that record, whether that be in 50 years or 100 years or 200 years. It may well stand for a long, long time. Who knows? And it may only last for 5 or 10 years. We just don't, or 10 years. We just don't know. But the point is this: if you've had it, whether it be for a couple of years or 20 years or whatever, it's nice. So I know what you mean with Sampras losing after 6 years and not holding it for as long as Federer did, or for as long as others did. But he had it. I'm sure Sampras wouldn't mind to have added a French, perhaps, but he was never close to winning the French, really, Sampras. Unlike Federer, he wasn't knocking at the door like Federer was.
Yeah, I think he only made one semi-final at Roland Garros.
I certainly remember. He didn't make a final, and I just don't remember him ever making an impression there. As imperious as he was on the grass for so many years. But I just think that leading the race is significant. Whether you then go on to lose it, and even better, in a perfect world, you lose it not playing, if you like. I actually said the other day, Vanch, when we were talking about, I forget which Federer episode it was. It might have been Federer at Wimbledon. And I said if he'd won the match against Djokovic in 2019, and he was obviously very, 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 very close to doing so, if he had just retired, and this is never going to happen, I know, and I'm pretty sure Federer's even said something this week about, he can't leave the sport quite so easily. But if he had won that match and just laid down his racket the next day, it would give him a very strong argument. Even if Djokovic went on to win 30 majors, it would at least give him a a ball in the game, so to speak, of saying, look, I won it. I finished on a win. I got to 21. I was leading the slam race by 5 or 6 ahead of Djokovic at the time, and 3 or 4 ahead of Rafa, as it would have been at the time. I had 21 slams. Yeah, Djokovic got to 25 in the end, but he won 9 of his majors after I'd retired. If I'm living in this alternate universe, if you like.
Yeah.
And Federer fans and Federer himself could easily have gone off in the distance with just about every box ticked, if you like.
Right. There's a lot of what ifs, right? Like if he had
course.
won, then would the rest of the majors have played out the way they did? It's just, like at that point, I'm pretty sure, for him it was a plus, like to even get to the final and beat Rafa and get to whatever it was, 12 all in the fifth. I think he could look at it both ways. That it was an opportunity missed, but it was also, like encouraging that he was playing at that level at almost 38 and he had those chances. So he probably thought, he still has some left. And then of course the knee comes in the way, and it's just, you can't have a perfect ending in sports. It's just,
well, you just don't know, do you? But he has mentioned that the knee was already becoming a thing. Maybe not during
it was becoming a thing in 2019, I think. And
exactly, by the summer of 2019.
Australian Open, when it really had to.
Yeah. So, just before we get to the next match, we're very, very close to talking about it. Don't worry. But we're back at the French Open for the next match, and I'm just going to bring up my next tweet that I brought up today. So we're looking at now Djokovic Federer in 2011, and this is probably the one amongst the 5 matches. It's the only one that didn't go to 5 sets. I think I spoke to you as well about this the other day, Vanch, when we were sort of having a quick chat about which 5 to talk about. This is the only one that doesn't go to 5 sets. It's the second of the 5, or one of only 2 of the 5, if you like, that aren't a final. But it's probably, bearing in mind, I think he certainly in 2009, that final, and certainly the match against Tommy Haas, those 2 anyway, where he could have probably played. There's better tennis that Roger produced in his career. They were in the 5 for significance. This one is probably the least significant in some respects, at least in terms of, it's not like he went on to win the tournament, but it's also big because of it was maybe the best performance that he ever put in on a tennis court, or certainly on clay, and obviously given the opponent down the other side of the end of the court.
Yeah, the best clay court performance and win of his career, because Djokovic was on the 41 match winning streak to start 2011, 43 if you go back to 43 if you go back to Davis Cup the year before, but and he lost to Novak 3 times in the year before that, and he was the underdog going in. But the interesting thing about this match, which I don't know if it gets mentioned as much, but Djokovic was actually a little out of rhythm in this tournament because he had a walkover in the quarters.
Oh, okay.
Against Fabio Fognini, and that can sometimes work both ways, right? Because it can give you, it can give you an extra needed break, rest, where you can train and practice, but it's also more time to think about it, and it's less match play. So, meanwhile, Federer had come off of his quarterfinal win against Monfils, just like he had in 2009. But this time, I think there was a different feel to this one, just because of that walkover, and just because had he won, we would have had a Djokovic Nadal final, and of course, Djokovic really had Rafa's number even on the clay in 2011, leading up to the French Open. So, just the dynamic was very interesting to me, because and this is the first time they played at Roland Garros, so they'd never played best of 5 before this on clay.
So it's obviously no shock to anyone, given the way we've been talking about this match. If you didn't know before, Federer does go on to win it. But The Guardian described it as a shock, which goes to show a little bit about how Federer's star maybe had waned a bit in the previous 12 to 18 months. But even more so, it was all about the fact that just Novak was unbeatable at this point.
Yeah, that's all it was really about. Novak was just like unbelievable during that whole
and of course,
and the entire 2011 really. But yeah,
of course, the stat that we know that's the most important is that Rolling in the Deep by Adele was #1 in the US on this particular day.
It was top of the charts for a long time, that song.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's a good song. Good song.
Yeah.
But yeah, so perhaps I didn't even need to look that one up. I could have just guessed it might well have been Rolling in the Deep, given how long it was at #1 in the US. Okay, listen, this highlights package is a bit shorter. It's 15 minutes and 1 second.
So actually, I'm gonna have to I think you'll probably end up doing most of this because I can't view this. This is not available in in
Oh,
US.
is it not? Oh, okay. I'll just press play. I mean, listen, I'll talk us through the match, but feel free to just jump in as and when. So I've got,
Right.
it's a 15-minute one. I mean, we're at 1-1, by the way, in the first set. And if I remember rightly, we're going to come up to it in a second anyway. Djokovic does get an early break in this match, right?
No, actually, it was Roger who broke first for
I
1-0,
okay,
and then
it's
it was
Roger
Novak who broke back.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought we had a 4-2 lead for Novak at some point, but I could well be wrong. But listen, let me talk us through it. So at 1-1, it's on juice. So this already at this stage of the game, this stage of the match could be a big game.
Yeah, and then of course, then after that it was on serve, and then it was 4-2, and because Novak breaks again.
So it was. So Novak did. Okay, gotcha. Novak
So
did.
they traded 2 breaks before eventually they got to
Gotcha.
a tie break.
Gotcha. Interestingly, Novak does have a little bit of bandage on his just below his knee. I don't know if you remember that or if that was any
Yeah,
level
I
of
remember that.
importance.
He had that during the clay season as well, but
It didn't seem to affect him too much. Gustavo Kuerten there just giving a nice round of applause as we see an excellent shot from Federer down the line. Djokovic here with a 3-2 lead, but he goes long with the first break point chance, but he ends up breaking to take 4-2. So Djokovic here leading 4-2. These are pretty fast. They come thick and fast. These as you can imagine, 15 minutes for 4 sets. And now Federer's got break points at 15-40 on the Djokovic serve. This is turning into a pretty meaty rally. Wow, some excellent shots here. This is sort of Nadal Djokovic-esque.
yeah, the ball striking and movement and timing in this match, off the charts from both.
Yeah, Federer really pleased to get that one back now, back on serve at 3-4, as he comes up with a nice, excellent cross-court shot there. 5-all now. I'm going to press pause at 5-all before we get to the meat and drink of this particular set. Talking of the first set and also the match as a whole, if you want, before we go too far in the match, what are your memories of the early stages of this match?
Yeah, the early stages were pretty interesting because obviously you had Novak really feeling like under pressure on it came down, I think, in the end to a serve and return dynamic, because obviously Roger had to have an amazing serving day, and he had to hit all of his spots. He had to vary he had to go, mix it up, go to the Djokovic forehand, go to the Djokovic backhand, hit some body serves, and he had to make sure that he wasn't missing second serve returns when he had the chance on Djokovic's second serve. And then the baseline rallies, I thought Federer's ability to hang with his backhand was really good in this match, just overall, just from a shot tolerance perspective. And also when he had to change directions on the line, he was feeling quite confident in this tournament, taking the ball a little earlier, a little bit flatter on his backhand. I noticed that as well. So that kept Novak guessing. And if Novak has to defend a little bit with his forehand, that's what you kind of want, because he's just so solid off the ground. You want to make him come in. You want to use the slice backhand when you can to keep him at bay. And I just felt like it became a lot more even from the baseline as a result of Federer's variety and the way he was able to keep Novak off guard. And then, of course, with his big serving, he was able to have some advantages as well. But it's interesting they skipped to 5-all because I seem to recall Djokovic having 2 set points, 4-5, 15-40. I believe one of them was an unreturned serve.
Okay.
It was a first serve to the body, and it was a sort of a forehand down the return middle.
Yeah, I wanted a shorter highlights package for this one. There were 1 or 2 longer ones, but I went for the shorter one because I know how this show was going to be, and I knew it was going to be an hour for the first match alone. So
no, I get that.
Yeah.
So it was 1 forced error and then 1 forehand winner, I believe, cross court.
Yeah. Do you think from Djokovic's side in terms of this match any sort of big regrets from his side? Obviously, he loses the match, so there'll be some regrets of some sort.
Yeah, I think he'll have one regret. I don't think he served his best.
Okay.
If you look at the overall dynamic, I think he was good enough from the back of the court to win.
Yeah.
But I just don't think he served well enough overall. Like he had 7 aces to Federer's 18, and also he didn't have a lot of unreturned points either. Like when I was looking at it, the 18 aces to 7 is a big one, but Federer he served a lot to the Federer backhand. Like 60% of his serves were to Roger's backhand, and Federer was just on those that day. And so I didn't feel like he served super, because if you look at the breakpoint conversion, it's very interesting. It's 4 out of 13 for Novak, and 4 out of 25 for Roger. So he was able to create a lot more chances. even though they broke each other 4 times, he was able to create a lot more chances on Djokovic's serve. So that
Okay.
ended up paying off, even though his overall ratio was poor.
Yeah, sometimes when the ratio is that bad, between the big three, I think, when the ratio is that bad, I'm now into the tiebreak, the first set. When the ratio is that bad between the big three, the other one normally punishes it, if you like. We
Yeah, and then
sometimes might,
sorry.
you might get that with an underdog. You might get an underdog who breaks 3 times out of 3, for example, and manages to force a fifth set. And you see that Rafa, Novak, or Roger have had 20 break points, but haven't been able to take advantage of as many, and yet they still go on to win the match. You don't see it with the big three. Normally, when one has really missed out, the other one punishes them because it's rare that both of them will miss out that much.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one other thing on the serve, I just want to highlight just overall,
Yeah.
like what a serving performance. Federer served 45% to the Djokovic's forehand, 48% to the backhand, and 6% body. So it was he really kept Djokovic guessing. But I think
Yeah.
Djokovic was a little more predictable. 60% to Federer's backhand, 35% to the forehand, and 5% body. And the real big stat for me is also the unreturned serves. This was clocked on Tennis Warehouse. Djokovic, only 19% of his serves were unreturned, but for Roger, it was pretty significant. It was let me see if I have the number. 42% of his serves were unreturned in this match on clay.
Philippe
against
Chatrier, that's
against
very
Djokovic,
impressive.
the greatest returner of all time on a slow clay
Exactly.
court.
Yeah.
That is massive.
Just one thing as well regarding the backhand. It was the first set, the set point that Djokovic ended up losing, if you like, because it was an unforced error from him at the end. And it was a serve to the backhand. And it was just a bunch of slices on this. This is the set point, the first set. Just a bunch of slices that Djokovic lost patience on, I guess, that ended up forcing the unforced error. And it comes up, and that's that. And by the way, Federer then races into a pretty commanding lead. He's 4-1 and then 5-2. And he's also 5-2 with love 40, I think, on the Djokovic serve. But then Djokovic gets it back to deuce. But at 5-2, love 40 with a set and 5-2 lead, I mean, it's looking pretty good. Although Djokovic ends up holding that to get it back to 3-5.
Yeah, and I think he will have some regrets, by the way, on the first set as well. I
Okay.
believe in the tiebreak he missed an easy forehand, and he had a 5-4 lead as well. So he had 2 serves after that at 5-4, and he lost both
Sure.
those points.
Sure.
And then of course he had the 2 set points. Couldn't really do much there. Federer just came up with really big serves and came up with a really good forehand on one of them. But I think it really, in Federer Djokovic matches, the first set really is big. I think it's even bigger for Roger to get that first set. I think Djokovic has lost to Roger 23 times.
Mhm.
And only once has Federer come back and beaten Djokovic from a set down. So he knows.
Oh, really?
How big
Even
this first set is.
on any court, on any
On any court, any surface, any format, best of 3 or best of 5.
Got it. Yeah,
He's never done it in a major from a set down.
So never done it in a major, right? So so in 50 matches that they've played, because I think it's 27-23 is the head-to-head, just slightly in Djokovic's favor. There's only been one of those 50 that he's lost the first set and gone on to win, if you like, or one of the 23 that he's won, if you like.
From a set down. But I think for Novak it's like 7. But you have to keep in mind sometimes these matches. It was more important for Roger, especially with the 6-year age gap, and the timing of when they played, and that is also important. But generally speaking, the first set was more important for Roger. I think you can say that overall.
Sure. In terms of the Grand Slam tally, I think Roger does have a tiny advantage over the other two, or slightly more than tiny, a small advantage over the two, in that it wasn't until 2005 that Rafa arrived. It wasn't until 2006 that he was competitive on grass. And in terms of the majors anyway, it wasn't until 2009 that he was he on a hard court major final before 2009? I don't think so. I don't think he got to the Australian Open until 2009. I don't think he. So my point is that I'll get to it a bit quicker. That Rafa had a couple of years to get some majors under his belt, so to speak.
Yeah.
That the other two just didn't have.
It's a good point. He had a good time without Djokovic and Rafa in the picture.
Yeah.
But I think where it also maybe could be a disadvantage is the latter half of the decade, obviously coinciding with Djokovic's prime, and then also, or his dominant years, I guess you could say, and then also just that he was the one being chased, and Djokovic and Rafa were kind of aiming to break his records and get past him, because he's the one that set the bar, and then now he's having to fend them off in a way. So I think it sort of goes both ways, but it's your point is true also about the
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
point.
Anyway, Federer goes on to win that second set 6-3, but Djokovic gets a break. So he's on the highlights footage I'm watching. And by the way, there's been some great points, of course. There are a couple of really big points that do finish with when I say big, I mean like set points. Both, I think the first and second set finished with an unforced error from Djokovic. The second set was certainly on a backhand error into the net, but he's on the verge here and he does it with an ace. To get back to 2-1, as we see Marion. This is so long ago. Marion Vida's got hair.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those days.
Marion Vida and him split for a little while, then got back together, right?
Yeah, in the early part of 2017 is when Djokovic got rid of most of his team.
Okay.
Because he was going through like a downtime with his elbow, and he had some spiritual desires that he wanted to do. So he had Pepe Imaz come on his team. He had Andre Agassi, which actually didn't end up working out at all.
No.
And same with I believe he also had Radek Stepanik at one point, and he had Mario Ančić. So he completely got rid of his main coaches. And then after a while, he got Marion Vida back on board in 2018, and then of course you have the resurgence where he goes on and wins 9 more majors after that. So yeah, Vida has been central for him. He's been the central guy throughout.
Was he split with him again recently? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I think that was more of a mutual thing. I think he just spent so much time on the road. The last 16, 17 years, he just needed a break. And then he went on and wanted to help someone from his own country, and Alex Mochan. So he actually coaches him.
Yeah, he does.
And that was quite an awkward moment for Novak this year when he had to play Mochan in the third round of
Yeah.
And sort of with not having Vida on his side, but it's no problem really.
I know the relationship's good. I think that's an excellent backhand down the line from Federer. It's 3-3 currently in the fourth set, 40-love to the Swiss, so it's on serve still. Djokovic now bringing up 30-love on his own serve, so it's nip and tuck in this fourth set, but it is great tennis from both players, even if it is a brief highlights package I'm watching. And I'm watching Federer on the backhand. Well, it's a good backhand day from Federer, which is not always the case.
Yeah, a really good backhand day, both on the return and also from the baseline. He was really doing a good job mixing it up. And just mixing it up against Novak is not enough either. You can slice him all you want, but it's not enough. You got to be able to end points as well. And he was doing that. He hit 11 backhand winners in the match, which is the same number as Novak. That just shows you how well he was hitting his backhand that day.
It's juiced though right now, 4-4 in this big fourth set, and we're actually at a really big point right now, and we're seeing excellent points from both sides of the net. Excellent defense here from Roger. Also, he's just constantly going the backhand. I get why, but on this particular day, it wasn't working in the end. He's just constantly peppering the backhand. Wow, there's a slight mishit there from Roger that seems to land in. But yeah, Roger's mixing up a lot more, but that's an excellent forehand cross court from Djokovic. It's 4-4. Djokovic has a break point here.
Yeah, Djokovic's forehand really came to life in the third and even parts of the fourth. From what
Just a second, I'm just going to press pause because actually it's my memories of this game are much vaguer than yours. I think he's just broken, and now Djokovic is serving for the fourth set.
Yeah, this was a big moment in the match.
So, bearing in mind, I know how this match pans out. I wasn't aware that Djokovic, bearing in mind 2-0 down, it's still a very close match despite it being 2-0, and we obviously have extolled the virtues of Federer's performance from this particular day, both in terms of serving, variety, and how strong he was on the backhand. But Djokovic has a golden opportunity to make it 2-all, and boy, oh boy, when Djokovic has got the bit between his teeth, it's pretty even for someone as good as Federer to stop. Just one more thing as well. I think we both agree that Djokovic is just slightly ahead of Federer in the Roland Garros or clay argument, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think at this point,
it's close, but I think it's like sometimes you could be close, but you can also be sure of the one who's slightly.
Yeah, I think Djokovic is just a little ahead for sure.
Yeah, me too. But not on this particular day. But he is serving for the fourth set. It's at love all right now, and you'd back Djokovic normally to close this out. And then if it does go to a fifth, you'd make him the favourite, particularly as he's unbeaten in 43 matches. Don't forget that big fact. He's peppering the backhand once again, but we're mixing up now from Roger with a couple of one slice and a couple of demon backhands, which are doing quite well. And eventually it's Djokovic's backhand that breaks down. In fact, he lost his balance then. He's already got...
Is this the first point of the 5-4 game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was a 22-shot rally, and it ended with a forced error. It was, yeah.
Epic, yeah. Djokovic was just slightly off balance, though, in terms of the last point. So it was an unforced error, and it's now love 40, and Djokovic is smiling. He then brings it back to 30-40. But it's still break point. Obviously,
Yeah, I
Roger, the
remember that.
fourth one of the
I
three.
remember still thinking Novak was going to come back because he hit an ace and then another winner.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, 30-40, he might even save that. But yeah, we'll see.
Anyway, he didn't save it in the end because Federer ended up breaking it with a winner. So it's back on serve at 5-all, 30-all now on the Djokovic serve. So these are nervy times for the Serb. It's now on a big forehand. Doesn't really get much purchase off that forehand. And another forehand again for Djokovic. Federer on the backhand. Federer running around the backhand this time. Oh, but it's a winner, 40-30. Great winner there from Djokovic. He's now got game point. Oh, he's now got break point. Sorry, because we've now switched to the next game. It's 5-all. And he had a break point to get that, if you like. I'm just going to press pause because we're jumping through this pretty quickly. He did have a break point there, Djokovic, to go back a break up. He would then have to have served it out, of course. But anyway, it's now 30-all. So it's 30-all, and I think it's 5-6. Let me just check the scoreboard a second. It's 30-all, and Djokovic is serving at 5-6. So Federer, of course, is 2 points from victory as we go into this rally here, which is
5-all 30-40 point, by the way, was huge. I remember Federer missed his first serve.
Okay.
And it was a second serve, but it was a really good second serve, like down the tee. And Djokovic missed the return. I think he'll want that one back.
Djokovic
even though it was a good serve, I think Novak makes that return most of the time.
I'm just pausing the video again. Yeah, fair enough. Djokovic smiles at the end of that point that you were just referring to there, Vanch. But then he has a break point of his own, doesn't take advantage of it. And now we're at 5-6, 30-all. As I press play on to replay this point at 30-all. So right now, of course, Federer is 2 points from victory at 30-all. Now he's going for the forehand of Roger. It's good defense. This is really good defense from Roger. Djokovic, though, that is sublime. A nice little dink over the net. It's a drop shot pretty much. Nevertheless, Federer wins the next point. So it's deuce now at 5-6. So the pressure's still very much on the Serb, bearing in mind how close he is to defeat right now. Good slice there from Roger. Good deep slice. Another sort of backhand slice. This time it's just a conventional backhand from Roger, but it's an excellent backhand winner down the line from Djokovic, forcing the tiebreak. I'm going to stop now.
Yeah.
So we're into
that was interesting to me also in this match. Djokovic didn't have many backhand down the line winners.
Okay.
Generally it's not like one of the most devastating like shots and tennis that you would think of, like say a Federer or Nadal forehand. But generally he usually takes it. He can usually use that shot earlier in rallies, but that's credit to Federer because Federer was hanging tough with him in these baseline rallies, and he was not getting many looks and chances. So that was a big one there for Djokovic.
It was. Amongst the big three, though, he is comfortably the best with that backhand on the line and just in general on the backhand. I would say.
Yeah, his backhand is world class.
But it's such a difficult shot. It's such a difficult to change it up like that. I mean, you'll know even more so than me, probably. It's certainly a tough shot for me. I don't change it up very often and go big on a backhand down the line, but Djokovic does, and he feels very comfortable in doing so. Funny enough, Rafa's won a couple of slams this year with big backhands down the line. Certainly the French Open, anyway. I remember he beat Djokovic and Casper Ruud with backhands down the line, and I remember Owen and I being like, wow, that doesn't happen very often that he wins a match with backhand down the line. Never mind such big ones. It's more Djokovic's forte. Going into the tiebreak at 6-all, just forget who's on the court right now. We've obviously got Federer Djokovic. If it's player A against player B, so we don't know who it is, I guess the momentum is still with player B, given that player B in this instance is Djokovic, in that obviously it was 2-0. Now it's got to 2-1. But then you'd argue that Djokovic was serving for the set and didn't take advantage of it. I'm not quite sure who was the favorite going into this tiebreak.
Yeah, I think it was pretty 50-50, like you said, because
of those two reasons.
Yeah, because of those two reasons. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. I'm pressing play now on the tiebreak. It's love all. They're in the midst of another good rally here. A good defense there from Djokovic. A nice little dink over the net from Federer. Does it. So he brings up 1 love in the tiebreak. Djokovic now to serves down the tee to the Federer forehand on this occasion. Now it's on the Djokovic backhand, heading to the backhand also. He mixes it up to the forehand. They're in the midst of a decent rally here. Oh, what an excellent forehand winner from Federer. Federer now good back. Oh, he goes long with that. So it's 2-2 now in this, and it's actually now just skipped to 5-3. So I'll just press pause as this is racing through this tiebreak. Points, chances from both players, but ultimately Federer ekes out a 5-3 lead. So he's now 2 points away from winning not just the match, but also breaking the 43 match unbeaten run of Djokovic. How big was that in terms of the context of the match, and even what obviously goes on to happen with Federer breaking this 43 match unbeaten run? How huge was that breaking of Novak's run?
I think it was pretty big at the time because, Novak was the best player that year by far, and he had generally had Federer and Nadal's number at this point, and he was just overflowing with confidence. You got the feeling that he was just unpenetrable, unbeatable. It just felt like no one was ever going to stop him unless he just had a bad day of his own. And for sure, he was the clear favorite coming into this Federer match. But also given the fact that he had that walkover, it just kind of made things a little bit more in balance. But also, just massive for Federer as well to just be like, because he lost his number 2 ranking, I remember that year, and also just show Djokovic again that I'm still the man. I'm only 29. That might be old compared to the rest of the peers in my generation, but I've still got a boatload of great tennis ahead of me. And I think it was more just Federer really wanted to have that win and just kind of show Novak that I'm still here.
By the way, this is also maybe quite significant from the slam race and from the GOAT debate and all the other stuff that we can talk about. Federer almost denying Djokovic is also quite important because 43 match unbeaten run, insane. Unbelievable level of tennis, insane. As you said, even making huge dents into Nadal's reputation on clay, insane.
Yeah.
Winning the Australian Open in straight sets against Andy Murray that year, insane. Knowing what also was to happen after this, because Djokovic soon recovers and goes on to beat Rafa at Wimbledon in 2011, and then he also wins the US Open final against who did he win in the final? He saved match points
Rafa again.
Against Rafa again. So
but he had to save those 2 match points against
Roger. Yeah.
Roger.
So but this year, I mean, in many ways, he was closer to winning the Grand Slam the calendar slam this year than maybe even he was in 2021, bearing in mind how the US Open final panned out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just, we're talking about, godlike levels from Djokovic. I'm going to go back to this tiebreak. I'll just go back 15 seconds on my thing. So it's 5-3 to Federer. He's 2 points away from winning the match. He's serving, so he's obviously got the mini break advantage. He now brings up 6-3 with an unreturnable. And we talked about how well he served, but he also obviously served well in the big moments. It's a serve from Djokovic. It's now on the backhand of Federer. Forehand Djokovic there now backhand of Djokovic. Nice little slice there from Roger. Clips the top of the net from Novak. Gets a bit lucky there. Novak saving the first match point. It's now 6-5 though to Federer. He serves it out with an ace. This, by the way, this finger wag.
Iconic finger wag, yes.
It's a great celebration. Okay, he gives a bit more of an exaltation after that. But the finger wag is really interesting.
Yeah.
Semi-final finger wag with an ace. And off he goes to the final. Now, of course, he ends up losing the final, but I had to have it in there just because of the level of quality he produced on or at his least successful slam. Any concluding points on this? Or any concluding thoughts on this particular match?
Yeah, I think this was one of those matches where you could point to a few crucial points and breakers going Federer's way. And that's kind of the reverse of the 2019 final and some of these other matches, because Djokovic really flipped that head-to-head second in the last decade. But this was one of those last signature big wins for against a really, really good version of Novak. And Federer would have had to feel just immensely happy with his performance, the way he could have lost that 4th set, and then he could have lost the 2-set-to-love lead. He could have lost the 1st set. But his grit, his resolve, his ability to find solutions, his ability to hang tough in long rallies, it was the other side of Federer that once again, overcame this monster of a player in that year. And now he has no time to really celebrate because guess what? He's got the King of Clay in the final, and
Yeah.
and in some ways, I don't, maybe we'll talk to it. Maybe we won't get to it as much, but that was a close final as well for 3 sets, and he definitely had his chances to win the first set in that match.
Yeah. I mean, he never got back apart. So in the I think there were 6 matches, I think, between Rafa and Roger at the French Open. 2019 was fairly one-way traffic. 2008 was a bruising final, as we were fairly competitive, fairly close. I have argued recently, and I may change my mind on this, that it's actually the 2005 semi-final that Roger had against Rafa as being the closest and maybe best chance he had of beating Rafa. And the reason why is there were other matches that on the scoreboard were fairly close. I mean, they were all 4 sets, the other matches that we mentioned. I think so. There was 2 straight sets victory for Rafa and I think 4 set matches. So it was never a 5th set. But with this one, he was the 2005 one, he was super close and maybe should have won the 3rd set, which would have then pushed potentially to a 5th if Rafa had won the 4th. But there's another reason why I highlight the 2005 one. It's because Rafa didn't have the aura and the confidence and the experience of winning 4, 5, 6 Roland Garroses already, as he had done by the time, of course, they met in 2011. So perhaps it was the 2000, not knowing it at the time, but looking back, it's the 2005 one where, I don't know, I just feel as though perhaps he was the closest to winning. But as you say, it was a competitive match in the final for 3 sets. Didn't quite get to do it.
Interesting, because now looking back, I actually think it was 2006. The
Okay.
reason being that they had a really good Rome final, which was
Okay.
over 5 hours, and Federer had 2 championship points there as well, on Nadal's serve.
Mm-hmm.
And he lost that in a 5th set tiebreak, and he was just getting closer and closer. Like I remember Monte Carlo and Roland Garros, and you got the feeling had he won that match, maybe he could have taken it to Rafa that year in the French, and he did win the first set in the final. I remember it was a breadstick, 6-1,
right.
and then Rafa breadsticks him again. But then he has 3 break points in the third, early part of the third, which was a big part of the match. If he breaks there, maybe who knows? Maybe he's able to, get a 2-1 lead, but he didn't get it, and then he lost the 4th set in a tiebreak. So I felt like, and of course that was the best season that Federer's ever had in his career. He was 92-5 that year, and he had won 3 out of the 4 slams, like very, very, very dominant. All of his losses were just Rafa. 4 out of 5 were against Rafa, and 3 of them were on clay. So I felt like that was maybe the one where he had the most chance of at least pushing it to a 5th. And of course, then here you have the first set here where he was 5-2 up, and Roger goes for that drop shot and set point and missed it just a little wide, and that was the turning point really for the first set. But then credit to him, because he does come back and win the 3rd, and then he has more break points at the start of the 4th, so he never really went away. But then Rafa was really able to stretch the lead at the end of the 4th, and he showed his superiority really.
I think the other reason why I sort of extolled the virtues of the 2005 one, though, is just because although you're right, there was very competitive. Some of those matches. Looking back from this point of view, from 2022, if you like, it does sort of look and feel as though Rafa is pulling away on clay. For you highlighted that excellent sort of clay court season he had, where he had championship points, I think it was, or match points in Rome. But at least in terms of Roland Garros, we see a pattern from 2005 to 2008 where the gap ultimately is widening during that period. Not 2011, because that comes a year later, but in terms of, you obviously had 4 sets, 4 sets, 4 sets, 3 sets, but also obviously that 3-set one was, as I say, extremely bruising, which included a bagel, which rarely happened in Federer's career. I think he only got bageled maybe 6 times in his entire career. And one of those was that final match that he played against Hurkacz, which obviously has the big asterisk regarding his health. Vanch, let's move on. Let's get to Australia. Much happier times generally than Roland Garros, although obviously we just highlighted that extra one. I'll just bring up my tweet that I posted earlier regarding this Australian thing. I think I brought up some stats actually regarding Federer and the 2017 final, or at least the approach. This is the match that pushed him over the $100 million threshold. So good for him. I'm sure he's still counting it to this day. It also pushed him across another 100. It became his 100th US Open match. And going into it, Over the previous 99, he had an 86-13 record. Pretty handy, I would suggest. The other thing as well, he'd never beaten Nadal at the Australian Open. And I mentioned how with Rafa on the clay, we had seen the gap widening, if you like. Certainly on the grass, we saw the gap narrowing and narrowing and narrowing in those sort of 3 matches that they played at Wimbledon, at least, before obviously Rafa winning in 08. So those 2 patterns were fairly consistent. We saw a fairly consistent pattern on the hard courts in Australia too, bearing in mind that Rafa wins the first one in 09 in a super, fairly tight match for 4 sets at least. Could have gone either way. Probably didn't quite hit the heights in terms of quality of the 08 final, but there are some epic moments in that 5-set match. But we also see a similar pattern, just like we saw with the gap at Roland Garros going like this and the gap at Wimbledon going like this, if you like. We saw a similar thing in Australia where the first one was 5 sets. I think the second one was 4 and the third one was 3. So I think they played each other 3 times before this particular encounter. So again, we're seeing a similar pattern. By 2014, Rafa is playing really well. I don't want to go as far as saying he's playing as well as at Roland Garros because that's impossible. But he's playing really well, and probably until he won his second this year was the biggest regret he has in Australia is, or not regret, but the biggest annoyance is that he went into that final in 2014 and wasn't fit, of course, and ended up losing to Wawrinka, who I think he had never lost to until that final, at least at that stage in their career. So bearing in mind all of that narrative, all of the last 10 years, the way Federer turned this rivalry around, because it wasn't just this particular match, there was also a match that was to come in Indian Wells, was it, or Miami when Federer beat him comfortably?
Yeah,
maybe both.
Both. Yeah.
So, and then of course he won the final match between the two at Wimbledon in 2019. The way Roger turned this rivalry around, I think is up there with any achievement he had.
Yeah, I totally agree. That was it was a lopsided head-to-head coming into this. It was 23-11 for Rafa, and it's 6-2 in majors, and Roger hadn't beaten Rafa in a major final since 2007 Wimbledon. So it'd been almost 10 years.
Yeah.
And you're right about the whole Australia thing. 3-0 for Rafa there as well. The difference this time also, I think a couple of things. One thing is that there was a lot of distance between their last match. The last match was in Basel in 15, and that's Basel is Basel, but it's not a major. And before that was 2014. So it really been 3 years since they'd played in a major, and you just felt like they were both coming off of injury, number one, and they both had really difficult routes to get to the final. Roger with those 5-setters, and also like a really, really tough route because he wasn't seeded and he had to face all top 10 players. And then you had Rafa, some really physical matches. I remember there was that one against Zverev in the 3rd round where he was 2-1 down. There was the tough, mainly the semifinal against Dimitrov, which in my opinion was even higher quality than this match. All throughout, it was insane for 5 hours. Rafa ends up winning there, and he has a day less of rest leading up to the final as well. So there's all these things, but you felt like Federer really had to commit to a different kind of a game plan and stick to it for 5 sets. And the fact that he was able to do that and then win 4 of the next 5 after that, I think it's up there with one of his biggest achievements too. Especially off clay too. Then because obviously he lost the 2019 French Open semi in those windy, very almost borderline unplayable conditions. But but aside from that match, he really flipped this head to head.
Yeah, I think I think we sort of pointed out, I think it was 4 out of the next 5 he won at that regarding that head to head. The might have been 3 out of the next 4 out of the next 5 if you include the Aussie Open final that we're about to watch. I've got my 24 minutes and 6 second highlight package in front of me. Have you got the same one?
Oh yeah, I'll pull that up one.
I'll bring it up and I'll stop at 0 seconds because I've got an advert first, a commercial first. My thoughts going into this final, I was running a half marathon that day in the south of Spain, and I was very optimistic about Rafa's chances, bearing in mind, you really make a good point about how, they hadn't played at a major, I think, in maybe since the French Open final of 2011. Don't recall.
Since the 14 semi at the Australian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right, of course. So they hadn't played each other at a major in 3 years.
And also another thing is Roger hadn't won a major in 4.5 years. There's that too.
Yeah, and
the
of course
four and
they
a half
both
years.
both players had injuries. Roger skipped the U.S. Open for the first time in his professional career since '99. So Federer having at that point probably the biggest injury of his career. Was it his knee as well, or was it
Yeah, it was his left knee, and it actually happened
left knee?
after the Australian Open semifinal in 2016. He was giving a bath to his kids,
Okay,
tweaked it, then had to get surgery. Came back a little too soon on the clay, re-injured it again on the grass, loses that five-setter to Raonic at Wimbledon, takes a tumble, and then is out for the next 6 months. No surgery, just extended rest and rehab.
got
The
it.
surgery was before, but just during that period, he had a lot of time really to fine tune parts of his game, to
Okay,
get super matched up, get that knee in really really good shape, and then of course just take the pressure off himself, and just sort of he just looked at it like there was more spring, more life to him. He looked uh, just a lot more at ease, and I think some of that is that mentality that he went into that Australian Open with lowering his expectations, but then also really believing he can go all the way and win this title. It's that deadly combination of both, and he just found the perfect one in between. And
yeah.
you know,
I mean, he went on to obviously have one of his best seasons in many respects. Certainly his best season
yeah,
for a good
just
decade or
the
so.
resurgence was just
I
just something
mean,
else.
he also, by the way, he was obviously seeded 17, which meant
Yeah,
that because of obviously the lengthy period of time away from the game, it meant his seeding and world ranking dropped to the extent that it made his route even tougher, which of course included beating 4 top 10 of opponents, and 3 of them were in 5 sets en route to that final.
yeah,
I think Wawrinka in the semi-final, I think, did we touch on that, was pretty epic as well.
yeah. It
Um,
was 2 sets to love, and then 2 sets all. Then he goes for the injury timeout for his groin
mhm.
off the court, and then he comes back, and Wawrinka looks like he has kind of the upper hand. He has 2 break points, doesn't take them. This was early in the fifth, and then
Mhm.
Federer serving first just broke once. Wawrinka a little bit of a loose game, and that was the match.
Yeah.
It's big.
So Nadal though goes into the final as well. He's had a sort of mini resurgence as well, bearing in mind he hadn't won a major for 2.5 years, I think it was. I
Yeah,
think
and
French.
also these two had met in Rafael Nadal's academy, and I remember at that time they were really struggling with their health because Nadal
Okay.
obviously with his wrist, Federer with his knee, but he had just
Mhm.
been, he wasn't even close to 100% yet. This was October, and
Yeah.
they were just having a hit and a giggle with the kids opening up the academy, and they were just like, this is insane. We're so far away from our best, and then now there are 3 months later in a slam final with history on the line as well, because at that time the slam count was 17-14. So if
Yeah.
Rafa wins that, and then he has the French Open coming up, oh, then he really narrows the gap. So for Federer to stretch the lead to 4 was key.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Completely true. I mean, it was often the case whenever these two would meet, and there was always sort of 2 slams, if you like, in terms of the distance
Yeah.
on the line, so to speak. Ghost there asking, how did I get on with the half marathon that day? I did all right. I knew I wasn't going to get a personal best. I think I got the personal best maybe 2 years before, I think in 2015 at the half marathon. So I knew that particular year I wasn't going to get a personal best. So much so that I took more interest in the tennis, and I thought it would be funny and amusing to dive into a Spanish bar to see how the first set had panned out at first set, and we'll watch some of the highlights in a second. But I thought it'd be quite fun. I knew I was off the pace regarding my PB, so I thought, and I know exactly which cafe it was. It was in Seville. And near Las Setas, if people know Seville at all, what they call the mushrooms, and it was in a cafe there, and I dived in, and everyone thought it was kind of amusing that a half marathon runner dived off the street to see what was going on in the tennis. I thought it was funny. I was not as amused though as being a Rafa fan that he'd lost the first set. But anyway, we'll get into the match in a second. I'm going to press play now. It's at 0-0-1, so I might be a second ahead of you when I press play, but whatever. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. Now, as we go 2, 3, 4 seconds, as they show some highlights of moments in the Australian Open past with Leighton Hewitt there and Djokovic with his memorable celebration and a couple of Federer ones there. And I think it's Pat Rafter maybe at the end there. Anyway, Federer versus Nadal, 2017 men's final. Federer and Nadal looking pretty sleek. Of course, they're pretty much wearing the same outfit. I know there are subtle differences, but from afar, they're quite similar. The white and the black, with a few flashes of orange being rocked. But of course, their playing styles certainly set them apart. Anyway, oh yeah, I remember Rafa beating Zverev in 5 sets en route. That was pretty epic as well for Rafa en route to the final. There's an image there of Wawrinka breaking his racket in half. I guess that was in the semi-final.
Yeah.
And they're just showing the players warming up, slow-mo action shots as they now head into the match. They've skipped the first set, which I already just touched on. I'm just going to press pause again at 104. The first set, I actually didn't see it live. I think I may have seen it again since, but my memory's fairly rusty. Just what surprised me, I think it was fairly nip and tuck the first 3 or 4 games. Am I right, Vanch, that they held serve in the first 3 or 4 games?
Pretty close until 3-all in the
3-all.
in the first, and then Federer got the break there with some
Yeah.
really good. But once again, his backhand really like doing the damage, and then he was able to flip the switch. He finished it off. I remember with a swing volley at one point, and that
Okay.
was at break point, and then. And then Rafa like eventually missed a forehand, but that was after a barrage of cross-court backhands that Federer did. One thing that he did in this match is he totally abandoned the slice. He knew that wasn't going to be a good play because, at 35, he didn't want to be running all over the place defending, Nadal's devastating forehand all day. So he just said, I'll just use Nadal's speed. I'll take the ball extremely early. I'll take it flatter, higher on the shoulder, on the rise, and I'll step in and I'll just go for it. That was his mentality is, I'll just keep on coming. I'll be the one pressing. If Nadal hits passing shots and he comes and he passes me several times, too good. But I'll just that was my game plan. And then of course, with really good spot serving, I think Nadal wasn't having a great read on Federer's serve in the first set. I noticed that as well because this was kind of the early part of the Carlos Moya era, right? So where Rafa was having success like sending back on the return. The problem is that then you get Federer that cross court angle on the deuce side, out wide. And Federer can hit his spots really well. So he was able to get aces. He was able to get some free points, mix in serve and volley. He was able to use his +1. So that was effective. And this was a pretty fast court as well. So yeah, it was just one break, and that was the set 6-4.
Yeah, just a quick question here from Ghost before we do move back into the match. He's asking, Federer's the only one taking shots off the bounce now. I presume he means being a bit aggressive and taking it early. It seems is that a dying skill set?
Not so much. Like maybe, like taking it right early on the rise. Federer. That's what made his offense really potent. I think to some extent, I saw Alcaraz doing a little bit of that at the U.S. Open this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like every time he had a mid-court forehand, he just took the ball really early and just came forward and finished at net. And that's something that I think we might start to see a little bit more in the game because obviously now there's that sort of aggressive baseliner power tennis back in action. So we might start seeing that more, but Federer was unique in that he could just take balls really, really early. But I remember watching him live 3 times, and what struck me the 2 things was his footwork and also how early he takes the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He just puts so much pressure on you, like right sort of the third shot after the serve. It's
for me, for a variety of reasons going into this match, I had Rafa as favorite. And in the second set, he begins to justify my tag that I'd given him because he does race into a 3-love lead. At that stage, I was thinking, because I pretty much finished the half marathon around this stage. I'm just trying to remember if I caught any of this set. Maybe I didn't actually, and I could be tricking myself with my memory. It was probably the third set before I settled down and managed to watch this match. The half marathon was on at about, I think, 8:30 in the morning, so we were done by 10:30 pretty much. So I certainly got the second half of the match in comfortably. But anyway, Rafa takes an early lead, 3-love. I'm going to press play at 104 on my TV screen. If you can find 104, ladies, gentlemen, and also Vanches with me. And I'll press play in 3, 2, 1, go. There's a Federer serve out wide that you were just highlighting, I think, although he does put that forehand into the net. And by the way, of course, a double break would be pretty much curtains for this set. He's love 15, and I've got an advert, of course, coming up on my screen, so we'll have to wait a few seconds. By the way, just quickly, Ghost, that is a 1/26th of a marathon. I read it as being 1/26 half marathon time, and I thought that was a very good time, but I see 1/26. Yeah, not bragging. So that's a mile you ran, Ghost. I've got it. I've done the maths there. Very good, Ghost. Okay, so it's love 3 and love 15, and that was an unfortunate forehand from Federer's point of view that he put into the net.
And by the way, it was Rafa's old faithful that got in the break.
Say again?
Federer was a little bit slower off the mark in the second set. Rafa really started hitting his forehand a lot better. He had a lot more weight of shot. He was getting it a little bit higher on Federer's backhand. So it was just, it's tough to keep that consistency over 5 sets. He had a little bit of a dip, missed some more first serves, and then got broken, and it was 3-love. I believe it was a backhand. No, it was maybe a slice in the net from Federer. No, that time he had no option. He had to go to the slice.
Yeah.
He was so far wide. But yeah, you're right. He gets a double break here, right? And it
Exactly.
becomes 4-love.
Yeah, although it's currently 30-40 on my screen. But yeah, he does get a double break, I think. Anyway, just quick answer to Jane's question there. How far did I run? I think I was about halfway through from memory. But it wasn't that long a stop. I raced in and raced out again, put it that way. But nevertheless, anyway, love 4, he does take that lead. He gets a break back, I think, Federer, because it's now 5-3, right?
That was very crucial, that break back for Roger, because if he loses that set 6-0 or 6-1, Rafa goes into that third with a lot of momentum.
Yeah,
and just
absolutely.
the fact that he was able to wrestle one back, I think that was key for his chances overall.
I agree. It could make a big psychological difference and momentum, etc., as we say. But Rafa there with a nice 1-2 that is Rafa's, one of his signatures, if you like, on the forehand there. Unbelievable. 30-love now, so he's obviously edging closer to taking this second set. Excellent serve there from Rafa, although it's a good return from Roger, to be fair. As he's in the point here, but he's on the backhand. The backhand's interesting because it is the backhand really that Rafa used to expose so much during that period, say from 06 to 14, if you like, at majors in particular. And yet, in this final and also in general, I think over the second half of Roger's career, it's maybe the part of the game that he improved the most.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he made a lot of technical adjustments. I think the big racket head that he switched to which was actually in 14, early 14 to the 97-inch racket head, he could just cover the ball a little bit better. I think he improved his second serve return. I think his backhand defense, he started slicing a lot lesser. He was taking it earlier. He started going down the line earlier in points. It was just overall just a much better shot. He really improved it. And it just started, it was all about footwork and taking it really early.
Just pause the video again at 3:48. They have skipped the third set in this highlights. Interestingly, in the third set, and we did talk about a momentum shift, perhaps by getting one of the breaks back. Roger wins that third set really comfortably, and I think maybe that's the taking the first set, given how tight it wasn't maybe so surprising. But I think winning the third set as comfortably as that was a surprise, both in terms of the match and in general. 6-1 in that third set. Any memories or thoughts on that third set, Vanch?
Yeah, I think in the end it ended up being one-sided, but I think the key to that was that Federer saved 3 break points in the first game. And the funny thing about that is it was Federer's serve that came in the clutch there, because Rafa had gotten his teeth into that first service game, and he had those 3 break chances, and on all 3 of those break points, guess what Federer does? He makes his first serve and he goes wide and it hits the same spot 3 times in a row, and all 3 are aces.
Gotcha.
And it's like, yeah, that was crazy, because once he got out of that game, he just felt so liberated. It was almost like you were watching Stan with that backhand. He was hitting cross-court winners with it, and just like he just wasn't missing. That was Federer on fire in that third set, and Rafa really just didn't have much of a play.
Fair enough. Anyway, we go now into the fourth set. I'm at 3:48. Actually, I'm just going to go back 10 seconds to 3:38. So if you can get 3:38 on your laptops and devices, so we're at more or less the same point. 3:38, we've got Rafa serving here in the fourth set. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. It's 3-1 to Nadal. He's got an early break and he's serving. So an early break obviously suggests that he might well level this up at 2 sets all, but let's see how this game pans out. I might even just give a bit of commentary for this one. We're on the backhand there of both players. Rafa trying to go for the Roger backhand again, but he misfires. I'm actually going to pause it 1 second at 15-love here, because I've got a generic point. We can see Carlos Moya there, looking somewhat younger, next to Tony Nadal. We mentioned how obviously Carlos had joined the team and there was an overlap. I think this is the only major I can recall them both being at in the box and on the coaching team, if you like. But bringing it back to the narrative, if you like, for both players, I think the way Rafa played in this tournament and the way Roger played, maybe I'm thinking more about the final than anything else. I actually think that Rafa still had some room for improvement. What do
Yeah,
I
he did.
mean? I think that even though he didn't win the 2019 tournament, he lost to Djokovic, but that had a lot to do with Djokovic being on the other end of the other side of the net, especially in Australia, than anything else. I think Rafa returned in 2017. Rafa returned in terms of us seeing him win 2 majors that year and obviously getting to the final in Australia. Still went out pretty early at Wimbledon, of course. But it wasn't until I think 2018 that Rafa returned in terms of his. If he dipped for 2 years, he returned in 2017, but it wasn't until 2018 and 2019 where we really saw him back to his best, if we like. I think his run in 2017 to the final was a bit easier than Rogers, of course, and I still think that there's room for improvement. Put it that way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I felt the same exact same thing watching it. I felt like his level was overall, a lot better, and it looked like he could win a major again. But it wasn't like, for example, the level that we saw in 2018 and 19. 2018 was unfortunate because he got injured in 2 of the hardcore majors, couldn't
Yep,
go all the way. But injuries aside, he was. But we were starting to see some of those improvements early on in this 2017 season, and I think that
definitely.
really those improvements on hardcore made it even more devastating on clay. Because I remember at Roland Garros in 2017, he just steamrolled, just absolutely destroyed everyone. I think lost just 35 games in the process. And I think had he not made this final and not made this final that competitive, it might have been a different story. So it was early on in their improvements, but yeah, it was a sign for what was to come.
Ghost here bringing up a point about an average 5 set will often mean 5 miles of running. And before I address the second half of his point, of course, there is a difference as well with that 5 miles of running because it is short bursts often,
Yeah,
unbelievable bursts, particularly if you're Carlos Alcaraz, but also Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. And yes, he might well be right that they may even run excess of that, particularly of the lengthy rallies that they have. Listen, let's get back to the match. It's
yeah,
4:02. Right on my screen, we've got Tony Nadal folding his arms and Carlos Moya looking disappointed with obviously that unforced error from Rafa. But he is 3-1 up. So I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. Rafa's serving here at love 15, so he'll be desperate to hold serve given the advantage he's already eked out. He wouldn't want to lose that. As they go to the backhand of Rafa, backhand Roger, the backhand's holding up. But that time it's the forehand that lets Roger down, meaning 15 all Rafa serving. So it's got some breathing space once again, so to speak, because if he'd gone love 30 down, there'd have been some concerns. Rafa here serving at 15 all. The serve is not fast enough, and Roger can run around it, but ultimately it's an unforced error on the forehand again from Roger. Yeah, this was a remarkable final to occur. We just thought we'd never see. I've got an advert coming up now. We just thought we'd never see Roger and Rafa in a final again, right?
yeah. The chances were looking pretty slim, especially in 15 and, or I guess in 15 and 16 more so for Rafa, and but also for Roger just because of the knee surgery. Just wasn't sure how he was going to respond to that. And whether he was 35 then, so it's and turning 36, so it was pretty unlikely to have both of them at the same time, and yeah, in a final again. So it was definitely one to cherish. And the funny thing about this match is neither player played their best at the same time until the fifth set. Fifth set
Yeah,
is when it really peaked. So you
yep,
sort
I
of had 2
agree.
sets for Rafa, 2 sets for Roger, and then a
Yeah.
bit
And
climax.
that's often the hallmark, if you like, of an excellent match, if you like. In terms of them both playing their best at the same time, I think it's another. Listen, this match is a classic in its own right. Doesn't quite reach the heights of the 2008 Wimbledon final because of, I think, that exact point you make. It's equally as or almost as dramatic, I would argue, and it has
Yeah,
the extra romance because we both know these characters fairly well by 2017, and also we
yeah,
just didn't expect it. As we said, Roger hadn't won a major for 4.5 years. I think Rafa was 2.5 at this point.
yeah,
So yeah, so that was the narrative, and obviously their ages and injuries that they were coming back from.
yep.
We've got Juice here on the Rafa server, which is what footage I can see. And Rafa there is he holds the racket really quite low, if you know what I mean, or high. I'm not sure. Rafa doesn't. He doesn't. He seems to have a almost flimsy grip at the end as he's about to serve. Although I should really do that as it's left-handed. I know as well that he has a slightly lighter racket than you would anticipate as well. I think Rafa.
Yeah, I think it's pretty relatively light. I know Rogers is really heavy. I've tried it before.
Okay. Oh, have
And
you?
it was really heavy for me, so I had to go down to a lower racket in terms of.
You mean a copy of you don't mean his actual, like an
Yeah,
actual.
like a copy of basically
Yeah.
the Pro Staff
Do you
97.
play with Wilson yourself anyway?
I used to play with the Juice actually. This was back in 14, 15, and then I switched to. I now have a Babolat. So I have an AeroPro drive, and then after that I actually switched to the Pure Strike recently.
Yeah, I have a Pure Strike.
So I use the Pure Strike now, but it's fairly common on the tour right now.
Yeah. What's the name of the Federer racket? Is it Pro Staff? Is it?
Yeah, Wilson Pro Staff, I believe, or RF97 or Wilson Pro Staff, but the 97 inch.
This game we're watching right now is turning into a bit of a not a slog, that's the wrong word, but it's not being easy for Rafa. We're now, I think he's at an advantage now, and we've had about 3 juices in this game. As you say, that's a great forehand, but a good defense from Roger as he kept it in. Yes, he has. It's on the backhand side. This is turning into an amazing rally. Oh wow!
Yeah, that was the point of the match until this. Until
that point, because there were like 2 or 3 winners from both players, and if they haven't reached their peak at the same time in the match, if you like, as a whole, they certainly reached their peak in that particular point.
Yeah, and Federer knows he did absolutely nothing wrong in that rally, and he applauds Rafa there. Says too good, mate.
Okay. Did he say that? Did he?
No, he just gave him the applause with the racket. I saw that.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
I like the Aussie accent there, though, Vance, that you just did to adapt for our Australian audience, bearing in mind we're watching a Melbourne final. So Rafa now serving for the set, 15 love. Obviously 3 points away from leveling up at 2 sets all. Should he make it 2 sets all? Well, let's say he does, because everyone knows how this match goes. Going into the 5th set, I mean, it's Rafa's, right? I mean, before we even get to breaks of serve and even watching a single point from the 5th set, again, given how the rivalry had been for the previous decade, it's Rafa's, right?
Yeah, you definitely thought so at the time. He had the momentum, and also I mentioned it had been 10 years since he had won he'd beaten Rafa in a 5-setter or even in a major. So you kind of felt like, but you also knew that that Roger was not going to let it go easy, and you knew that it was going to be a battle. It was maybe going to be their best set. I had a feeling that this would be really epic, but I just backed Rafa ever so slightly. But at this point, it's 2 sets all. Roger was struggling a little bit with his groin throughout this tournament, which is understandable, all those 5-setters. So then he goes off for an injury timeout. He comes back, and I guess you can take it from there, right?
Yeah, I can. I'm just gonna press pause because I think we've got a couple of we got a couple of points there that just occurred as I let it go. Rafa wins that 4th set. Finally closes it out fairly comfortably. So he's taken. I've got it on an advert right now before we get into the 5th set. So it's now 2 sets all. We know the Rafa story in 2012 when he's a breakup in the 5th set there. Rogers Australian Open story until this point. I'm just trying to think. Was Roger involved in a 5-set Australian Open before? Of course he was. Well, he was involved in a 5-set loss. Just pausing it right now. It's 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Roger is taking some treatment to the leg. Do you remember this treatment? Is it? I mean, it looks a bit lower down the leg compared to the groin injury that he had against Wawrinka. Was it anything to do with that at all?
Yeah, I think he mentioned it was further up the leg. So
okay. But anyway, he's taken some treatment again to the leg here in the 5th set, which probably just adds to his misery, I guess. I'm just going to press play again a second at 9:05. I will press another pause, I think, because I think they jump a couple of games here in this set as well. Yes, they do. Rafa has eked out on the highlights. I'm now at 9:14, and I've pressed pause. Rafa has eked out a break, albeit that Rafa is serving second. And again, it comes back to some of the points we made earlier, that getting the break when you serve second doesn't quite. It's huge, especially at 3-2 compared to say 1-love, but it doesn't feel quite as big as if you've made it 4-2, if you like, with a break, and then you're serving for 5-2. You just feel a bit closer to the finish line.
Yeah.
So he's got the break. It's 3-2. He was a breakup in 2012.
It's a shame they didn't show some of the earlier points in the.
Yeah, it is a shame because I do think some of the
set
points,
because I do remember it was 30-40 and Roger sort of shanked a forehand, and that was the break for Rafa. But every single game after that, you felt like even though Rafa was able to get it to 3-1, Roger was in all those games, and that to me was a sign like, ooh, he might get this break back. Because I felt like, he was starting to trust his shots a lot more. The liberated feeling was back. He knew he had nothing to lose. It was do or die. And Roger also mentioned after the match that Rafa really started to find the body serve, especially in the fourth set, and that was giving Federer some trouble because that meant Rafa could start with a front foot on his service games.
Yeah,
but he just he was able to block several of those returns back. He was able to neutralize and get into the rally, and then it was his cross court backhand and just some devastating ball striking, taking it super early that was able to pin Rafa in corners. And but at this point it really starts from here, like the 3-1 to 6-3, really, like the last 5 games.
Right. And I'm actually at 3-2 with Rafa serving, but yeah, absolutely. But what I will say is I know some comments from Rafa about this match. I think he gave them in the press conference afterwards. They're no great secret or anything like that. The comments are that his biggest regret about this game in particular that we're about to watch, but I think the rest of the match as a whole, but this game, he didn't get any free points on his serve, or at least that's his memory. Maybe it was the crucial points in particular that he just didn't get any free points, and that does highlight something you said, that actually Roger was starting to deal with his serve a bit better, and he was always there or thereabouts. I don't remember many comfortable games he had in this fifth set. Even the break of serve that he got, I think you said was with a Federer shank, was it?
Yeah, that was in the first game.
Yeah, in the first game. So that was a bit fortuitous as well, and it was just both of them playing at their best, but also both of them, Nadal as much as Federer anyway, hanging on to his serve. I'm going to go into this at 9:14. Nadal is serving 3-2 with the break in 3, 2, 1, go. So it's 9:15, 9:16. So Rafa is 3 games away from winning his second Australian Open title. Fifth set, 3-2. And of course, we've got an advert popping up on my screen, so we'll have another delay for a few seconds. I don't mind this final so much as a Rafa fan. I hope that maybe Roger fans can also appreciate the 2008 final in some ways. Of course, you want your man to win, and even looking back, maybe there's certain points you think about. But as I highlighted earlier, there's much more painful defeats for Roger than that 08 final, and equally for Rafa as well. I would say there's more painful defeats than this one. Anyway, Rafa serving, gets the first serve in, so that's good news for him on this point. Forehand should end up winning the point, but it's good defense from Roger, especially the depth on some of these. It even goes for a backhand moonball there, which we don't see that often from Roger. As they go forehand to the backhand of Rafa, now it's on the forehand of Rafa. You still think that Rafa's just slightly in charge at this point, but what a backhand winner from Federer.
Yeah, that was another example of that, taking it super early and on the rise. And
Ghost is watching at the same time as well. He just said, "Oh, what a backhand!" Yes, that's great that you're pretty much at the same point. Rafa again with the first serve in, but it's not, as I say, an easy point for him. Forehand to forehand right now, and Rafa trying to change it up slightly. Nets, love 30. We can see. I think that's Ljubicic, isn't it? His coach there, the bald guy.
Yep.
Standing there, and he's been with him for a long time, right?
Start of the 2016 season, but it was unfortunate because they didn't get to work together for a lot of 2016 because of the injury.
So Roger changed his coach a few times. I mean, we mentioned Edberg earlier. Obviously, in earlier parts, he's had Anna Cohn as well, hasn't he? I think.
Yeah, and all those coaches have been instrumental to improving his backhand, not just Ljubicic in the end, who I think gets the most credit, but it really started with Anna Cohn because I remember him forcing Roger to stand up closer on the baseline, take backhand earlier, use the slice less. I mean, use it against certain players, but ditch it for certain matches, especially the Rafa matches. And yeah, like, and then he had Edberg, and against Edberg, he was able to improve his overall offense. He was able to serve, get a little. His second serve got better. His net play and just his overall ability to finish points, cut down on rallies, and find ridiculous finishes at net, but also just like just make his game more efficient overall, and just like just the combination of all of that, and then having Ljubicic come on board in 16 was quite useful because Ljubicic and him have played a lot on the tour, and they've had some good matches, and he's had some big wins against Rafa as well, and his backhand in particular was quite a good one on the tour, so he definitely helped him there.
Rafa going for a review on this point, crucial point at 30 all, but it is comfortably out, 30-40. Rafa did look to the sky, so I think he knew he'd made an error and he was clutching at straws. Very similar, 4 from 13 on break points at this point, 4 from 15. Roger obviously getting a break point at 30-40. Got Rafa serving here at 30-40, so he's under a bit of pressure. Gets his first serve in, not a 3-point first serve, but he does go for a 1-2, and huge celebration there from Rafa because he thinks he might well have saved his serve, so to speak. He certainly did on that point. It's deuce. Rafa serving once again.
They didn't show that point. So at 40-30, what happens is that it's another one of those cross-court exchanges. And Rafa's Rafa's forehand hits the net court and it goes just wide.
Okay. So, it's now advantage. I've got advantage Federer. But
that was game point for 4-2. So that could have changed things.
But. Yeah, of course. It would have been huge. Yeah. It's gone to a break. It's gone to a commercial break. So I'll come back to the game in a second. It's advantage Federer. There were a good couple of angle serves from Rafa in this game, but Federer still got the return on it. So I think that's what Rafa meant by no unreturnables, at least anyway. It's a body serve there. Oh, and he's clipped the net, and that's the one you mean, yeah? Yeah, because he had advantage there, Nadal, and it clips the net and goes wide. Yeah, so that's really unlucky for Nadal, I guess, and kind of lucky that it clipped the net and ended up going wide. So it's now back at deuce. So Rafa's back under a bit of pressure here.
Yeah, I guess they do show it then. That's good.
Yeah, they did show it. Yeah, that was obviously. I mean, I think they're showing every point in this game because it was a Rafa's advantage when it hit the net. Yeah, it's now Federer advantage after an incredible backhand across court, very similar to the previous one. Backhand winners for the day, 14-7. Break point number 2 for Federer here as Rafa tries to defend him off again. Gets his first serve to the body, but this time it's coming back, if you like, and coming back decently, peppering the backhand. This time Rafa changes it up and he's gone wide.
Yeah, it's just that relentless pressure, and that this exact kind of pattern used to be a liability in Roger's career against Rafa, and it's now a strength.
It is. That transformation, and I think it put him off there to the extent that he decided to mix it up on that one and go the other way. Total points won at this point, 134, 131. But I think in normal days with Federer's normal backhand, if you like, or the backhand of 10 years prior, he just keeps going to the backhand on that previous point. On that day, he decided to switch it up, and that cost him because he ended up going wide as he switched it up. Federer brings up 15 love. No surprise that he comfortably leads the ace count, bearing in mind the two players' strengths and weaknesses. And what Rafa, of course, wants is some bites at the cherry, so to speak, again, having obviously lost his break of serve. Last thing you'd want to do is comfortably lose the next game, if you like. Nadal having a good ratio at the net, albeit obviously not approaching the net. That's also kind of typical, I think. Talking of unreturnables and 3 points, Federer gets one there, though, at 40 love that Nadal would just have dreamed to have had in the previous game. But as you say, Nadal was just constantly under pressure on his serve.
Yeah, constantly. And that was the difference, I think, ultimately in the fifth. Yeah.
Nadal guessing completely wrongly on that serve as well. He took a step to the right, thinking that something would happen, but it obviously panned out very differently. Rod Laver, of course, we see him. He's a constant feature in Melbourne, but we occasionally see him elsewhere. I think Rod Laver is in, just got a little fly. I think Rod Laver is also in London this weekend for the Laver Cup. I mean, it is his.
It is honoring him.
Yeah, right. But it just seemed like a long journey for a guy of his age to be doing. But great to see him there. Of course, him and Roger have a pretty good relationship.
Bites at the cherry. Oh yeah, that's an interesting expression. I always thought it was bites at the apple, but I could be wrong.
Maybe you say bites at the apple in the US. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's. But yeah, same thing.
I'm just pausing a second at 15 minutes and 16 seconds. Yeah, we say bites at the cherry. That's pretty. Sometimes I make mistakes with my English, despite being a native speaker, but I'm pretty convinced of that one. Laver is McEnroy's hero. Yeah, I did actually notice that comment. I think from McEnroy quite recently. I don't know if he was repeating it from other years, but oh look, Ghost is saying the same. He doesn't know bites at the cherry. Trust me. Listen, if it was if I had any doubt, I would go, you know what? I could be using the wrong expression. UK, we definitely say bites at the cherry. Anybody here who speaks British English, and they're having a lot of fun with the bites of the cherry thing, by the way. How many bites does a cherry have? Not that many, I wouldn't have thought. So apples probably does make more sense. However, there we go. British English. That's British English for you. Back to the match. We'll come back to cherries maybe for a different discussion on a different day. 15 minutes and 16 seconds. Rafa serving, and really now the momentum has swung quite significantly because, of course, Rafa was a breakup. He's lost the break, and Roger's just held to love. 15 minutes and 16 seconds. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. Rafa serving now. How he must have been feeling at this point, who knows? On the forehand of Rafa to the backhand, slice as it turned out. But as you said, it wasn't a tactic he used. It was just a forehand defensive one. And a Nadal, poor error. I mean, it wasn't an easy shot, but went pretty wide there. So it's love 15 now on the Rafa serve, as Rafa's about to serve once again. First serve in, but again, Roger makes life difficult for him with a good return. Backhand of Rafa, backhand of Roger, forehand. Changing up there nicely, Roger there. Roger really on the offensive, and Rafa can't do anything with it. Boy, what a swing in the last 5 minutes we've seen in this game, bearing in mind how, or maybe a bit more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Roger obviously breaking Rafa, but after quite a few juices, and also Rafa having a few chances, as we said at game point, didn't quite take them, partly because of luck, and now he's love 30 on his serve.
Yeah, it just swings so quickly.
So dramatically. Yeah, so dramatically. So and there's a double fault. I didn't even remember that. Love 40. Double fault from Nadal. That's only his third of the match, but hardly the best time to bring up a double fault. Three each, I think it was on the double fault count, but that was obviously terrible timing for him. Again, that's obviously fairly similar on the break points one, but we've obviously got 3 here for as Uncle Tony stands up and gives some shouts of support. Love 40 now. Nadal staring down the barrel, bearing in mind he was staring at victory almost a few minutes ago. Okay, love 40 Nadal to the backhand of Roger. Of course, he goes to the backhand. That's an excellent forehand. Long way to go. I'm going to press pause right now because I've got a question for you, Vanch. Bearing in mind, we're looking at love. We were looking at love 40. I'm just going to press pause. Yeah. Love 40. Jack mentioned the other day that there's an 80% chance on the men's side of losing your serve from love 40. That kind of makes sense.
Sounds right.
It does, yeah. Of the 3 points, so this is player A against player B. Of the 3 points, theoretically, we're now looking at 100% of break serve. So we're not looking at the 80%, 20% ratio. We're now just concentrating on all the serves that are broken from love 40. Theoretically, it should be 33% each, if you follow. It should be a third are broken at love 40, a third are broken at 15-40, and a third are broken at 30-40. In 100 points, if you like, or whatever. However, I have a feeling that the most difficult one from the server's point of view, and maybe not the most difficult one from the returner's point of view, mentally, is 15-40. I'll put across my argument. I'd love to see some stats on this. It may be impossible to find. It may be a stat that just isn't out there. But given the depth and sample size that we would have, bearing in mind there would be hundreds of thousands of examples of this, the percentage difference, if it's anything more than 1%, I think it would suggest a pattern, if you like. If it's 35% for one of those points, despite the fact it would be 35, 34, 33 or whatever, it would show a significant enough difference that would say to me, okay, there is something going on here. And I've got my 15-40, as Ghost says, it's the hope that kills you. I've got my idea with 15-40. Why? Love 40, you're returning. you're feeling good, you're feeling relaxed, you're probably going to break. You know, you've got an 80% chance of breaking on a normal day. And that's what we're trying to focus on. At 30-40, as the returner of serve, but also as the server, the momentum has changed regarding this moment in the game or in the match. You've gone from love 40 to 30-40. As the server, you're starting to feel good. You were probably quite negative and quite nervous for the previous 2 points for one reason or another. But now you got it back to 30-40. You can see some light at the end of the tunnel. As the returner, you're thinking, I had a chance. It's not gone yet. If you can get yourself mentally, it's still a great chance of breaking. So that's why I go for 15-40. Does any of that make sense?
Yeah, again, I wish I had more to add, but like I think it just depends on it obviously depends on the server, depends on the
Of
feel
course
of the
it does.
match, the moment. But I can see your point. Yeah.
Given that we've
And then
got
also
probably
if it's
100,000 examples, though, it should be 33, 33, 33, or
yeah.
33.3 recurring.
Sometimes what happens when I'm playing though is when I get from love 40 to 30-40, I start thinking, oh, I can actually do this. I can get back to deuce. I can win this
Yeah,
game. And you start, and maybe because of that,
adds pressure.
it adds pressure. But there's maybe also pressure from the other side to break. So it's kind of very even. But 15-40, at least
It
you
just
still have a
feels
bit left.
nervy. It feels far away still.
Yeah.
That's the point when you're serving, and also when you're at 15-40 on the other side of the net, you haven't lost too much so far. You missed your first one, but unless you've really shanked it or missed a really bad shot, we don't see outbursts of emotion at 15-40. Like so it's love 40. You don't see a racket smash losing the next point. If you're the returner, you know, you're not going to smash your racket because you're still in a really good position. You should be in a really good mood. The racket smash might come either at the end of the game if you lose those 3 or somewhere else. Anyway, let's get back to this. It's obviously now he's got one of those points back. I actually don't know the exact point he gets broken in this game. I hope I'm not spoiling it for anyone, but I know it's 15-40 right now. Rafa saved the first break point with a really good forehand. He's about to serve. 17 minutes and 16 seconds. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, now. Gets the first serve in, and it actually is an unreturnable. Oh, no, he's gone. Yeah, they've got the first serve in, so he's actually saved that break point, so he's brought it back to 30-40. Now Roger must be thinking, oh, just like I was trying to say, oh, God, the chance is almost gone. Look how close he is, though, Roger, there. He's really aggressive, maybe too much so, because he doesn't get it back. Forward at deuce. Do you see how aggressive he was on that point there, Federer? Probably was a bit too.
And again, these opportunities, I think, in the past in his career, they would have maybe had a
long-term effect in terms of the
long-term
match.
effect on his psyche. But I think in this case, he knows, okay, fine, I missed them, but that's what I have to keep doing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to win this match any other way. And
yeah. I've got a commercial break just popped up. But yeah, it's now back at deuce, of course, and they're on serve, but they are in the very, very deep end of this match. Yeah, but as you say, I think it's a really good point that it doesn't affect Federer's confidence like maybe it did in years gone by, given how he's put Rafa under pressure so much on his serve all the time. Deuce. Federer guesses the wrong way on that one, but he actually manages to still get his racket on it because it wasn't probably the best serve in the world from Rafa. Rafa now, again, they're in the middle of a forehand lengthy rally here. It's a decent forehand. It's a fairly decent backhand from Roger, albeit not with a lot of pace. That's a better backhand from Roger. Now Roger's got Rafa on the run. He's still got him on the run. Rafa is struggling, but he's just staying in the point. Now
okay, I apologize. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, go. No problem.
This is the best point of the match, though.
And it is the best point of the match. Go. I'm going to go. I'm going to talk the audience through that point again. No worries. Yeah. So I'm going to talk you through that point again. It's deuce on the Rafa serve. It's the longest point of the match. I'm just going to press pause at 17:55. Excuse me. It's the longest point of the match, and it's the best point of the match for partly because of that reason, but also because of the quality on both sides of the net. And of course, what makes it even more epic is it comes at the absolute business end of business ends of the business end of the tournament in the most important moment of the most important match, arguably in their careers for the previous 3 or 4 years. So it's just insane. 17:55, 3, 2, 1, play. I'm going to replay this point again. So Rafa's serving. As I say, Roger gets it slightly wrong on the serve, and now it's Rafa who's in charge of the point. Doesn't put him away, though. Good defense from Roger. Good deep defensive shots. They're on forehand to forehand. They're kind of playing it slightly easy down the middle of the court. Rafa now attacking the backhand, as he did so often with Roger. But Roger manages to get it back on his forehand. Roger's in charge of the point now. Bearing in mind it was Rafa in charge. Rafa, excellent defense. But now Rafa's back in the point. And I would say, actually, Rafa's maybe even slightly in charge, albeit that he's on the backhand side. Ultimately, though, it's the shot of the match probably from Roger Federer, bringing up the advantage and the break point after 26 shots. You don't like talking about this match, Sam. I understand that. But to be honest with you, I don't mind. As a Rafa fan, there are far more painful defeats than this one. Honestly, there really are for me. I think it's by the way, the narrative for me has changed because he won in Australia this year. If he hadn't won that one, then maybe I'd still be feeling a lot of pain about this match. But now it's okay. Rafa on the backhand, Roger on the backhand, gets it back to Juice, by the way, does really well mentally, I think, Nadal. But Federer is bullying Nadal at this point, which is just something we hadn't probably been able to say for 10 years, even on the hard courts of Australia. So Federer's got another break point. It's an unbelievable return from Roger Federer that forces the error, I would say, from Nadal. I'm going to press pause at this stage. It's 19 minutes and 46 seconds that I have paused at. The return there from Roger Federer was just top stuff. I'm glad that you agree, Sam, and I do think him winning this year makes a difference. Ghost, I disagree. I'm sorry, I disagree. There's no asterisk behind Djokovic's Wimbledon win in 2021 just because Rafa wasn't there. There's no asterisk behind Djokovic's 2016 win, despite the fact that Rafa pulled out that French Open injured. There's no asterisk behind 2021 win for Djokovic at the French Open, despite some issues with, obviously, Nadal's foot. Djokovic won that match and he won that tournament because he was the best player in the world during those moments. Same with Nadal at this year's Australian Open. Just no asterisk for me, but you can obviously have your own take on it. Back to 2017 and back to this match. We've now seen, obviously, an incredible turnaround with Rafa being 3-2 up, but Roger just playing some of the best tennis he'd produced in the previous 5 years, manages to not only get it back on serve, but ultimately break Rafa. Rafa, okay, I call it a forced error that Rafa ends up there. Some might call it unforced, but Rafa's in such a hole. The fact that he clipped the net as he tried to get it back over the net, he was so far out wide that I just don't see how Rafa wins the point from there anyway. From the second that Roger returns, I do think Rafa's serving in this set was a bit off. But other than that, I think they were both playing really well. Hi, Vanch.
Hello there, I'm back.
Cool. I'll tell you where I'm at on the video so we can be in unison. I'm at 1946. Roger has just broken and he's about to serve for the match at 19 minutes and 46 seconds. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. So Roger now is going to serve for the match. How easy could it be serving for the championship? Yeah, of course, it's going to be a dramatic game as well. I hope I haven't spoiled anything here. But anyway, serving for the championship, it's love all, having won 3 games in a row. And what a return from Rafa Nadal as he asked for the towel. Unbelievable return there from Rafa on the backhand side. Now they're in a rally. Rafa on the forehand, but this time he sticks to the pattern of yesteryear. No, he switches it up to the forehand. It's now the backhand of Rafa. Very much in this point. I'd say it's about 50-50 at the moment. Rafa on the backhand, forehand of Roger, backhand of Rafa, backhand of Roger goes long, love 30. Now you must be thinking, if you're Rafa or his fans, there's a chance again, love 30. Anyway, great serve though from Federer, bringing up 15-30 and an ace.
Yeah, that ace was big.
Yeah, backhand there from this is now obviously Rafa very much in the point. He's got a
deep return,
easy point, yeah, on the top of the net there, and it's 15-40. And
yeah.
by the way, you know, you're thinking, I think it could well be on 15-40. Of course, though, it's not at this point. At least Roger goes down the tee with an excellent serve. It was the second ace of this game alone, which is pretty important given that it's a given that it's obviously 7th of the match. Rafa's got a second break point here, though, but it's an excellent forehand.
Yeah, and what does that remind you of? Another forehand that we talked about today?
Oh, yeah, it was very similar to the Tommy Haas one. You're right, or against Tommy Haas. Yeah, exactly. Very similar.
Given the score and everything.
Yep, and it's a very, very important moment of the match, and those forehands very similar placement on the court. And now I'm just going to pause it at this point. It's advantage Federer, so he's got his first championship point. I've paused it at 21 minutes and 50 seconds. I've paused it though because just want to elaborate on the last sort of 2 or 3 points. Excellent play that basically gets Nadal to 15-40, giving him a chance. He wasn't in a chance, didn't have a chance with 30-40, but he was really in that rally at 30-40 and probably should have broken with that 30-40 point. Didn't manage to do so, and Federer gets it back to deuce, and now he's got championship point. Before I play this at 21:50, have you got any thoughts, Vance, or shall I just press play?
Yeah, you know, Federer at this point must be thinking, both players would just wonder what would be going in their minds at this point. Nadal having lost those 2 points, and Federer so close he can just taste victory.
Yeah. Okay, 21 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. Championship point, Roger Federer. Bearing in mind, not won a major for 4.5 years. How are you feeling? Here we go. First one is a fault, and it's quite far. I often think that's quite significant, how close it is. If it's super close, it happens. But sometimes when it's quite far out. Anyway. And he's double faulted on championship point. Federer's going to appeal, and he's very fortunate. Or no, he's got it right. I'm just going to pause it again because I'm going to have a quick chat about this moment. He's right to appeal, and he gets it. The reason why I say he's fortunate, that was my immediate reaction, wasn't just because of my Rafa bias, was also just because of if this match takes place in a different era, and not that long ago, if this takes place 10 years prior, I think, then he loses that point just because of where we are in time, if you like. Bearing in mind that Hawkeye, do you know what year Hawkeye was introduced, Vanch?
Good question. I should know that.
I'm going to look very quickly.
2005 or 6.
Okay. Let's have a look, actually, see when it was. I've got 2011 here.
Wait, really? No, Hawkeye was there before that.
Yeah, you might be right. When was Hawkeye introduced? Let's have another look. Tennis. I should put tennis in. Maybe that's the problem. Didn't put tennis into my Google search.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, it was tested in 2004.
Okay.
And then you're right, it was implemented at Wimbledon in 2007 on just 2 courts, interestingly enough, court 1 and center court. Of course, now it's used pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, on this, I have March 6, 2006, the USTA, ATP, and WTA announced Hawkeye was going to be introduced.
Got it. And in fact, you are more accurate in terms of the complete picture. I
guess it wasn't introduced in the slams, like at Wimbledon. It was
exactly. Wimbledon got it in 2007, but basically we're talking about, as it turned out, I was quite fortunate with my guesstimate of 10 years. 10 years prior, quite possibly Rafa wins that point just because of where you are. But justice is done. Roger Federer gets a second serve. I'm going to play this now at 22-21 in 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are with Roger serving. Advantage. Championship point still. How's this serve going to be? Oh, of course. Wait a second. just a second, in terms of where we are in terms of the rules of the game, when he appeals the second serve and he's successful with that appeal, it then goes back to a first serve. Because we're now looking at, let me just go back to this again. We're now looking at appeal that is wrong and it's long, but he gets to serve again. Does that make sense? If we go back, I'm just going to go back because this is quite an interesting thing. If we go back 30 seconds, I've got a commercial now, so we'll have to wait. If we go back to about 21 and a half minutes or something on this video, I'll check this out. I've got another commercial popping up. So many commercials these days. Just a second. Let me get to 21. Give me a second, Vanch. So if we go back to 21, 20, okay, not quite that. Give me a second. We're at 20, we're at 30, 40 now. I've gone back too far. Excellent forehand there. We'll come to the championship point in a second. We're at deuce. Bearing in mind now, Federer has saved 2 break points. If you want to just all sync with me, if you like, I'm at 21-38. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1, go. So it's deuce now. Save 2 break points. Good first serve there from Roger, bringing up his first championship point. Odd Laver smiling there. Something looks like he's saying, I knew he'd do that. Anyway, his first championship point, first serve. Here we go. We're going to see this again. And goes well wide, as I highlighted. So it's a second serve. What happens now on the second serve? He gets it on the line because we know.
Because they replay the point, that's why.
Pardon? Say again?
It's a replay of the point.
Yeah, exactly. So when he is successful, I'm now just going to pause it a second, just to establish this at 22-19. When he replayed, so now it's it's because he appealed for the Hawkeye, if you like, gets the Hawkeye right. He then gets his first serve back, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Also because Rafa made the return.
Okay, but I see. Oh, I see. Yes, of course. If Rafa doesn't make the, if Rafa's struggling on the return, or just it's an ace or doesn't get a racket on it, then he wins the point and he wins the match.
Yep.
But obviously, comfortably makes the return. It was a second serve, but he also gets his first serve back. Why do you think that is?
Just kind of in the rule book. Because you can.
Got it.
Yeah.
We'll settle for that. 22-19. I'm going to press the play button in 3, 2, 1, go. So he's got a chance now. He's got his first serve back. What's he going to do on his first serve? Well, we actually know, I think, because we just watched it a couple of minutes ago. Here he goes on the first serve. He goes long, but he does appeal it, I believe. No, he doesn't appeal this. Yes, he does appeal it. Yeah. So it goes to the Hawkeye, but this time he gets the Hawkeye wrong. It is quite comfortably long. Second serve here for Rafa to look at, albeit he's championship point down. Gets a chance to run around the forehand this time. And Federer goes long. A little bit of tightness there, would you suggest, Vanch?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Goes long with that forehand. Okay, so it's back to deuce. So a bit of optimism now for Rafa. A bit of breathing space, just very tiny. But that breathing space is soon snuffed out with an unbelievable ace from Roger, bringing up his second championship point.
Yeah, and this one was out wide. His previous 2 in the game were down the tee.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And that point, I've also compared it in a separate video to the 2012 match point that Rafa obviously loses against Djokovic. It's quite similar. It's down the tee. It's on the backhand of Rafa. Rafa gets his racket on it. I love this shot. I'm just going to press pause at 23:37. Everybody get your videos at 23:37 for a couple of reasons. But first of all, because I want to talk about the points that's just happened. He goes for the down the tee. Rafa gets his racket on it. It lands quite nicely mid-court for Roger. Roger goes for the winner on the forehand. I think the 2012 point against Djokovic at match point is identical. And the break point against Medvedev, which is like a mini match point this year in the final, also in Melbourne, exact same court, exact same end of the court as well. Rafa is to this Roger one, also gets his racket on it, but this time the returner serve goes much deeper and is a bit more difficult for Medvedev, and he goes long.
Yep.
Does Roger go wide on this? Well, we're going to Hawkeye, but the second point I want to make at 23 and 30 seconds is I love this image. Can you see the image at 23 and 30 seconds?
Yeah, I see it.
Seeing the trophy there. That's a good director, by the way, decision to decide to go to the trophy with Rafa hands on hips. I think Roger's just out of sight, but it doesn't make much difference. Rafa's hands on hips. He's sort of, I think Rafa thinks it probably is in.
Yeah.
But
he has no other option. He has to challenge.
Well, exactly. That's why he shrugs. But I also think he thinks there might be a chance. Just because of his stance here. I think he thinks it's close. I don't think he's convinced either way, but I do think you're right. He also is shrugging his shoulders like, I've got no other choice. I've got to give it a go. But he also probably does still hold out a bit of hope. 23-37. I'm going to press play in 3, 2, 1. Boom. And it lands on the line. And I love the celebration from Roger. I compared it to a kid waking up on what he thinks is a school day, only to find out it's Saturday, and the kid bounces up and down on the bed in joy that he hasn't got to go to school. And Federer in that, he has got this, away from the court. I mean, not necessarily celebrations, but away from the matches, if you like. When the match is over, he can be extremely expressive and extremely emotional. And in the victory speech afterwards, of course, by now, him and Rafa are much closer than I would argue they were 10 years ago. I think it was building and building, but by now they were very close. I think you mentioned how a few months before Roger had been to Rafa's academy. Am I right to give a sort of presentation or an opening of the academy, right?
True.
So now in their speech, I remember Roger as well saying tennis doesn't do draws, or as I know you might say in the US, ties. But if they did, then I would be happy to share it with Rafa. I'm not sure. I get his sentiment and I get his nice words, but having won, maybe he's quite happy to win at 3-3, for example, or even just going in at the 5th set. Maybe he'd have just taken a draw at that point. Maybe both players would have done. If you could add to your slam, if you could still add to your slam total from it as well. But of course, tennis doesn't do draws, as he said. Vanch, it's been a very long evening, especially for you. You've been here for, I think, 4 of the 5 matches. So thanks very much for joining me. Any final thoughts on anything we've discussed this evening, but perhaps particularly the way we've just sort of finished it with that Australian Open final?
Yeah, for me, that's the major that he won that stands out, just because of all the reasons that we talked about. 4.5 years without winning one. So many people writing him off, and of course, just getting that final stretch that he had when he won 3 of the next 4 majors is quite big. Absolutely. At this point in his career, and of course, it led him getting back to number 1 again, still the oldest ever number 1. So I think if you compare just the fact that he was a factor in every single era that he was a part of, from 2003 onwards till all the way till the Wimbledon final in 2019, I think it just goes to show his longevity, his greatness over time, is the way he's adapted with the courts of so many different rivals, but most notably also the other members of the Big Three. And I think it just shows you what a long, incredible career he's had in the end. And I think he can be very proud of everything he's achieved, and still has many records. And and the grace and the class that he handled himself both on and off the court, I think it really stands out. We were lucky to have Roger Federer. He's a true ambassador of tennis, and he'll be missed. But there's so much to look back on, so it's also a celebration.
Yeah. Thanks for your kind words in the chat as well, and that'll obviously be applied to Owen as well, who was with me for the first match, and then obviously Vanch for the next 4. I couldn't agree more with you. I also think in terms of his legacy, I think that this renaissance really, he still would have had the slam lead for many years. And he probably would have lost it a year or 2 before. As you said, though, rightly, he was always he never left the discussion. Yeah. I know that his ranking slipped a bit more than Nadal's in particular has done over the course of their careers, in terms of the fact that he was outside the top 10 by the time they played this Australian Open. But he was still in the discussions at many of those majors, whereas both Rafa and Novak, and This is not me getting into a GOAT debate. I don't really do that very often. But what, with Rafa and Novak, when they had their 2 years of barren spell, they were out of it. Rafa was going out in the second round and first round at Wimbledon. Rafa was going out in the quarterfinals at Roland Garros, and not even making the quarterfinals, albeit he had an injury in 2016. But he was going out early in Australia. He was going out to Fognini, 2 sets to love up, all of that stuff. Djokovic as well. I remember him going out at Wimbledon I think it was the 3rd round in 2016. And I know, of course, he had the elbow surgery as well I think it was 2017. Djokovic may have had that surgery. I'm not sure if it was 16 or 17. But what I'm saying is both of those two for 2 years were kind of not doing anything, even in Australia for Djokovic and even in Paris for Rafa. Whereas even in that spell, Roger was still making semis and finals from time to time at majors. He just wasn't getting over the line. And of course, Djokovic was one of the large reasons for that in particular. But yeah, I think this renaissance just, if it needed anything, it just confirmed his legacy as well. We call them the GOATs, these three. And as I say, I'm not going to get into that debate. And in fact, I don't even want to get in that debate until they've all retired, because they've still, at least two of them have got narratives still to write.
Yeah, same. For me, I'm not so interested anymore in just that, because these three are so much more than just the stats and the numbers. They've pushed each other and they've made each other better. And stats, you can always find a way really to
for all three.
For all your favorite player, you'll find stats that are in favor of them, and you can argue for all three. It's really
absolutely
it comes down to that's why the term greatest is so broad, right? So
Vanch, thanks for joining me. We'll be crossing paths again very soon. Everybody in the chat as well, thanks for your comments. It's really helped just sort of tick things along as we've had this marathon evening. So I will say goodbye. Vanch, goodbye.
Yep. So long, John. It was fun.
Take care. And Tennis World, thanks for stopping by.